more importantly, the reason I put faith in them is just the fact that they have Gunnar as their coach. They're very serious when they go back to VOD reviews, and so yeah, it's a no-brainer. But Denmark, Thailand, just so strong as well. They could just as well, you know.
Yeah, and that's not a knock on the coach of Denmark. You and I are massive fans of Avenger as well, but
who? That's right, Mark. Yeah,
that guy. But we also asked some of the viewers who they thought would be in the top spot after today between these teams, and no surprise, right? Thailand have a huge following to see them up there. USA though, 34% of the fans. Again, that's no surprise to me. I think I'm a little bit upset. I thought Brazil would get more votes because they won a map yesterday, and when Brazil are good, they're very good.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil, again, they have a lot of work to do today. Sparking, again, was phenomenal, so it really just comes down to them making sure that they're all firing on all cylinders, and they can kind of help Sparking with that effort, because that team is strong, but we need to see more from them for sure.
And next we move on to the Fantasy League. You can take part. Just make sure to go to twire.gg and select your team. You've got a massive budget of $100,000. I spoke to Paper yesterday. You can build almost whatever team you want with the budget being that high.
Yep.
One player from each team. You can guess which caster forgot to hit save on their team earlier today and did not get their picks in. But then finally,
Apa? Baru juga bangun.
Oh, gitu.
It was career suicide. This is some
Bangun ya.
skull and bone society stuff.
It's time
Apa rupanya?
to spill the truth. This
Selamat bangun
is
ya.
caught. It's now only on Audible.
That's beyond the
Selamat
market.
bangun.
That's crazy that he was that cheap. So I doubt he. In fact, I know he wasn't that cheap coming into today. So we'll see. Yeah, the fantasy has been a blast to play, but not only just play for fun. Obviously, you want to play for the ability to win not only G-Coin but prizes as well. There's some amazing mice. I believe that's the Viper V4 Pro, so that's a catch, if you will. And then second, fifth, you get 5,000 G-Coin, and it goes down all the way to 300. So even if you're in the top 300, you get at least 500 G-Coin.
then you can use that G-Coin, of course, to support the players. Obviously, you can buy your favorite nation's helmet. That will help the crowdfunding pool, or you can even buy the Expendables bundle that came out to
Ya ampun,
celebrate
di bawah
our PCC
situ dia
champions.
sekarang
Exactly. There's
Indo.
a lot of things you can do to support the same speed of these teams kind of going at one another, or do you think because they VODs that they might slow things down, maybe opt to not go for some of those hot drops?
If I was VOD reviewing yesterday's action, the first thing I'd be doing was pointing out which teams were taking the most advantage of the recall systems and fighting early, because we're starting to see a situation where a lot of teams are playing close to them or on top of them, because they know they can get more aggro, they can bring players back, so you might see teams targeting specific rotations. The big thing for me though in the VOD will be if I'm Australia, if I'm UK, if I'm Brazil, I'm going to stop trying to crash the same compound and ruin each other's games, because it happened 2 games in a row yesterday, but in reverse order.
Yeah, and we saw specifically in Miramar, some of the compounds, specifically the one north of San Martin, at one point fielded like 4 teams, and no one was willing to back off, and I think it was Thailand that kind of got the best of that fight. So it's, yeah, today is going to be, like I said, just uncontrolled violence. There's been so many teams that are willing to crash, and then the third partying, because of the caliber of teams in this lobby, has been pretty much constant. The second you get in a gunfight, you have to expect that someone is going to peek over a ridge or straight up just go for your knocks as soon as you show any sign of weakness in the kill feed.
Yeah, and remember, there are a bunch of co-streamers streaming this event as well. If you want to pop into their communities or see what they have to say about today's action, there are way too many to list out and name them all, but just keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. We've got some fantastic people in there. I see Danuk D in there, one of the European streamers. You know, I think we see some pro players in that list as well. And there's a couple of folks from basically all around the world. No matter what language you speak naturally, there's basically a co-streamer for that.
Yep, we definitely want to shout them out. Again, watching with us is great, but if you have someone who loves to create content for PUBG, you can watch with them as well, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, so make sure to tune in and show them some love as well. But I can promise you the action here will be just as good, where you can get your drops. Remember, we saw it on the bottom of the screen earlier. Link your account, get your drops, get yourself some free stuff inside the game as well.
Yeah, the merch inside the game, we've talked about the skins. You know, you get the G-Coin from going for those Fantasy League points. You maybe get lucky, upgraded progressive once. So it could be something great for you in store. Just make sure you are playing with the fantasy as well as going for the 3x3. We do have the grid system for predicting those chicken dinners, and yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah, and make sure if you win that G coin, then maybe purchase the Espedance and do it alongside the band tomorrow. Well, they'll be opening up the show for us, which I'm sure will be a bunch of fun.
Yeah, it is. Tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be a madhouse in here in the best way. So looking forward to that as well. But yeah, so predictions for today. I think Vietnam's not going to slow down.
You don't think so?
Regardless of me stealing one of their bananas.
They have had bad days in the past, though. You know, we know, I think, was it last year, their day one? Or maybe it was the year before, they did not have a great day one at all compared to historically. But you might have to go to even more drastic measures. Maybe tamper with the AC for them a little bit, you know, maybe let the air out of the bus to make sure they don't get here on time. But we have a little sketch with some of the players. Let's see what they had to say.
Bọn mình luôn luôn cho top 4 mà.
Bây giờ chỉ còn vô địch nữa thôi.
Lần trước không có tôi, bây giờ có tôi, anh em sẽ vô địch được thôi. Lầm.
Ok đi thôi.
Ok, làm cái đi.
1, 2, 3.
Listen up. We have got 2 goals to this PNC. First, we gotta win PNC. And second, we need to get a Aespa's autograph.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
오케이. 중국 대표팀은 일단 최근 스크림에서 느꼈을 때 4명 다 자신감 있는 플레이를 하는 것 같고 4명 다 엄청 공격적인 것 같아요.
我觉得韩国队我打法什么的都很完整嘛，然后打得也很好，但是这一次冠军该是我们了。
뭐라는 거예요? 한국 음식이 입에 안 맞나? 말 실수하네. 3등까지 줄 수 있다. 3등에 올려.
No.
중3 딱.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
Fantastic.
Nice. You need a new jersey, bro.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's not looking good on you.
It is what it is.
Yikes.
You know, it kind of sucks to not be on the same team, but it's also fun to come back as enemies. I mean, you got second place last year, but, you know, I'll lift that trophy for you this year, mate.
Didn't you guys get like 8th last year? Like, we only lost by 1 point. And you're IGLing this year, right?
Nah, that was just a fluke. We're the real deal this year, trust.
You say that every year, man. You gotta figure your stuff out. Korea's three-peat will be no longer. They will not win.
Yeah, I don't think this year's for Korea either.
We will make sure they will not win.
I'm down.
Guaranteed. Let's go.
Chúng tôi đã có nhiều lỗi đáng tiếc. ก็ PNC ครั้งที่แล้วผมรู้สึกว่าพวกเราพลาดไปหลายจุดครับผมรู้สึกว่าพวกเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
希望这次可以让我们没有遗憾吧。最后站在舞台上的一定是我们中国队。
Vamos competir com muita paixão e dedicação.
Và chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị rất nhiều. Và lần này chúng tôi xứng đáng giành được chức vô địch.
1 year has passed and we're back in Seoul. And this time we'll make sure to defeat Team Korea.
And we'll show you what a powerhouse Team Australia can be. Please look forward to the birth of a new champion.
Esperen que nuestro equipo sea muy fuerte este torneo.
Survivor stage itu sama saja ibaratnya kita main scrim biasa.
I think the real games are beginning now.
Iya Bang Tede.
Iya.
Iyo. Cuma scrim nggak tuh 2 hari tuh. Juaranya berarti ini 3 hari ini berarti.
Gitu ya.
Berarti juara ini. Tadi dia jam berapa tadi? Masih login pre-kill.
아, 네.
Minta kode, login pre-kill Bang Dik katanya. Loh. Main enggak aku bilang.
저희 이번 펜시 되게 준비 열심히 많이 했고 잘 되고 있어서 좀 기대하시면서
Jam
지켜봐
3
주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
iya jam 3-an. Katanya tempatnya gak enak.
한마디요?
Tempat apa?
요즘
Tempatnya
공공의
tempat ini yang tempat
적이더라고요.
duduknya.
뭐 모든 팀들이 저희를 노리고 있던데
Land feel-nya itu katanya gak enak.
지난 2년간 어디가 우승했는지 잘 아시죠? 뺏을 테면 뺏어 보세요.
Gak denger kalau ada perang. Tempat awak nggak enak Bang, di bawah berisik sekali penontonnya. Bocor ke mic. Anjing lah kalau perang nggak denger step katanya gitu.
Ya, emang kayak gitu.
Crowd.
As we get ready here to finally set into the first game of the day, match 7 of the finals.
Yeah, match 7 is going to start, and one thing he did say is everyone's got a target on their backs. But he's not wrong. What, 4 different teams that were interviewed all referenced stopping Korea.
That is true.
It goes to show the amount of respect that these teams have.
Tapi alasannya masuk akal sih Bang Bul.
Honestly, at this moment in time,
Kalau di final modelannya stage kayak gini kayak gitu wajar Bang Dik.
I think this is a team that
Itu hal yang lumrah.
Masuk akal kan?
Iya.
but they love chasing a team down as well, and they're going to haunt Vietnam.
Aku yang
Itu gripnya Nina itu kayak gitu Bang aku Bang kalau menang bos.
nggak ngelihat lagi. Masih ada harapan Indo kali. Ya masih lah, at least 8 besar aja lah. Yang penting Mas B. Kalau aku berharapnya 8 besar ya.
5 besar lah. Boleh lah 5 besar, boleh. Masih masuk akal 5 besar.
Nggak jauh-jauh lah, 8 besar aja dulu. Ngeliat dari game 1 sampai ini ya dulu sih aku paling.
Kalau 5 besar masih masuk akal lah Bang Bul. Menurutku.
Sorry ya Le, awak sambil lihat-lihat mau pesan makan Le.
Padang aja Padang.
Wah nggak berani aku Bang Dik.
Udah taubat ya?
Kondisiku lagi gini soalnya. Aku lagi nggak berani Padang.
Kenapa tuh? Kondisi kenapa tuh?
Gampang ini asam lambung ya.
With any of the hot drops. And I was
Kayak.
speaking to some of the European players, and their exact words
Duh,
were,
kok
if you
AFK?
hot drop Germany, you hot
Oh,
drop
enggak.
Ascend, they're going to back off. They don't want to fight in the
Oh,
early game.
nunggu.
And it's something that you tend to see with
Macera.
Germany whenever they're playing well is they
Wal
survive
Alcantara.
into the late game. You know, they might not get a bunch of points in
Yeah,
the
good
first
for
10
them.
minutes.
I think
but-
it's
No loot.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no problem with that strategy at all. As we do see them getting
Loh,
very
dia
close
nggak
there
diturun di
to
Monte
Team
kah?
UK. Actually, Chris is right on top of Vard right there.
Yeah, I think
Jauh
UK,
ya.
they'll drop inside Impala, and we'll see Germany stretch all the way down to Puerto Paraiso. If you're Team UK though, and the circle does
jauhnya kayak
eventually
gitu kok.
pop north,
Jauh
even that circle
kali.
out, you have the opportunity to potentially get
Ya ampun,
those entry
zonanya
points
dari
for Germany,
kemarin
but in the
loh.
past, we've seen them go way west.
Nggak, kalau
and
kayak
up
gitu
north and
tuh
come in
udah
that
balik
section
lagi
map.
tinggal gimana cara mereka pembacaan aja Bang Dik. Sumpah. Nggak bisa ngainin mereka tuh. Ya balik lagi dari seratnya dari coachnya mereka gimana, mainnya gimana.
Yeah, and this often becomes the most difficult part about getting circle 1 pop if you're dead center.
Ini kalau sesuai sama yang aku pikirin dari kemarin, gila sih. Masalah pembacaan circle zona, gila sih.
Mặc dù chúng tôi đã có
Udah paling bener penyetan ayam
hôm
Le.
nay sẽ khác. Dù chúng tôi đối
Ya
đầu
Allah,
với
kalau
những
di
đội nào
sini
thì chúng tôi cũng tự tin. Tại vì những con người Việt Nam không
Geprek
có
apa
giỏi.
dong?
Nên là
Geprek aja di sini susah Bang Dik, sumpah.
bọn mình đã chuẩn bị rất kỹ.
Kalau di
Và nếu
Semarang
mà
tuh,
Hàn Quốc
beuh.
game thì bọn mình sẽ đánh bại họ.
Di mana-mana.
Beli
Bang.
iya, beli
Ada.
10.000.
Nhưng mà lần này
Dapat
chúng tôi
es
sẽ
teh
đánh
babe. Nasi pun
Iya, iya.
ambil apa, saya kau request berapa suka-suka kau lah. Gila.
Ambil sendiri lah intinya kayak ngambil sendiri gitu nasinya.
Another
Iya.
drop of Korea again as a team looks to take it off.
Sambelnya lagi beh.
But I
Geprek itu
actually
enak
love
sambelnya.
Dimas. He's such a nice guy.
Iyo.
He's
Bawang
so
deh.
soft-spoken.
Out of game.
Yeah,
You have to correct
yeah.
yourself.
Paling
He's a
suka
nice guy
aku
out of
sambal
game.
bawang tuh.
But he is a menace inside the server.
He's a monster. He's a monster inside the server. But Yeah, and I also love the confidence and how pretty much everything has come to play out. Korea said, you heard Seoul say, you know what, everyone's going to come for us, but don't forget who we are. We're still going to get up there, and we're still going to make sure that we're going to get in the top 3.
Kalau nggak bisa makan nasi, aku beli McD aku bang,
exactly what
biasa.
happened. And then you heard him say,
Pas
you know what, we're going to take the
di
fight to
Jawa.
Korea, and we're going to dethrone them. They're currently sitting in first place. So the
Paling kalau
confidence
nggak
in these players is absolutely
nggak
astounding.
McD, paling beli
But that's what I was
kentangnya
saying,
aja bang.
Argentina has a decision to make, and sometimes when you get that
Atau
first
kentang
circle,
goreng lah.
it's hard to know where you should play because
Kalau nggak makan nasi.
you have such a plethora of options, and you don't want to choose wrong. So that's why we see so many teams often go for these early game splits.
Yeah, and it looks like they are moving right on top of the section just above Ribo and dead center of the circle that they're going to share it with Norway. As we watch Thailand rotating in, Poland, who had an interesting Miramar to say the least yesterday, they're going to get shot at by Calbs from the Philippines as they rotate inside the circle, all the way up on the northern section. And the curious thing about this time was, remember it was Norway.
Mati. Mati situ, fix.
And I love this play from the Philippines. They have spread themselves.
Tuh masih bisa jalan dia kan, masih dia selamat loh.
Nggak nge-sih berarti
Tuh
dia.
kalau nggak nge-save.
Yeah, and they're going to hunt down Pufa now, who's going to be prone and crouch outside the wall.
Wah, Aljin bot dosa situ.
A little bit of damage dealt this time around, but he really needs some support from up on top of the hill. Magsters and Cappy need to push.
Enak badanku dari kemarin. Era seharian itu bang, seharian mendung. Kemarinnya panas kan, panas sekali pun. Tiba-tiba besoknya mendung 1 harian. Oh langsung beda badanku rasanya lah.
Kowe neng dia lek. Aku saiki neng iki daerah Bogor, Mas B. Ngerantau aku. Boleh kerja. Absen le, awak coba live lagi. Oke. Bang Serai. Sorry Ale, awak lagi sambil mesen makan nih. Yang baru join, welcome. Kita doakan Indo ya Le ya. Mulai wae Mas, mulai. Nyapa mulai? Lanang iki butuhe ngerantau Le.
Yeah, but Thailand is coming forth. They heard the shots. They had a scout up there with Fluky looking, and now they've sent Kiss and Jacob forward to try to see if there's anything to clean up. But because that happened so quickly, the Philippines have recovered.
Yeah, and elsewhere, Korea are starting to surround Denmark as well. Essentially, a 2-2 fight with Salute looking up over the high ground. Now Jacob will stand and wait, and you will see Algin bots go prone behind the Murado, but by popping the tires, you give yourself a chance. But good shot from CJ. And look, Jacob, he's been in this situation before.
Jaringan.
That angle. Can't quite get the knock, but Thailand, I think they know they've got the Philippines really weak. The question is, will they push this, or do they just rotate and fall back?
And they don't need to. I think this is perfect. I love this play from Thailand. They sent 2 forward. They checked to see if there was anything that they could get off that. Once they realized there wasn't, they backed off. There was no reason to overcommit on a fully 4-strong team right there, and they still had Fluky and Rossiter in positions as anchors. So again, just fantastic decision-making from the team of Thailand.
Yeah, Beamy's almost being hounded and corralled into a position here by Korea as being helped. I think he's realized that if there's someone up on the high ground firing shots in, it's probably a distraction to bring Salute around this side. So Denmark have to be so careful, and I think that Korea are playing this really well. They're not taking too much of a risk, but they're just fishing, right? That's what they're just fishing to see if they can get someone from Denmark to overpeak.
Yeah, but speaking of fishing, you're going to have Delwyn here just kind of cresting over this ridge to see what he can find as they are scouting forward. He is the tip of the spear currently for Vietnam, and that's a hell of a player to have at the tip.
Oh, EP orang itu bang, alhamdulillah.
Just cruising into the circle. They'll be the team's taking those.
Sudah kau turunkan Le ilmumu ke TD itu biar menyala di hari ini. Insya Allah. Doain aja lah ya Le buat Indonesia. Sorry bang DE Mas. Awak baru baca awak lagi pesan makan nih dari tadi.
I'll say that they played a bit more aggressively than we saw in the survival stage yesterday. They picked up a bunch of kills. They weren't as present in the late game though because of it, and I feel like they're going to look, it's Leo's farewell tour. He wants to have as good an event as he possibly can. And speaking to them last night, obviously through the translator because their English isn't great, they're relaxed. They're not, I wouldn't say they're overly confident, But these players that have been in situations like this before at PNC, they're going to want to see if they can start climbing the table on day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult task though because of, I mean, we can already see how strong this lobby really is.
Kalau ini
There
mesennya
really
apa
is
Bang
no
Dik?
talked about in survival stage. There's no room for mistakes.
Apa?
As you're going to get punished and punished
Kalau
hard.
make dia emang
See
gue biasa
Brazil
pesen
currently
apa?
sitting in a nice split here on the
Ayam
west side.
ini.
Ayam
Dada.
panas itu.
Ayam panas dada sama ini.
Santastico here.
Panas tapi ini Bang, bukan nasi Bang.
Indonesia has decided
Kentang.
Oh, yang sama kentang.
far east, and this is actually great. This is where we thought they would go. This is what was the most open.
Kan dapat kolanya tuh. Kolanya enak juga kok.
Especially if they do want to wrap towards the north, towards
Masuk angin minum cola enak, Bang.
This is they found a huge pocket of space, but even more importantly than that,
Iyo.
they should be able to get a few default spawn vehicles as well.
Yes.
The big risk with
Jadi pengen aku
pickups
cola.
is that you don't have the ability to move later on in the game. By moving early,
Saya
and finding
nggak
the
ada
space,
nasi nih.
they'll be able to do so, and they'll get some vehicles on the board. Some level 3 gear for Monte though, as Australia looked to rectify what was a disappointing.
Nasinya kurang loh McD aku.
Yeah, they're currently in this very awkward position. They're split 2-2, but in between them is the 2-2 split of China. So it's almost like a sandwich between Australia and China here.
Kok nggak burger tuh Bang?
We'll see how that's going to consolidate. I mean, you can even see if
Burgernya enak itu kalau
Australia
McD.
wanted to actually meet up, they'd have to potentially even go through Brazil. So that's going to be awkward.
Aku lebih ke ini. Biasa burger tuh nggak kenyang Bang Dik, itu doang.
Yeah, look, he's going to go north. He's going to join his team. He'll be able to get some loot as well.
Ya beli ini lagi Bang. Apa? Kentangnya. Mbak kentangnya. Burger sama kentang.
But we've got, I would say it's a lot calmer here on Miramar than it was at this point yesterday.
Yes.
Tapi sebenarnya makan kau tuh banyak nggak sih Bang Dik?
Enggak, sedikit.
Yeah, the circle was.
Kau kalau
nice, Indo dapat.
Kau kalau ngeliat aku makan kayak gimana ya kaget tuh Bang.
Porsi kuli kah?
Iya, porsi kuli.
Sama kayak adik tuh. Aku yang penting perut keisi aja Bang.
This compound, this gas station they're going in, I know the players will play it a lot. I'm not the biggest fan of it in the world.
Lapar pula aku jadinya. Beli mie ayam aja lah kan.
Dekat ya?
Udah rumah Bang.
Baham. Nice.
Ini dapat 2.
Dapat 3. Oh 2.
Let's go. Wah ini circle yang kemarin itu nih Bang, yang nyebrang itu.
Bisa.
Benefit of their early pickup, they were able to find some good space, take some control, and because of that, they cut off rotations coming in who unfortunately didn't find.
Alhamdulillah, ada modal sudah 2.
Off of Denmark, you still see that split. Or I should say, not a split anymore. It's really just a duo that's left from Denmark, and they're going to be at that gas station that you were just talking about.
Yeah, they need to just maximize the points they can get as a 2 from this point. Try survive as long as they can. But Argentina getting
Depret butuh ini kayak Bang, Aespa itu Bang. Biar semangat Aespa dulu dia besok. Nyala besok dia tuh.
Yang benar.
Kita lihat saja ya.
Isn't the best in the world for that fight, and not only that, when there's one, there's usually more. So he's going to fall back now, keep the vehicle safe. As we see that Germany rotate, and they're playing right on the edge of this circle, just staying out of trouble, exactly how we anticipated Germany to play.
This is very much an ascend style of play. It does work for them. They're able to get points in the late game. So again, it's not surprising to see that. What really is going to be an issue is for all of these teams on the south, we can almost assume that this is going to go probably north of that Death Valley we talked about in that survival stage when we saw a circle end here, and that's going to cause such a cluster in the middle for so many teams to try to get past. You can see Vietnam there, Argentina, Indonesia is currently set up there. You still have the duo of Denmark. Australia is also off to the west, with Brazil actually just to the south of them. So it's going to be a lot of teams vying for control of space that's just going to have to come with fights. I mean, there's really no other way to get past that unless you see a team like Germany rotating on the east outside of Azahar.
Yeah, starting to get a little busy here on the south as well, with Korea, China, and UK all within firing range of each other, as China will elect to send eggs left way out to the very edge of the circle, but Seoul will find that knock on defects. Now looking at the rest of the team, UK should be able to get that res. You fall back, he's in a little dip, you go for it, but I'm looking at it, right? Indonesia in a fantastic position. Vietnam, your lobby leaders, in the center of the circle right now as well. all these teams that you'd want to see in good position to pick up points are in position, but in different ways. Like Vietnam, they're in a good position for later on the game. They're guaranteed to be in the next circle. Korea, though, they're going to be in fights. Yeah, Korea is going to have to fight this one for sure. From the south, unless they opt for a far eastern wrap, if they can see that option available. We did see Seoul take out Fex, right, or at least knock him, so they are aware that that's going to be Team UK. But just behind them is actually going to be China. And look at that shift. We are going all the way to the west. Yeah, Argentina. How long do they hold that 2-2 split now, though? Like, you've got a lot of ground.
Jam 3 kayaknya.
I'm happy either way. I like it if they play aggressive and keep it, but I also don't mind if they play a little bit passive and collapse. Well, I think what's going to happen as well as the teams
dari bawah udah terbang down aja aku sampai jam berapa ya?
Sampai diamond, cuman aku naikin sampai diamond.
Habis jam 12 tidur aku.
What the fuck?
For quite a while as we now see Korea getting onto the backside of the compound here of Norway.
Oh gila ini.
Seoul will try to open things up with a nade, and utility was his perfection.
Kupikir ada yang di
Seoul with another brilliant nade. He's been so good with those over the course of the last 2 days. Now 8C, he's going to dance his way around the back of the compound to try get an angle. Norway,
sumpah kalau ada yang di rooftop itu bisa nahan itu harusnya.
With a Panzer at the ready here. This is looking
Panzer
really bad for Norway if Yumin can hit that shot. And the best part about this fight for Korea
dengar dia pasti dengar.
The circle so they don't have to rush, but it's going to be BL. He's going to find Highman, so that's 1 kill stolen already from Korea, and now the utility is coming back their way. They are stuck in that long building. And sparking is
Brazil mainnya main ini ya bang, main objektif ya bang.
Iya, objektif deh.
Dari kemarin
rata-rata orang Europe, NA. Itu mereka lebih objektif ke zone daripada ini. Kalau Epic kan main kita.
Iya.
But I can also see that sparking has taken. I think China have just tried to crash on with a C4. They did. They did. It was on the side of Australia, and that fight's happening
ini
on the
di
southwest.
C4. Waalaikumsalam. Oh, Tigleton.
Di C4 satunya jaga di luar bang. Nampung. Di C4 satu orang nampung. Duanya pancingan di dalam.
But Korea back up to 4 players standing. Human with another nade. And look at this,
Australia.
UK and T-Bone want to see what's going on as they're starting to look over the fight between Korea and Norway, and China has just cleaned up Australia, and you can see the disappointment on those boys' faces. As Korea now look at Norway, they're pushing the pace. AT's going to fall to raining though, and they are going back and forth. But again, they have to be careful of the teams.
Rasanya mereka bertiga tadi nempel di situ semua deh.
Vietnam gameplaynya sama bang, walaupun beda mereka.
Jing, merinding aku ngeliatnya anjing. Bangsat.
Gila.
Sumpah merinding aku nengoknya. Yo Indonesia lawan Tantrip Filipin.
Mati satu. Nah, net. Wah, diancapin ya sama Jerman nih.
Oh, nice.
Nah, kan pasti kedengeran. Nice. Berdua. Nice. Dapat 4 poin lumayan.
Disuruh lari Cok, Filipin Cok.
Wah, malah diancap masuk kandang macan. Kor kandang singa masuk kandang macan. Oh alah.
Oh alah, masuk lagi harimau kok.
Masuk
Masih.
harimau semua jadi masuki boy.
Jangan gitu, Indo juga nih. Mau rotasi kemana dia?
Indo ke depan aja zona itu bang, dikit aja tuh. Tapi udah dijaga sama Denmark. Kita lihat mapnya ada gua.
Will find that one from afar. So USA not too far away. Look, USA guarding that recall system. I absolutely love it. I'm so glad you mentioned that. They are fighting around that system, making sure nobody else
Bacanya orang depannya bagus ini anjing.
TD udah di depan tuh.
Yeah, they should be able to flush out Savior now too, but Korea and UK within touching distance.
Ketemu lah Setsuna nih sama Jerman. Dimainkan sama TD pasti. Dimainkan sama TD bang. Jumpa Jerman mereka. Delwin jadi scouter juga tuh, dekat sama TD.
And interestingly enough, Korea not getting aggressive off that knock. They're using it to reposition and get
Ah,
into a
ketemu
better
nih.
position for the fight a little bit later.
Lawannya Vietnam lagi.
Waits ahead for them if they are able to get rid of UK is going to be Vietnam, as they are right next to Fex. He's the only one in the circle as the other three members are trying to recover here.
Matilah Sapior itu di dalam situ.
And Kingston is going to find a nade knock on to Malrush, but a trade from Leo. He's going to find Alo.
Yeah, quick double tap there from Leo. Gets the knock on to Alo as Shrimzy will do a little bit more damage. Savior still inside the shack. No BZs there to help him out as Brazil bring the fight. BL with a great nade on the little goes on. Hemas steps up, gets the knock on to Vard. And Vietnam now bringing the pressure to team UK. Michael took a ton of damage as a
Satu TD bang. Kau lihat posisi TD tuh.
Gets another knock and this should be a third.
Di bawah dia apa di atas?
Di atas, di atas.
Rata Yuka. Weh, Brazil pun rata.
Dibalikin nggak tuh Brazil? Astaga, gila emang Cina ini cok.
Udah kill 8 mereka itu. Lebih kayaknya. Oh 6. Iya 8. Kita 2 orang deh.
Wih sumpah dibalikin loh Brazil gila. Wah hari kedua tambah seru jing.
Savior gets it
Sumpah.
on Halo as well as Chinese Taipei doing serious damage onto the USA. 3 members down now. They're trying to get a res, but Chinese Taipei fighting back. Argentina will have to go up against 2 members of Korea now. Rival will get the knock.
Penting Korea mati dulu. Biar Korea diem.
The man of the tournament yesterday.
Biar dengar orang itu step ya. Mati dia Korea udah diem kalian. Kasih yang lain main deh boy. Ya Jerman ketemu tuh sama ini Vietnam.
USA kalah nah.
Keroja kali 3 Bang Bul.
Narik sampai bawah tuh.
Habis mospetnya.
Iyo. Awak pun habis mospet.
Kejir banget nih. Kapitan nih. Gila masih digigit loh sama X-Lab. Gila. Sedua orang mereka loh.
Something to note, the duo of Denmark is still alive. It's Beanie and Ketter. They managed to slip all the chaos and find themselves some placement points here. As you can see, Zhao and X-Left are the last 2 remaining for China. And they have a decent position here.
Yeah, Denmark are going to send Ketter a little further away. He'll come under heavy pressure from Thailand.
Udah dipantau dari tadi tuh.
Playing the edge of the circle.
Anclap lah bang.
If Teddy has got enough utility to throw this way.
Udah ketahuan harusnya.
Udah. Satu
orang.
Itu deh.
Udah. Itu lihat.
Yeah, Vietnam now they've got 2 players inside the circle. Sololzi will join them in a few moments as well as they focus on getting in.
Bau-baunya sih bisa sih Bang Chicken Bang. Bau-baunya ya.
Nariknya dulu Bang. Nariknya ke kiri mereka lagi soalnya.
Lihat ya Bang.
Hah?
Cuman digitu-gituin aja Bang.
Apanya digituin doang. Gila.
Tapi kawannya kena kenokin sama dia, nggak jelas ya.
Ya karena refleks, karena ada yang dekat sama itu.
Bisa Bang.
Aduh Cimoy.
Bisa harusnya. Vietnam bisa 2 orang. Bisa lah Cimoy masih. Tapi kalau Thailand ke arah Indo sih PR sih Bang.
are loving this as well because Argentina.
Argentina kurang aja sana,
Thailand ya, Cuk.
Look like they're pushing up to that, but Jacob, one good nade. Now you see it being thrown into the distance. Is he going to find a couple of knocks? He gets another knock.
Itulah Denmark yang ku bilang, Bang.
Thailand, you got to push aggressive. There we go. Look, 2 members from Indonesia have fallen, and all these fights are playing into the hands of the likes of Argentina, Denmark, and Vietnam, because Indonesia were 4 strong.
Yeah, and I mean, this is even an opportunity for Vietnam to flex out if they realize too many members are not watching their edge. They can actually hold out Indonesia. That's an option for them. They are only 2, but it is an option nonetheless. You can see TD really the closest one to the circle now for Indonesia, as Thailand do have a corner of their compound still in. So I imagine they're going to take this northern ridge and start to really enact their control from there.
Yeah, and that's exactly right on cue. Rossiter has taken up that position, stepping in as IGL savior from Chinese Taipei, looking to get some revenge onto China, getting X left down to 1 HP. Another good shot from Savior will get China really low now, but Savior in this 1 versus 2 starting to pick his moments as DraftKings flexes out. You said they needed to start picking up and cleaning them up. That's exactly what DraftKings is doing.
Yeah, wonderful stuff, but they still have a lot of work ahead of them. They still have a full team of Thailand on the opposite side of the circle. They just need to get rid of Vietnam first, maybe with the help of Indonesia, and then take the fight to Indonesia.
Thailand udah sampai situ ya. Ditinggal berarti tadi.
Yeah, China now full sending it into the circle to both players, just 1 shot away from falling as Zhao Wu will almost, he was a centimeters from safety as Chinese Taipei will fall to the blue, and X left the last player standing. The vehicle's been completely immobilized, and so is X left. China are going to fall.
Sumpah Thailand ini konsisten banget, Bang.
Iya.
Walaupun nggak chicken ya kan, cuman killnya 5, 4, 5, 4.
Itu yang bikin mereka tuh sebenarnya ngeri juga, Bang Dik. Thailand nih. Nah, Thailand nih termasuk ngeri karena dia bisa konsistennya itu, nah. Pasti setidaknya minimal dia tuh ada poin.
Iya, ngerti.
Poinnya bukan yang kayak 1, 2 gitu, enggak.
I love this. The 2 teams that are 4 strong are on opposite sides of the circle. Will pick up Trick
kena
culik
itu
on the board, and that leaves just Teddy left standing for Indonesia. Vietnam just getting more and more points. 93 for them now. Teddy's feet are exposed, but Capitan will just prevent Kiss, at least for now, from getting that kill, because Argentina want to get that one of their own. 567 damage for Capitan as things stand, and look at that circle shift.
Yeah, the problem though is even though they are 4 alive,
yeah,
they have to do it the shack Vietnam has, and you can see that there's a window they can see out of if that's not adequately covered. You can even see a deployable cover in there. If that's not covered, that's going to be a rough run down for Argentina, because it's not just Vietnam that's going to be looking at them. It's also going to be Thailand.
And that's such a hard position to push, right? Because if you try to take Vietnam out by crashing that spot, Thailand or Argentina are going to put pressure on.
It's perfect for Vietnam.
It's so good. Like, you have to get within throwable distance, blue zones, but you're not going to with the other 2 teams, because the second you close that gap, the other team is going to get the angle. But look at Rossiter Jr. He's creeping in. He's making sure Thailand have a safe position inside the circle, and Argentina need to find some way to do the same.
See what they decide to do, and you can see there's indecision here. They're trying to figure out what their path inside the circle is going to be. Their edge that they have is just way too open for them to get anything off of it. So this is going to have to be a play where they maybe stretch out off of a knock. But I love this position as well from Jacob and Fluky. They're making sure that if there was a Western wrap,
here we go.
It gets thwarted. But the C4, and here comes DraftKings. Is he going to go straight for the shack? It looks like he is, and isn't going to make it there. He will. That's a suicide mission, but it's good enough if he can just get the knock and a tad.
Mati Tanfung.
He gets them both.
Oh, I think Kiss actually got one onto Himas, but great from Argentina. But no,
Argentina mulai ini kah? Membalikkan situasi kah? Gila. Angkara Messi.
Masih ada Thailand, bos. Thailand sih ini bang kayaknya.
You know what? That was worth DraftKings' life. Sure enough, they get the position, but they're not out of it yet. This is a 3-on-4, and now you can see that Thailand have made it inside the circle. They now have room to play with Fluky.
Apa pakai SKS, bang?
Their position. His position's going to be known. He made a lot of
Jangan
noise
gitu.
here, but he's
Gendeng
got the
arek-arek.
benefit now of
Jangan
a
gitu.
fresh three
Iya
men,
makanya
fresh
aku
three.
Bahasa,
bilang
bahasa,
bejir.
Which absolutely
masa senjata apapun di para last boss semua nih gila nih bang.
Trying to keep the smoke down to make sure that Emmy cannot get that angle in the late game. But Rybo, he's the insurance plan for Argentina as things stand.
110%. You can see Argentina with 7 kills now. This would be a huge boon if they can finish off this game with a win. Picking up all these kills from Thailand, but you can see Kapitan has now given his position away.
And look
at
this,
Habis
Rossiden
DMR
is
peluru.
wrapping around. They know that Kapitan's got the angle. Kapitan does a ton of damage on the
Gendeng.
Jacob and finds
Gendeng
the knock.
arek-arek.
3 versus 3 now as Emmy is temporary.
Woi!
Kedua, udah gila. Habisin Kapitan.
But Rossiden, this is the fight right here. This is the big one. Emmy spots him.
Ini kok Rosita dapat chicken ini? Oh ya, chicken.
Gelo. Anjing bisa gitu, Cok.
Chicken ini bang, Argentina. Oh itu udah ketahuan bosnya. Udah barengin.
Nggak gitu Argen.
Mainnya kayak gitu lah bang.
Nggak gitu Argentina, Pak Haji.
Pak Haji, yang bareng Pak Haji. Bareng lah Pak Haji.
But he heard it. Rybo's going to confirm out another kill, as does Emmy. And this 2v1 though, you still can't rule out Kiss.
Yeah, great job getting those kills secured now. Is Rybo
Masih selamat sih bang,
That's the
harusnya.
question, Emmy. With the possibility to cover, you can see Kiss now. He wants to make sure he denies this res, but there's just not much he can do. As you can see, more cover falling from the sky.
Yeah, he's pinned, right? The blue zone's going to be at his back in a few seconds. He's got to step in a little further. Emmy is preventing him from getting close enough to do any real damage of note. So for Kiss, look, we all know that in reality, Argentina should win this game. And I like the way Argentina now, they've got all 3 players back on their feet. They're all holding different angles. There should be
Oh,
no
kau jangan
way
bilang
that
Argentina
Kiss
win
gets out of
this game.
position.
Ini manusia. Saya ini bukan manusia bang.
Otherwise, this should be them closing out. They have center dot, they have everything, but a spray from Kiss that could ruin it, and a headshot will land on the rebound, but no! Argentina will shut
Thailand.
them down and take a much-needed victory in match number 7. What a hell of a game to start the day off.
And how good was that from Emmy on the southern side of the circle, but on the high ground. The amount of times
Loncat, halo Yohari.
trying to push Kapitan.
Tinggal bentar ya bang.
Yuk
Makan aku.
Aku juga mau makan.
He still got eyes on and was able to tell Kapitan pressure was coming.
That, man, I can only imagine how the players feel. I need a break after that one. What an absolutely incredible game. It slowed down at the start. As you said, it wasn't as breakneck as we saw in the previous day on the starting day of this lobby, and that makes sense, right? These teams went back. They were able to look at the VOD and say, hey, this is going too fast, or hey, this mistake here, we got to fix this. And so you can see that measured approach. But once we got to the mid game, once we got to the end game, it was all out, balls to the wall, and man, what an absolute, I'm excited for the rest of the games.
Yeah, it's going to be a good start. And even more importantly than that, for those of you who like the history of PNC, that brings Argentina back level with Brazil for the most chicken dinners in PNC history. And that alone between those 2 nations is a fight in and of itself.
I also just, man, I mean, this fight, we didn't really get to see what happened between them and Australia because they kind of ran Australia over. But what was truly incredible was the fact that China went from one team to another. They were able to get the double, wipe out Brazil, and get a good amount of points before they eventually did fall.
Yeah, and honestly, I think for some other teams, that's not the way they wanted their day to start. You know, Team UK, USA, Korea did manage to find a couple of kills, but Vietnam still extended that lead at the top. And I don't know if you just heard it through your headset, but I looked up. In front of us, we've got a block of China fans, a block of Vietnam fans, and then the rest of the arena, apart from 2 tiny pockets of Norway and USA fans, are screaming on the home team.
Yeah, this is an absolutely incredible crowd. I wish you guys were here to experience this watching at home, but the love for the game here and the fans that have come out, it's truly special, and it's why we love this game so much.
I spoke earlier with some of the UK players about yesterday, and they said they know when Korea gets a circle because they can feel the stage shaking.
I think Shrimzy equated it to getting like hit by a grenade because it's so loud you can't hear anything else around you. But I mean, that's just how much they love their players here, man. It's great.
It's really good though. Like again for Argentina, that was a brilliant start. And you know, you and I, we know these players really well. Capitan, he's so pumped to be here playing alongside one of his best friends.
Le, awak sambil makan dulu ya, Le. Agak ke atasin dikit.
Top 4 from that game. Argentina, of course, 11 kills, 11 for China as well. But most importantly,
awak makan dulu ya, Le.
7 kills. They didn't get the win, but they're still picking up points.
They didn't get the win, but they still got 7 kills on top of getting placement points, right? Like they were in the top 4, and that is just so difficult. If you are in the chase, if you are, let's say, Korea or even China, who did very well this game, you need Vietnam to slow down. And so far, I mean, we say it's only been 1 game, but they're not slowing down because they've extended that lead even more, which makes it devastating for the teams that are trying to catch up. So Vietnam, if they can't be stopped, they might run away with it, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, I just looked at the utility usage from Argentina as well. Only 4 frags the whole game, but 14 stun grenades and 14 or 12 smokes as Capitan.
Oke deh, bulang banyak kali ceritamu tompel. Bisa gitu aja gue ya.
You know something? Sat beside him watching some of the
Kirimlah makan. Dek Pahmi.
He was so locked in and excited because, you know, he's got 2 lands back to back now. He is feeling so good. And look at those damage numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks for himself. And he held such a crucial angle on the north side of that circle against Thailand that pretty much won them that fight. So great job for them. Now looking at the match leaderboard for that match, we can see 21 total points. The side of Argentina, again, that's going to be a massive boon, setting them up the leaderboard. China, 13 points, and it basically came off of kills. It was all kills for them. We saw them fight Brazil again. Australia in the beginning, they were just relentless.
Yeah, only 1 point for Germany, USA, Australia, and Poland, which is not what they would have wanted, especially Germany playing that passive game and trying to get into the league.
Oh, jangan pelit-pelit sama perut kita, Le. Apalagi makanan.
Points for Vietnam through 7 games. Korea,
Makanannya
21 points behind. But importantly for the Chinese fans, they have closed that gap to Korea now as well as they're hunting down that 2nd spot.
Yeah, and we saw it with what happened to Poland. It was, again, the story of them getting in a fight with the Philippines, and that was all the way on the north side. That was a beautiful trap, by the way, set by the Philippines. They weren't able to get knocks, then you saw them just start going for tires, and I absolutely love that, and they were able to corner them and recover. So, Philippines, if you're in this lobby, you just have to be very careful because if they are in your vicinity, you know you're about to fight.
Yeah, we're getting ready now to jump into the 2nd game, and I am really pumped for this one. I wonder will the tempo be a little bit quicker, a little bit slower as we see some of the fan signs in the crowd. As I said, it is crazy how many Chinese fans have traveled to this venue as well. They're making themselves known, and as I said, they're right in front of us. Like, I look up, I just see them.
You can see them, they're cheering on their favorite players, but I do want to go back to a point we brought up, and that's Germany. How long are they going to try to play this passive game? Because there's going to come a point where even if they do get to the end game, even if they accrue like maybe 10, 15 points in some of these games, making it there, it's not going to be enough because the leaderboard is on the left side is vastly climbing far beyond what you can get playing more passively.
And we see teams trying to up the aggression. Like, again, Chinese Taipei, we were talking about them in the survival stage. One of the most passive teams. They know how to get into the top 8.
Yes.
You know, they're not going to get 10 kills. They get like 4th place, 1 or 2 kills, and they pick up points that way. But they're playing with more aggression over the course of the stage, and I like it. You know, it's Leo's farewell tour. Let's get something going for him.
Get in there. Get involved, you know? Just get in the mix, and that's exactly what they did. And they took we didn't see much of it, but they got rid of USA so quickly there while we were watching the fight between Korea and Vietnam.
Yeah, well, Leo got rid of USA, really. He was the one.
It was just Leo. It wasn't even Chinese Taipei. It was just Leo.
Let's get ready, though, for Miramar for the 2nd time today. We're jumping in. This will be the last time we see the desert. Which team can take advantage of this desert and dusty terrain to try really leapfrog their way up that leaderboard here on day 2 of PNC. Minas Gerais has obviously got a little bit of an update now. Some teams love playing on top of that Hollywood sign overlooking the rest of the lobby. But this flight path, you've not quite seen it at home just yet, but I think it's a little bit more friendly for most of the drop spots than what we had in game number 1, but not too much.
Yeah, the plane is much more central now. The teams don't have to stretch as far south if they, happen to loot those areas like we mentioned. Chuma or anywhere like around Monte is much more accessible. You can see Indonesia currently flying there, and then Argentina as well will be comfortable in their loot spot as they've already dropped out of the plane.
Yeah, and Emmy, of course, one of the stars that last game, but let's not take anything away. That C4 play, getting rid of Vietnam.
Draft, the hero.
They don't win that game if they don't make that play.
No, because they can't viably get to Vietnam without not only getting shredded by Vietnam, but also just getting shredded by the team of Thailand. And that C4 is that the pressure that it put on the players from Vietnam to get out is what was able to get them that much closer to winning that game.
Yeah, so moving into this one, all the teams are now out of the plane. Germany once more extending their drop to Puerto Paraiso. No real shoots of a hot drop at this point, but Australia, they're near the center of the flight path. They always like to take this power grid drop. And we're going to go to the very opposite side. So we're going west this time. Indonesia, center of the circle. And this is a topic that I love talking about. Some teams drop places like that because they want to play from the outside in. What do they do when they get this?
Well, it goes back to the conversation we were talking about in the previous game. When you're that team that's gifted center circle in the first phase, sometimes that can be more of a curse than a blessing, as we are about to head to yet another wonderful interview.
สวัสดีครับผมฟุกกี้ภัสกรกิจฉลองครับมาจากทีมชาติไทยครับรู้สึกภูมิใจแล้วครับที่ได้กลับมารับใช้ชาติอีกครั้งครับเป็นทีมชาติครั้งที่2ของผมนะครับ PMC ปีที่แล้วมีจุดพลาดหลายจุดครับมันมีสิ่งที่เราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับปีนี้เราฝึกฝนที่จะทำแผนวิธีการเล่นให้ดีกว่าปีที่แล้วครับเพื่อที่จะคว้าแชมป์ในปีนี้ครับก็พวกเราได้ทำการบ้านเรื่องวิธีการเล่นของทีมเกาหลีครับเราก็พร้อมรับมือแน่นอนครับปีนี้อยากจะไปให้สูงกว่านี้ครับพวกผมจะพยายามเอาแชมป์มาฝากนะครับ
Big words from Fluky there, but I got a bit distracted at the amount of times he tried to reload that Dragonov during the case of that interview. It just got me going a little bit. But yeah, Thailand, they got into the top 2 there with I think they'll be disappointed they lost that game, but when they look back, they'll have to give credit to how bold Argentina were when they got that win. But we were speaking about Indonesia before it. I just want to make that point where sometimes when a team like that gets center circle, they spend too much time looting. Well, we've got loads of time. Really, the best teams in the world, when they get center circle, they still do their 1 or 2 minute loot phase, and then they are out of there. They go, this is the compound we want. This is the 2-2 positions that we want to play in. In particular as well, I want to talk about Argentina to the south. They have a great spot in the zone. They've got their pick of these 2 mountains on either side of the valley, from Valle del Mar to Monte Nuevo.
Yeah, but this is where the difficulty in that decision-making comes in. If you choose the wrong ridge there on that valley, again, it's very similar to the Death Valley we talked about there just to the west of Azahar. Crossing to the other side is almost impossible. So that's why these difficulties, especially on the west coast, because we can see so much of this playable area is actually it's just unplayable grounds. So that's just more of the circle that's cut off, on top of the fact that you might have to make a decision on which side of the valley to play.
And even more importantly than just the fact that it's unplayable, it's unenterable. So realistically, there's only 75% of the circle that teams can enter into. So if you're one of the teams that take a position to the extreme west, you only have to focus then inwards. You know nobody's going to come from or behind your position, which means that if you like playing the edge, you like being aggressive, it's really good for you. While that was going on, though, we did see Germany get get up into the sky. I think that's when they're at their best. Get racks up through the sky, scout ahead. And we spoke about it yesterday with Paper. They play it a little bit differently than other teams. Some teams use it to scout positions and try to get in. I feel like Germany use it more to play the edge and look for isolated players that they can get free points and free kills off of.
Yeah, and they tend to do very well with that strategy. Again, they do like to play, like you said, cautious. They don't run straight into a fight, whether it's in the center of the circle. They are always going to be lurking around, and as you said, using that glider to find the players or find isolated positions, maybe of a split, in order to punish and get those points.
Vietnam rotating in as well. I wonder if they're tempted to stay in and around the hills south of Chuma to use that recall system, but I think for them, they're going to look more so to the ridge line below and maybe work their way up. Argentina, we spoke about the decision of picking the, making sure you pick the correct leaderboard. or the correct ridge line, they've gone for both. They've gone for that 2-2 split. As we look what Vietnam are talking about, I love this addition to the game, being able to see what they're pinging, what they're identifying. You can see they're like choosing between two compounds right now on both of those ridges.
Yep, and those are both arguably some of the strongest compounds in this current circle.
Nggak duduk di tengah Indo ya bang?
The pathing that they're taking, you can see that as
well.
They're
mereka tadi,
nggak
sih?
Nggak, mereka yakin pasti bakal narik itu.
Narik ke situ. When you've got a lead that's this good, you just keep the fundamentals right. Don't overextend yourself. Don't play too aggressive. And you can just keep that gap and the gap at the top.
But that's what I love about them is even with the lead, they don't slow down. They still play their game. I mean, how many times have we seen? Unfortunately, we saw it in the Survivor stage. Oh, hold on, we'll get to that point in a second. As CJ is gonna. What do you know? It's the Philippines and Poland as a tale as old as time.
Beson kalau misalnya mereka bisa lebih bagus, harusnya mereka ngebaca dari cara gameplay hari pertama kemarin. Indo ya, harusnya.
Ya. Ngerti. Loh, diambil atas sama Unti bang.
Iya. Kan selalu. Selalu.
Iya.
iPhone kan kayak gitu tuh.
I'm going to stay in this position and I'm going to wait because Poland will probably think about going back.
Jumpa sama siapa tadi?
That's fair.
Argentina.
At this point though, Poland they kind of have to. They need more than 2 players here.
Di sisa IP bawah ya.
Impact on every one of these games. Their time to catch up is slowly running out. They still have of course today and tomorrow, but every time
gila
they run
ini.
into the Philippines,
Kau main-main kau di samping-samping zona kau sama Filipina.
Funny, I spoke to Marcel
Gameplay sama.
Yesterday and he was delighted because I was, you know, you're really happy. Why? Because I know.
Gameplaynya sama kah bang? Filipina sama Poland nih. Dari kemarin ketemu terus. Tadi juga gitu.
Geraknya sih selalu ketemu.
And I hope they can pull back, but they do still have 2 members alive, so we'll see what they do. Korea, meanwhile, is rotating very far on the south side of the circle, and just above them is actually going to be the UK, and then just to the west of them, the team we were talking about, Germany's waiting.
Yeah, I'm worried that Korea might think that
mereka ketemu. Paling sering kan si Filipina udah nge-gatekeeping duluan.
Why would you expect a full team to still be there? That's the thing. That's what would really catch Korea off guard here.
Yeah, because you're looking at it, you're thinking that this
Korea muter dari bawah dia.
Is going to have teams in it, so you go, oh well, maybe we'll go. But thankfully, I think the fans watching the same would be glad to see that Korea have elected not to go crossing. Although it looks like they're scouting it out just a little bit. Oh, no, Sol just flipped his vehicle.
It happens to the best of us. The Murado on Miramar, the terrain,
nyuper mobil guling-guling terus dia.
Low that vehicle is, that is
gila, Vietnam poinnya 95, what the hell?
So if it just happened to you in your pub game, don't worry. Sol is one of the best players in the world.
I love it, right?
Ya berapa kali chicken dia hari pertama, gila aja.
The fastest car in the game.
At the time, yeah.
2 ya? 2 apa 3?
To flip if you turn quickly or go on bad terrain. And we're going to put it on the bumpiest map.
Yeah, we're going to put it on Miramar.
Gila, game 1 berapa poin dia?
Imagine what this thing would be like on Erangel. It'll be a ton of fun. But Germany, they've set up that bridge camp. I think Mika, he'll have a look to make sure nobody's on the other side. We have the benefit of knowing it's completely safe.
Dah lama tak buka tuh air gua.
At this point, Germany and Korea are the only teams that aren't inside the circle.
Yeah, and you can see now Germany, though, they do have that bridge. And I imagine they're going to see Korea rotating past them on the east. Especially with the position they've held. And they've opted to not even go into... They're still scouting it. They still think that someone might be invited tomorrow.
Gila.
Yeah, and look, you know they're hyper cautious. This is the way that they play. So at some point they'll go over. Or observer is saying, hey, you know, they could zip line across. Don't.
Tapi posisi gini bang, dari posisi 3 sampai nomor 8 tuh masih deket-deket lah bang.
Ya,
menurutku.
Denmark are trying to time the Z pick up perfectly with the zone closing, right? They're over by power grid.
3 teratas, 3 teratas. Hashtag 3 masih bisa dikejar.
Safest bet might be the E pickup. So watch for the zone popping because if it shifts
besok lagi lebih chaos lagi tuh bang. Kayak gini ya udah seru kayak gini. 2-2 jadinya dipecah. Argentina pun holy shit.
And Korea, the team that was rotating in outside of the circle now, could be arguably the
keren ini bang zonanya.
beneficiaries of this shift.
Ini zona. Aduh, udah diambil Argentina ya situnya.
Is their best way into the circle. Brax now with that shift is going to take to the sky once more to see where Germany can play. But look at the rat race now. Poland, Germany, Korea, and you've got Philippines, Thailand, Denmark, all moving as quick as they possibly can to get inside this circle. And it's just a smorgasbord of color in there, and something's got to give in this circle.
Yeah, not all these teams or players are going to be able to occupy all that space. Argentina, from their high ground, dictating as many rotations as they can away from them as quickly as they possibly can to make sure that they don't get crashed. Meanwhile, you can see the UK here with a pretty wide but very nice spread on the east side, and this is actually a lot of control just below Chumasera.
Yeah, and you can see now that they're looking towards Korea. Algin Bots as
Kamu lagi loh.
Oh, Cafe, no!
Oh my goodness!
No. Right, I want to see his POV in this one because this is just cruel as Algin Bots picks up. And Cappy, he knows he's dead there. He knows the second that car starts flipping, there's nothing he can do.
Oh my goodness, just the absolute just state of Poland right now and what they're having.
Wah, dia boleh sumpah. Ini dongok kayak gitu pasti nih.
With nowhere to go, stuck in between a rock and a hard place, surely.
Gila, Filipina emang nggak ada obat cok kalau suruh drabai-drabai.
I think they were trying. Yep, I think they wanted those chips.
And Philippines know it. Remember what I said from the VOD review?
You're not wrong. You called it.
They stayed in that
Pede
position
aja
because
mereka,
they knew
Bang.
this was going to happen. Poland have been eliminated now.
Kayak gini Bang, mereka main tuh. Ya kalah nggak apa-apa lah udah. Yang penting coba dulu.
But Philippines again, just so good at winning.
Berani ambil resiko
Their
mereka.
biggest problems been third parties. Like they find themselves on the wrong side. But look at the pocket of space now that they're rotating into.
Yeah, they have a lot of space to work with on the
Kalau
west
ketemu
side
mereka
now.
punya
Again,
juga
they are
kesal
gonna
ya
have
Bang
to
Dik.
at some
Nggak ada
point
cerita.
cross that,
Sama aja iya.
ravine or valley. But for the time being, they're
PD-nya
in
mereka itu
position
loh
to
Bang.
at least scout ahead and see what they want to do. They actually might run into one of the members of Germany. Breaks has actually moved. Oh no, he's flying.
Yeah.
He's fine.
He's just going right,
That's
telling the team,
Main
you know, we got
aja.
players here,
PD.
this compound's free, you could have a team rotating from this section of the map. This is just a send 101, right? This is what the players from this team do. He's going to seat swap from time to time, maybe put some pressure onto some teams below and catch out their rotation.
Dian selap ini sama Thailand.
Zerath, he's creeping up the hill to Vietnam, which is usually, usually it's dealt with.
Oh, ada mobil kata.
But Cal from the Philippines, he spots out Thailand, and I think that maybe, this is the section map, right? Kiss can pull in here. Think about what his next step is.
Balik lagi
He's
deh.
done them. Look, he's done them. 2 players from Philippines got off on foot, expecting him to go around that
Tuh
side.
kau tahan
And he's
itu Jona
holding
itu
in,
bareng
he's going
Filipin
way
ya.
back up to the rest of the
Thailand.
team to the north.
Halo.
The rest of his team not close enough though, unfortunately, to get anything off this. Maybe find a knock or two, but again, that
Arek-arek
the way
gendeng
that
cuk
Germany
kita.
just took
Thailand
so
tuh pasti
much
Bang.
space
Arek-arek
because
gendeng
of
cuk.
the information that they have is just fantastic. Mike is going to find
Ori
Zulawesi,
grup
but the trade will
Indonesia.
come from Himas.
And that knock is
Ya
so big for
ampun.
Vietnam.
Langsung Sumatera, sumpah Indo langsung ke Sumatera.
Are going to do the exact
Cuman agak
same.
PR kau.
That's why Vietnam are so good now. The circle shifted,
Iya sih
and
dari
it's
apa
gone in
turunan
favor
terbuka
of
untuk
Brazil,
umum itu
Denmark,
pasti ketemu.
Korea, and the UK.
Ya
Now,
itu pasti
Gustav, he's gonna join the
Ian
rest
lap
of his
UK
team.
sih Bang.
But watch for
US.
Denmark
US di bawah
cresting
tadi
the
tuh.
hill, directly towards where that Brazil split is being held.
And we also have 2 pickups actually.
Kalau
coming
mau
in. It's
muter
gonna be
dari atas
Australia
lah Bang
and
ya kan
China.
Bang.
We're able to find
PR juga Bang, lama.
Sama aja ya.
Dua-dua ada yang
Iya.
datang.
Kalau ada EP baru.
Narik ke
seru
gunung
tuh.
juga itu.
Gunung Cumacera itu ya?
Iya.
Yeah, that knock.
Gunung
Wah,
Tai.
GP duluan. GP duluan sama China. Oh, Australia juga
It's a
EP.
completely different story at that point. Australia, they're going to be the very, very last point they can get off
Cumacera sayangku di dunia ini.
Yeah, I think this combo is
Lulus.
just about inside.
Yeah, they're going south, but the problem now is Brazil can see that. Brazil is just going to try to gatekeep them on the south side. That is a very difficult uphill battle to fight when you are Australia.
Oh, di atas sudah ada Brazil ya?
When you're just barely in, and then you also have Germany on your west side. Yeah, this is going to be a battle for Australia for sure.
Yeah, the only
Cina harusnya ambil Cumacera.
Australia's favor is if
Main cuk.
he'll get that
Nice dapat satu.
Pakai beril kawan awak le, pakai beril kawan awak le.
like if Brazil and Australia get into a long fight,
Kawan awak pakai beril le.
to clear their southern.
Enggak auge dia pakai le.
Germany, well, actually, no, not Germany.
Waalaikumsalam, China.
For Chumacera, but look at all the tracers. The entire server is
The entire server shooting in China, no lol.
Just barely. He gets inside, but China looks
Lah.
Lol.
is just going insane again. This time with a P90 in his hands as his farewell
3
tour
orang.
is looking like a fun trick. He gets the nail,
Trick,
but
aduh timingnya.
onto him.
Ngapa dia tadi?
Taipei, they're up to 2 kills now.
Gak kepencet klik kanan kayak bang.
Too far away to do anything. And Chinese Taipei pick up another couple
Kepencet
of kills
kayak
on the
ditekan
edge of
nama
the
dia.
circle as
Jadi nggak
Vietnam
ke klik
extend their way
gitu.
to the northern side of the circle.
Ini sering juga gitu tuh. Nyangkut dia.
Found the gap in between USA split, and they're actually going to make it just to the warehouse right next to Norway, which is prime real estate right now. So what a crazy good rotation from Vietnam. And there was no way for them to really know what's going on over there. You can see they're still trying to find position as we now see Zerath is going to get entangled
Filipina udah sampai sini.
with the Philippines. The trade goes
Udah
back
gila.
and forth.
Yeah, Philippines just flexing again, but Germany managed to find that trade as I think Brazil stole that kill away. Looking over in this distance.
Oh, Cimoy di atas, ya kan bang, dia ke atas kan bang. Kayak yang ku bilang.
Get that circle shift once more.
Supaya ini rumah Korea ini sampai akhir circle ini bang.
Memang.
Sumpah rumah itu rumah itu kami peracikan itu di situ.
Nggak tentu selalu bang Dik. Kalau nggak rumah gunung udah itu doang.
Kalau nggak yang di ini jalan itu bang. Deket jalan tuh. Yang nyebrang itu. Bukit bawah tuh. Rumah itu kan bawahnya ada bukit tuh bang. Nah di situ tuh. Biasa tuh. Dari bau-baunya sih di situ sih.
Yeah, that's a great shot from Kurt. It's not a knock, but the shot puts the UK back into cover. It takes the attention away from Alo, and it allows you to pick up and get it. Like, you don't always need to get a knock or a kill to buy your team a massive favor, as CJ is now moving up towards Germany. The nade's going to get thrown, but Sparking from Brazil with a great off angle will find that knock. Chinese Taipei. Leo again, and it's Delwyn this time.
I love the way that they are playing this edge. They are taking their time, and they are finding the most inopportune moments for the other teams rotating away from them to strike.
Feelingku Cimoy ngeripep ini bang. Di Cumacera. Kok Cumacera di apa? Bukit yang sebelahnya itu bang. Brickyard. Nah. Soalnya di situ masih di zona dia tuh bang, masih di luar zona bang. Biru-biru itu, yang kedip-kedip biru.
Sakit bang.
Iya. PS4 kan? Mau ke 5. PS4 nutup itu udah hitungannya PS5 apa belum bang?
Tergantung jarak.
Oh iya.
Jaraknya agak
enggak,
jauh,
maksudnya damage-nya bang.
Iya, tergantung jaraknya.
Oh iya.
Dia seberapa jauhnya. Misal PS4 mau ke PS5. Misal dia agak jauh sama aja kayak PS5. Semakin jauh kau sama yang ininya semakin sakit. Jadi 1 kali lipatnya lagi gitu.
Paham.
But realizing that might be able to pick up a point. Maybe this is the best way with 15 teams alive for the Philippines to maximize their point tally here.
And that's what you just said is the crazy part. 15 teams still alive.
Nah kan hidup lagi kan. Cuman ya Cimoy-nya lah jadi korban.
Just see how bunched they are. Everyone is just clumped on these edges. It's so difficult to play the center here.
Ih, janganlah ketahuan. Perang aja kalian Cina. Ya, perang aja sana.
Aduh, Tedit sekarat.
Aman, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Masih dapat. Yes. Bisa. Routing dulu, Bu.
Senjata mereka juga. Semoga lah.
Iya, semoga bismillah.
Semuanya udah waalaikumsalam.
Bang.
You've got UK, Vietnam, USA, Argentina.
Tuh, mereka mainnya takut aja Bang Bul.
And none of them can really do anything about any of the other teams because of that terrain.
And this is the other thing, Vietnam, whenever they do lose a member too, they're able to find these just really awkward spots, like right below UK that's on a road.
Jumpa Norway.
Jumpa
Norway pasti Bang. Main pasti sama Norway. Tapi itu di third party sama Cina. Yang ke situ juga Cina.
Sparking is going to fall as Australia looking really good in this fight with Brazil. Luke will drop down to 47 HP now. Stand up on top of the roof, will tag Flood, but only 18 damage is there to be found. On the other side of the circle, Ketter from Denmark. He's putting the pressure on, and Jacob will fall at the hands of Vexen. It's a race to steal that point, but Vex will get another point from Team UK, currently sat in 13th place. But look at how
ditabrak sendiri Rosita tuh.
this is from Australia. We didn't see this at all yesterday.
No, we did not. And the problem, though, for this is it's taking too long to get rid of this last member of Brazil. You can see Dofi from Denmark. In fact, Denmark's position is fantastic the way they play this edge. They were kind of looking to see if they could third-party this fight, but finally Australia has got rid of Brazil, which means that they can start to make their trek up towards the circle.
Yeah, and the next shift I think is going to be vital for the
Dapat tahu dia Bang Bul.
the way they are. Germany pushing up now towards Korea as Seoul gets within
Bang
throwable
Ted.
distance. And
Nice,
he's been
Ted.
so good.
Nice, Bang Ted.
China, Teddy, and Trinity. Damn, as I said yesterday, he just keeps putting people to bed with how good he is, and he switched over to the
Penyakit. Ya Allah. Untung gak kena. Nice.
Triknya anjing sih. Oh, kat-katannya. Sumpah kat-katannya keren. Mati kau. Wow.
Kata kau deh. Main deh.
Hello.
Main deh.
Norway lagi. Udahlah. Tahun lalu udah diantrap kalian. Waduh. Nggak ya guys ya, tanda ya guys ya.
Mati kok dek. Itu dia King Indo bro.
Ajak main.
Ajak main semua bang.
Bang Dik, kalau kau ngerti tadi, pasti trik habis keluar dapetin satu terus di sampah tuh, trik jalan balik. Itu kat-katanya bagus loh anjing.
Iya, dijaga kan angle-nya dia.
Iya.
Yang ini sama Setsuna apa siapa tadi? Dari pintu-pintu belakangnya dibuka kan. Dari situ nembaknya dia.
This is a really good opportunity for Team UK to kickstart their grand.
Sekali hidup lagi triknya.
Australia, 4 kills on the board for them. On the south side of the circle.
Cinanya rata kan? Norway rata beuh. Gila, King Indo bro.
Germany.
Tambah PR nih naik ke atas nih. Lihat mana Bang Bul? Atas ada dijaga tuh sama UK tuh.
Ya mau gak mau harus dilawan dulu.
It's Salute's the player that has to be the first warning bell for Korea if Germany push up over.
Ya jangan nunggu timing paling. Pasti udah kelihatan Bang, pasti udah tahu dia.
Ya udah pasti tahu.
Udah aware dia.
Saya senang udah sama atau beda? Sama. Orang yang sama.
Ini aja ganti nickname dia.
But this off angle from Salute is just so damn strong.
Depro to Setsuna. Oh, Pindo tuh belakang. Woi, lihatlah belakang tuh. Woi, babe.
Atau server ya, Nah.
Mati dong, Salut. Aduh, TD.
Jangan trap berapa tim itu UK itu Bang? 3 tim Bang, dia trap sama UK Bang.
Aduh. Ente Indo. Ente.
Udah mulai naik nih mentalnya guys. Udah 6 kill. Santai.
Stepping out, taking the fight. Australia really locked in. What's going to happen?
Dapat poin, yang penting dapat poin Bang.
Gets the angle, but somehow won't find the knock. But the extra cover is here. Here's the rest of the team. Human will wipe out Germany, and Australia are really disappointed that Germany couldn't get more knocks, which means that they have to be slower in this fight.
You can see how difficult it was for Korea to even spread out and finally or break out of their compound and get those kills, but well done to them. Also, I want to point out the UK 12 kills. They absolutely cleaned up Indonesia while we were watching that fight with Korea and Germany. So just utilizing their position and making sure they get every single inch out of that is what's been so impressive about the UK right now.
Yeah, Kick doing some damage on
Kalau ada
the
util enak tuh dilempar granat tuh US-nya tuh.
within the circle, and that ship just goes towards
Jangan Bang Bul. Itu enak kali tuh Bang Bul.
Kau mau naik ditembakin atas, giliran udah aman ngomak. Giliran ke atas ditampung, babi. Kasihan kali.
Sumpah jadi dewa itu UK di atas tuh Bang. 13 kill sudah.
And those nades, I mean, they're not even getting close to where they need to be, unfortunately. And it's just USA trying to fight back.
Apalagi Bang udah dapat bukit ini zona ya kan.
Sort of a reprieve of cover. You can see the nades.
Enak kali sudah. Loh.
But he just can't move out because the pressure from up top is too great.
Yeah, no,
Ditampung sama semua orang Bang.
As Australia begin pushing this way as well. Tanvu still alive for Vietnam, but look at Denmark wrapping up towards T-Bone.
Yeah, Denmark with an opportunity here to backstab the current game dominators, and that is the UK up top of this hill. They did open this up with a knock, so now this is also going to be
Gila Denmark dari posisi 16 di survival. Di final stage kayak gini langsung menyala tuh peringkat 5 Bang.
Emang world berarti dia.
Bisa ada orang loh nyelempit di situ. Gila Tanvu. Dibanting Bang. Lihat darahnya tadi Bang. Cuman berkurang sedikit. Seru.
Mereka nggak expect ya Tanvu di situ ya. Cemananya.
Keren. Seru. Mati dong.
And it might not be done yet. Tiggleton
Seru nggak Bang Bul?
Seru kali Bun.
Seru kali, sumpah. Tuh nanenggel aja dia. Kelekuan dewa itu Bang Bul. Bisa sendiri dia Bang Bul.
Iya.
Dia sih nggak mau ngasih kill ya harusnya.
Oh my, Denmark now beams Michael from afar. They're up to 3 kills. They want to
Kok nggak di-clearin ya dari tadi sama UK atasnya ini. Malah sibuk orang itu sama ini bawah.
He's gonna surely Tanvu doesn't get rival as well.
Tawan udah.
I feel it. Tanvu can't be stopped, and this is the last kill he needs to just send himself off into the sunset.
Sakit banget itu Bimi bangsat.
As far as work, the UK now fighting, looking on the other side of the barrels here of Denmark.
I love this from Denmark. They're just
mampus dinimbi-nimbiin.
With another one, Beamy wipes out Fex.
Haugi pakai suppressor.
Aduh. Yeah, he's just him. He's decided he's the main character. He's winning PNC.
Hashtag 2 dong.
Dan bilang mau kok unclap juga itu orang Denmark. Gelo.
Enggak lah Bang.
There's nothing he can do. But what
a
salvage game that was. Beamy's gonna try get the kill with Superman. He does it.
Hah? Apaan itu, Jing?
What an absolutely insane game. What a legendary solo play from Tanvu, the likes of which we may not see for a while. But man, congratulations to Denmark.
Tapi Denmark chicken ya. Crowdnya tetap dapat di Vietnam, Juk. Bangsat.
To the south, they were able to find those kills, and then when the opportunity struck, they were able to open up the knock on UK and take over their hill. What a game from them.
And if they want to make a push to get into that top 4 and maybe even close that gap to the two teams at the top. They need to keep playing like that. That was excellent from them. I feel like they've grown into the game.
Dulu.
But Tanvu is phenomenal at the game, and honestly, the fact that one of the TT White was Korea too, those are
emang nggak manusia tuh yang ada di PNC final nih.
Who didn't he wipe at this point? I mean, just unreal in this game. I mean, it was really off the rails
Dapat highlight
from the
juga
start
nih
just
Indo
because
nih.
of how little space there was to play. We saw the Philippines and Poland once again.
Ya kan,
Shocker to
dapat kan.
absolutely nobody.
2 lagi highlightnya nih.
Yeah, it was wild. And then Norway
kan.
pushed in. They tried to get rid of Indonesia, but Teddy is just
Dor.
a demon in the server.
Yeah, gotta give a lot of credit to Team UK as well.
Teddy is demon katanya bang.
You know, they
Berapa
were on
dia
the
kill
point
tadi?
tally going into that one was in the 20s. I think that
Dapat 3 deh.
they were actually on 18 points going into this map. They got 14 kills alone. They
Belum
essentially
mampir lagi tuh akhirnya.
point tally in that game.
Yep, they're going to be close to 9th, even 8th place. We'll see. Indonesia, though, did get some points. And then
Ditampung semua sama Vietnam. Kendeng.
from the blue to get Tig was just chef's kisses. Yeah, Denmark's push was picture perfect. They picked their spot, and they absolutely executed flawlessly.
Look at this. That's great
That
for
was
BB
sick.
as well. Because you got to maximize your points too, and it was worth the risk, you know, for BB.
Ay ay.
We're going to win this game.
Ay
We're
ay.
gonna get one extra point because we know he's going to deny if he lets the blue go.
Right. So, yeah, that was a well-played match from Denmark. An even greater play from the individual of Tanvu. But, man, so far, PNC has delivered. The finals have delivered. And you can see the fans here from Vietnam supporting their team. And I'm sure that gives them a
Kok
lot
pakai
of
baju
help
MU
as
dia?
well.
Nggak malu deh.
Best Vietnam
Iya.
ever looked. Like it
really is.
They're
Yeah.
looking so good.
Pakai MU dia dong.
UK with those 14 kills
Woi,
and a bunch
salah
of
tempat
points
lu.
Nggak malu kayak deh.
top of the overall point tally from that game. Good game from Australia as well.
Nggak malu
Only
dia,
5
Bang. Biar lah,
kills.
Bang.
They did a great wipe of Brazil. However, Tanvu'd all over them and didn't really give them much to do. And Vietnam, like, the best teams always find a way.
Yeah.
And with 2 players left after they got pushed by Chinese Taipei, nobody would have seen them get that amount of points.
UK tapi yang jadi dewa tuh di atas. Gila.
When they were able to get to that shack that we saw C4 by DraftKings, I mean, the fact that they got in that position in the first place was kind of crazy, right? So they just refuse to die, but another man that refuses to die is our man of the match. It is going to be Beanie, the flying Og, I believe it was, to get that kill. 642 damage. Again, Denmark just had so much control on the southeast, and they made damn sure that no one else was going to be able to encroach on their position.
And they made no mistakes. Like,
they really did.
You saw them think about pushing some fights, and they didn't. They fell back. They were like, does this fight help us win the game? No. Play on. Here's our match leaderboard, though. UK, they picked up 19 points, 17 for Denmark, 13 for Vietnam, and Korea once more only 4 points.
Yeah, Korea did not. I mean, they had a somewhat tough road. They got a few shifts early, sure, but then they had to go through multiple teams, one of those being Australia. Then they had to deal with the Germany thing, and then Brazil, I think, at some point was even shooting at them when they were trying to poke out. So it was a lot, but even still, I mean, they were able to get 4 points. It's better than 0.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the total leaderboard as we have a quick look. Vietnam, 108 points, 78 for Korea, China on 65, and Denmark.
Yo Indo yuk, bisa ngejar yuk, 3 besar yuk.
Perlahan naik. Yuk, perlahan naik.
Pretty far off the pace now at 52 and 48
Kalau chicken bisa sih. 5 besar deh, Bang.
Bisa. Masih ada 4 match lagi kan? Yuk bisa yuk, bismillah yuk,
Arin.
Indo yuk. Kasih tahu Le.
It's really the onus is on the lobby to get rid of this team so that everyone else can have some room to breathe.
Yeah, some room to breathe for those teams, but that does bring an end to Miramar for the day. It'll be coming up to Tego right after this commercial break.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently.
Yuk Zowie yuk,
in games.
sponsori awak. Asik.
Dominate with speed.
Juara dulu nggak sih?
8K HE.
Iyo. Indo kan maksudnya?
At the speed of light.
Kau lah yang juara dulu, Bang.
Dulu.
Customize every key.
Kok minta sponsori kok belum juara? Gimana, Bang?
Your play. Superior keystroke feel.
Sedikit ayahnya, Bang. Ya.
Nggak bisa.
Oh, gitu
juara
ya.
dulu.
Iyo. 8K HE. Alpha.
TD kill 4 Bang tadi. Oke. Nggak masalah. Masih ada 4 match today. Cek demo ini Bang Bol. Discord.
Tolol.
Belikan apa Bang Bol?
Kok beli satu kontainer pun juga dapat, Bang? Shit.
Beliin apa Bang? Kalau mengikat aja.
Kok beli satu kontainernya dapat sih?
Kalau Bang ikatan cinta ini. Enggak, dia niat gitu loh Bang. Nge-spraynya. Ini lagi Bang Bul. Cek DM.
Nggak ada otak ya. Uji coba.
Orang penasaran.
Iyo. Udah dasarnya sultan.
Radiator loh bang, radiator mobil. Itu prosesor paling kencang sekarang itu bang. Prosesor untuk ini server. Yuk main yuk. Udah siap-siap tuh Indonesia.
Down here, day 2 of the finals at PUBG Nations Cup 2025. And what a wild 2 games it's already been, Gibson.
It has been crazy, particularly if you are a Vietnam fan. But it's pretty much the trend that we had yesterday. Vietnam continuing to extend that gap over the first 2 games of the day. However, this is where things started to slow down for them.
Oh, Koyo rupanya, Koyo.
This is the final game of the first half of the whole.
Pakai Koyo dia, Le.
This map is done. It is essentially
Masuk angin.
Udah pada sakit pinggang semua itu bang. Yang main dari Dewan.
I expect it to slow down today, especially with what we've seen with the beginning stages of Miramar today. I imagine Tego would be no different, and probably the same for Rondo and Erangel as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. I know for a lot of the teams though, I hope it's going to be, you know, that basketball could have thought they had us in the first half. I'm not going to lie. Really got to go and try to.
Kau udah lihat TD yang versus Salut itu bang Bol? Videonya?
Belum.
Ada di PUBG Sport YouTube. Taigo ini udah pernah di rewalk nggak bang Bol?
Taigo. Belum
kan? Yang udah pernah itu Erangel udah. Miramar udah.
Vikendi
udah. Vikendi udah. Ya Taigo belum ya? Taigo Rondo termasuk baru juga nggak bang?
Baru.
In Palace, it didn't really work out. It looks like USA have already out the plane, and so I'm not convinced. No.
Yeah, USA, they're going to go towards a little bit further towards the other side. And I think had USA been on 60, 70 points,
they probably would have gone to Palace.
They go for that hot drop.
Main anjir.
They're thinking to themselves, it's
rebutan mobil ini.
Just to go ahead and try to continue that. We're not going to cut off our own nose to spite our face, right?
Right.
As Brazil will drop nearby Norway. Norway will pick up some of the hard spawn vehicles. You'll see Brazil try to get a knock or two on those players as they leave. But at this point, all teams are off the plane. UK, though, they've gone for that really late drop up towards the south side of Shipyard.
Yep, and as you can see, Norway wants absolutely nothing to do with Brazil. They just want to steal their vehicles, and this circle is going to be
Indo zona lagi, bang.
Fairly even for most of the teams involved.
Yeah, and a lot of people
Aduh, zona tai gitu.
for UK, they're the furthest team away. In fact, it's
Ke bukit mana itu bang zonanya?
down the eastern side of the circle and come in around Ohyang, or even if they want to go further south towards Hospital.
Tengah kanan.
So even though the UK don't have the zone, it's
Bisa.
a really good circle for them, and they should be guaranteed.
Tapi kan mereka bawah itu kan kosong bang, mereka bisa muter dari bawah juga bang.
Iya, tapi kalau tergantung posisi mereka standby-nya di mana.
Oke.
Love that from the USA, and I completely agree. Your assessment of the East is going to be, again, most likely what the UK is going to take. Also just based on the play path, right? Not a lot of teams are able to stretch that far. None of the teams really do stretch that far to loot anyways. And so that area around Ohyang, I again imagine, is going to be where a lot of these teams end up coming in from, or just the south itself.
Yeah, other things to keep an eye on. Obviously, we had Brazil, UK, and Australia.
Ada orang ngendok.
Marsalek's caught out, maybe potentially.
Lah, ketahuan.
This is a 1 versus 1. Marsalek with the M249. Having a look at the map, the rest of Poland are now on their way here. Pufax, Masters, and Kapi are coming. And really, for Norway, you needed to get that knock quick. You didn't want to give the rest of the team chance to get here. And you can see Norway are trying to back off now. He's looking to get in his vehicle. He wants to get out of dodge before reinforcements get here.
Well, Sparking is going to try to get rid of 8C, but it looks like he might just make it past. One of the tires is out. Hold on a second. Is he going to spin? It might be safety for him, and it looks like he will get away. Something else that I noticed that I'm very actually happy about is that the Poland has not run into the Philippines.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. There's still a chance. Wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Indonesia. They bump into their other colleagues, but Mpad has stayed here.
Oh, 8C.
Oh, he should be done. He should be done. Himman gets knocked by Sparking as the South American, the LATAM teams are dealing with him.
Go disampah tuh.
That kill away as China get the first kill, but Emmy will find 8C. And for Norway, who were stars of the survival series, it's just not going the way they would want in the grand finals.
No, not at all, as Cappy is going to find Intens, and so Norway is just getting picked apart, but not only the two South American teams, but also by Poland. You can see James just quietly coasting in.
Yeah, he's just going to wait, maybe see what happens.
Kawannya jauh-jauh lagi.
Try get those blue chips back and bring his teammates back into play. China, they're going to rotate not too far away from Sparking.
Langsung ngepot cok, exput cok.
Keep the terrain in his favor.
He's fine, it'll flip.
Nope, I lied. It did flip.
Ya ampun.
It just didn't flip back, yeah. And something actually I was just thinking about as we were both talking about Norway and 8C, or
Nyakit mobil guling.
getting his team members up. I agreed with you until I just realized where their chips actually are. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that.
That's a fair point. I think one of them are out in the open, one of them's in a compound that Poland are going to hold, and realistically, it would take an extreme shift for that Poland compound to not be in the next zone, so that's a fair point.
This might just be a James show.
Yeah, he's done it before.
He has.
Argentina, though, look how close they've gotten to Vietnam.
Meta kah ini bang? AUG suppressor.
Kenapa?
AUG suppressor meta kah?
Ya ada depan-depanan aja itunya.
Heroes
Oh iya.
Argentina would be to this lobby if they can get rid of Vietnam quickly here. Or not even really quickly, just get rid of Vietnam at all.
Suppressor cuman ini kan, hip fire aja kan bang.
Hip fire.
Gak ada vertical recoil atau horizontal gitu, nggak ada kan?
Yuk.
Look at this, Argentina, like this is they're like we've been in this situation before. We're gonna smoke it out. Delwyn, one more shot.
Mati kau. Ayo, panik. Alah. Dapatan punang.
And Rebo is flushed out.
Yeah, and DraftKings gone. He's not. Look,
Lah,
he's
masa kan
wrapping
knock.
around. I don't know whether he wants to take this fight, but this is the thing. Hosan with a recall system. That's why Vietnam are playing there. They can take this position. Had Himas been flushed, you just bring him back in a few minutes' time.
And I'm really curious here if Australia is actually trying to jog for position on Vietnam. Maybe they think that they can take them out and also
Norway kok
not
tinggal
only get
sendiri
points
bang?
for
Perang
themselves,
sama
but
siapa
maybe
tadi?
just kind of help the lobby.
Diculik Argentina, diculik Brazil.
Wishful thinking, because of course Australia is not going to do that. I mean, that would be a crazy play for them to go for.
Ada trik di
I
situ
saw them
loh.
rotating up towards there. They heard the fight with Argentina and maybe.
Udahlah gameplay Kiwa AE kayak gini nih.
Monty's just checking out the compound. The trick is in right now. Korea setting up somewhat of a late bridge camp here as well as Denmark. Will send everybody through, but here comes that crash. They know the tricks alone, and they get the knockdown.
Mati
Trick will
dong.
get one from the grave, but
Dapat
Teddy
satu.
is coming right on in. So that one knock, and now the rest of Indonesia to potentially get involved. Setsuna with a great knock on to Monty. Now he's look 12. Will throw a nade as a rebuttal, but Setsuna with one of his own. He comes
Ketahuan
under
harusnya.
pressure from Luke
Posisinya.
and that's a great nade
Nice.
from Setsuna. And Argentina will flood is gone. Poland look like they've left their compound. They want to
Tinggal
taste
sih bang harusnya.
what's going on right now. And Magsters is just going to
What a
delete
shot!
Teddy.
What a shot from distance. That was disgusting. But even more disgusting is just the state of Australia. They just cannot catch a break.
They got the first knock. Had that nade
Dilepas
from
ini.
beyond the grave not got the knock, I'd say Australia would have been
Dengan
fine.
dilepas.
But that just goes to show how things are in such a fine balance inside of a game of PUBG. Indonesia now, they're sharing, it looks like Poland, they got their point, I think, so they're going to fall back now. No need for them to fight
Nice
with the rest
start,
of
Indo.
Indonesia as they get everybody
Dapat
back
3
on
poin.
their feet. But in doing so,
2
Yeah.
atau 3
that's
bang?
opened up a
3.
ton of space on the west side of
3
the
kan?
circle now. Thailand, they've got a bunch of space they can play. UK, the position that UK are in right now, they're going to extend a little bit
Telat
further
ini
north.
observer yang ngasih ini ya, poin kill lah.
If they stay within touching distance
Atau enggak ya di sampah satu sih ya.
south of their position. And Brazil, they're the same. Like Brazil are playing right by that recall system near the center of the circle.
Iya.
Poland.
Harusnya
Iya,
kena
iya.
sampah
Iya,
satu.
iya.
You see places
Kena
that
sampah
teams
sama
maybe
Poland.
didn't necessarily always play in the past. Now we get increased value because of those systems.
Yeah, especially if those systems happen to fall where not only is it in the circle, but it's
Udah
advantageous
kelihatan
for them
harusnya.
to hold, which this is. So we'll see if Thailand is going to indeed do that. Now they have a large majority of actually space to play if they want to. Is Curdy is going to rip off BL's helmet.
Yeah, no, the question is, are USA close enough?
Mini kayak gitu ya bang. Pansnya nggak pala anu kali bang.
Oh yeah, this is good. I like this.
Kalau MK kan itu agak ngangkat kali tuh bang.
Is he doubling down?
That is
Wah ini cuma ngelawak ini mah.
of explosive power right there. He's sending
Sumpah itu ngelawak itu. Udah meledak duluan mobilnya.
Oh, kick, you need more. Here's the thing, right? It takes what, 4 or 5 seconds to place it? It takes 15 seconds total for it to explode. By him placing 2, he reduced the time to get
Harus dua orang,
Iya harus dua orang bang, harus dua orang yang megang.
But I mean, a C4 just for one flush is, I mean, they don't know that there's no one else in that compound, which is fair. But yeah, the double was excessive. We'll say that.
Yeah, I think though for
I like
US,
the idea.
Yeah, and they didn't lose kick. They didn't lose anybody off the back of it, so it's kind of one of those situations where it's not the worst in the world. They're still going to do their due diligence to make sure that there's nobody else here. BL, he's not going to call for any help. He knows that his day's dusted. Brazil aren't going to give up a
Kelihatan banget nih, kurang.
try get their teammate back or go
Knowledge-nya nih.
either. So
Brazil kah?
that's the way
Atau
BL
siapa?
plays. I think he's a really
Ini si Kickstart nih, banyak kali cerita ya.
Iya bang. Kok kayak gitu ya dia? Tarik ke bawah.
So when he dies, it tends to be in situations like that.
Ya elah.
But what about that for a ship?
Sanding.
That is
Asu.
not what you want to see if you were one of the teams on the southeast or just the east side. You can see Germany was making their way.
Jadi bilang
into that
zona taek,
rotation.
bang.
Chinese Taipei,
Zona
USA was set
bangsat
up
nih
in
bang.
that circle. UK, the team that actually you were mentioning had a really good.
Coba
strategy
hitung
for the
berapa
south,
yang
just
ada di
has to throw it right
Osan.
out the
Habis
window.
ini, bentar lagi.
Oh rame bang, rame bang.
I know that we again.
Oh iya
this
itu
is
dicampur
almost
itu.
trying to have a think of, oh my god, that shot match.
It was so good.
Insane. But UK, I think it looks like Michael.
TD kejut itu pasti.
Pasti bang. Hah? Pasti gitu dah. Hah? Udah 1, 2, 3, 4.
And you know you've got Argentina not
Norway,
too far away,
5.
becoming
Masuk
pretty
Thailand,
full
6.
inside of the city. But what that does is free
6
up
tim.
tons of space on the periphery of the zone. Like you look
You
at
can
the
see it.
northwest, it's completely barren.
It's completely open. A lot of these
Iya kan
teams
bang, 6
also
tim kan harusnya.
figure that they want to be inside of the city.
Thailand tuh.
Just in case it does go there. It is looking that way, but I like Korea's stance better.
Kita lihat
I
map
think it's
aku ya.
much easier to crash the city than it is to get out of it, especially if Circle happens to shift off
Santai
of
ya,
it. So
iyo.
I think they're doing great. Same thing with Philippines. They have a split on the edge of the city. You can see Algen bots up to the north. Wonderful stuff. And Australia is just down.
Masuk Indo lagi bang, ke
He's
Hosan
just
juga
gonna
dia
hang
bang.
out here. There's no reason for him to do anything else. He just needs to salvage points.
1, 2,
Ya
3, 4, 5, 6.
Does he wait?
Masuk Indo 7 itu tuh. TD dulu tuh bang.
He could wait for
TD
the
itu
Blues
bang.
on the close, go back in phase 3, get those chips, go to somewhere like school and bring them back.
Hai,
So,
I don't think it's a bad play.
yeah, and it's a play that
Kejang lah PC kau.
isn't possible. And it changes
Udah
what a
kata
salvage
PC
game
ya
can
belum
be.
ditut
Yes,
lagi.
the only issue is that even if he
Padahal
does do
Tatwik.
that, where are they going to land? Especially when we look at how much time it's going to take. This is probably going to close, so wherever they would want to loot is probably going to be in the blue, and that's not a guarantee of finding enough
Belum
meds to
detik
actually
detail
tank it so
Tatwik
that
pula.
you can loot.
Ah
Well,
gitu
if
lah
I
bang.
flood, I'm putting some stuff in the car, right? I'm going to get a couple of medkits in there.
Om Dros
Helmets and
nobar sama
vests to
siapa?
make that
Imbot dah.
possible. Indonesia now pushing in towards Himas from Vietnam. Himas with the nade at the ready. This could be really good. He tosses it underhand.
Rame.
The fence caught it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that fence didn't catch it, that might have landed right on top of Setsuna. As that one pretty much did, so he's going to get low. Yes, Indonesia trying to cover here, but Himas putting damage on everybody.
And the problem is Himas can peek from 2 or 3 different spots, which is a problem for the side. DraftKing with a good nade will wipe out Cappy from Poland as all these teams inside Hosan start to lock horns. Delwyn joining the rest of them in this fight.
Balik kau deh.
Setsuna wants to smoke his way back into some cover. Himas 320 damage so
Bang.
far. No kills on the board. And that's good shots. Those shots from Teddy just pushes him back.
Selamatnya.
And it gives Setson the time that he needed to join the rest of his team inside the barns.
Yeah, and speaking of that wrap rotation you were calling from southwest to south or southeast to southwest,
Berapa hari ini, Le?
Germany that made that
Besok
rotation.
terakhir.
Of course, breaks
3 hari final.
doing what he does best, and yeah, he's led his entire team to a completely open West Coast.
Sesungguhnya mencinta, namun ku relakan diri.
This circle right now becomes a problem.
Anjir rame kali,
All
Wak.
those teams in Hosan are begging for that to go their way, but if it
Ya
doesn't,
Allah.
meat grinder.
This is what I was
Ini
talking
diambil
about.
bukitnya lagi sama apa ini Jerman udah berapa dah?
To get out, especially when you have this just absolute crazy condensation of teams.
Orang gila.
Orang gila. Dikiranya scream ini, Bang.
Philippines move in as well, and it's something that I've always preached as well. Yeah, like you said, it's so difficult to get out. It's the teams that play.
Kira dia scream ini, Bang Bul. Ajar apa, Bang?
But if you're Argentina,
Aja sendiri.
I think
Aja sendiri.
I think that's Poland that are just inside with them. It's so hard to get out of Hosan from here.
Well, also if you're on the extremities, you can just try to farm the teams that are
Udah
trying to
tamu
get
nih.
out. So it just
Langsung
works out.
berhenti loh dia.
We can see Korea
Nggak jadi Korea rupanya. Lari.
towards the UK. And they're now sandwiched in between Denmark. This is a very precarious position for the UK.
Yeah, what a Denmark.
Pusing-pusing kau. Observer.
I think if the UK
Kerja kau makanya bagus.
Kerja
Kerja
betul.
observer ya, Bang. Oh saja nanti lagi perang dipindah monyet, Bang. Kayak kemarin tuh.
Wrapping his way around again now, getting the nade at the ready as Vard is about to bleed out.
Kemarin orang lagi perang dipindah sama dia, monyet, Bang.
In match number 2, they've gone head to head with Korea, who seem to be pretty annoyed that they've
Ya
been
Allah.
losing ground to Vietnam all
Mati
day
dong kau Tibon
long.
di
And
situ.
I can see, is that
Oh, Mak,
Philippines
mainan awak di situ.
sending mortar? It is.
Waalaikumsalam.
Denmark too.
Mainan awak rupanya di sini.
Just on the side of this hill that you can see the UK fighting on, and these are not getting
Ya,
too
tak
close,
kemana
so
pun.
there's still some time for the UK to try
Minta
to
diajari dia,
recover,
Bang,
but
cara main
Canada
mortar.
will find another knock.
Yeah,
Ulan.
looking, keeping an eye on where Michael is playing. Salute has an idea that Fex is down on the other side of that rock. How
Itu
good
siapa, Bang?
Kilbird is.
Revert patch. Anjing. UK babi.
But UK, they wrapped into the one potential
Revert patch 36,1
Korea.
anjay.
And while all this is going on, nobody else is really pushing off the back because everyone else is locking horns. Look, USA,
Terganggu
Brazil,
dia, Bang,
on the
sama
south side
recall
of the
system
circle, they're
C4.
causing themselves some trouble as well.
Yeah, the issue for them is China waiting in the wings for whatever happens between these two teams, especially if Narcs start to go out and they're no longer able to recover efficiently. That's when China's just going to come in and swoop up all these kills.
Yeah, sparking inside the blue, raining.
Agak susah sih itu.
Michael, he was
Naiknya.
trying to escape, and that leaves it all down to one play. Oh my God, it's a T-bone! What is happening?
Hah?
You know what? All
Apa?
gas, no brakes. Brazil, they take
Apa
a
itu, Brazil? Ya Allah.
Halo left alive now, and Kurt. But that was, you know
Do
what,
you
if you're
ready
gonna
to
go
lose,
down,
Brazil?
Go down swinging.
I mean, if that's what you
Ya
wanna
Allah,
call it, they
Indonesia
just drove
posisinya tuh, Bang Bul.
straight into the vehicle of USA.
Di rumah biasa kita turun belakang itu, Bang Bul.
Iya.
Dekat bioskop tuh.
Habis itu langsung balik ke Indo lagi. Iya. Iya, Ham.
Just barely get inched out.
Does T-Bone have any utility? Can he throw anything into the smoke as Denmark begin wrapping around Chinese Taipei, who've been much improved over the course of the last 2 days from an aggression standpoint? They're
3 tim yang nembakin Taipei nggak tuh, anjing.
This is not where you want to be. You don't want to go near the UK and Korea at this position. I think they'll just wait here for a little while, find some more men.
Aduh, tap.
T-Bone though, let's jump back to Vietnam though, as they're in that battle for Hosan.
You can see that's a knock and flush onto Luke 12, so he was brought back by his
Ya,
teammates.
dilempar itu
This is the
Blizon.
problem though, you get brought back so late, where are you going to loot? There really wasn't anything for them.
Masih bisa sih menurutku, Bang.
It might have been. I mean, you can see
Nggak tahu nih netnya nih.
the south side in the blue is
Aman,
Indonesia
aman.
fighting desperately for any form of
Lah.
relief. There's going to be some Moy taken down. Hamas is going to flush TD with a grenade, and Even Thailand is getting involved in this.
Apa ini cok? Vietnam sama Thailand Sana perang. Ya Allah.
111 points for them so far as we're getting closer and closer to the halfway point of PNC.
Sana perang aja sana sama Thailand nih.
He's only got 42 this time around, but was involved in that defense as
Jangan
Thailand
kacau
now.
Indonesia lah bro. Walah.
Looks like they're setting it to down.
Where are these going?
Is 157 meters the right distance?
I'd say yes. Yes, it is.
Door.
Right on top of them. They just spread out just barely, but Cumin will find Keter because they have to get out of cover.
Yeah, this is good for Korea. 2 kills on the board for them now. Fluky looks like he's sending another one in.
Ditembak
Mike
lagi.
just adjusted a couple of meters back and forward.
Satu lagi
Still
peluru
at
yang harusnya.
157. This one's going to land, and Denmark know that they can't move around. Like they have to keep
Bang kiri bro.
through the smoke, and that opens up the angles for Korea.
MR dia bang.
This little ghost this time from
Ada yang buka
China,
MR tuh.
who gets the
Type
angle,
B.
gets that knock onto Doffy, but it's not looking good for Denmark. It's a good position, but the utility usage from other teams is putting them under threat for the teams that can provide Overwatch.
The problem is it was a good position even before, but they knew this. I mean, Gustav knew that this was going to be the
Lah
case.
Tibon masih hidup rupanya bang. Gue pikir UK udah rata tadi.
They're in a wonderful spot, but because everyone is so focused
Jadi terumbu karang ya bang.
absolutely nothing left. Smokes probably next to nothing. Their vehicles
Ini masuk ke hosan semua ini. Berapa EPS yang didapat Bang Bul? Betul aja Bang Bul. Sumbur. Tuh, observer apa ngelek deh Bang. Ya Allah ya Robby. Apalagi nih ampun. Apalagi di Bang Bul. Terlalu chaos.
Kena tabrak bejir.
Terlalu chaos. Masuk Filipina lagi. Sumpah ini. Hah? Chaos sekali, sumpah Bang. Dapat lagi nih satu. Lah jadi menang dong Cina.
What?
Korea yang numbur, Korea yang kalah.
Weh, kuburan kah itu tempat?
Sumpah. Ada 3 tim Bang di situ yang mati Bang sudah. 2 apa 3?
Bapak dia. Anjing.
Celekuan kuburan itu.
12 teams alive in this circle, the majority of which are now stuck in the north side of Hosan.
Enak kali itu dah. Portingannya udah lengkap itu. Cuman yang PR dari belakang nih. Tapi aman harusnya belakangnya itu Bang Bul. Bisa Tibon sendiri kan.
Yeah.
Yang PR itu dari kiri itu, dari Filipina. Filipina tadi itu. Mati kan. Oke. Ya ampun. Kawannya sendiri ditabrak lo itu, ha.
Yeah, I mean this is what happens when you have like a big city ending like Hosan, and then you still have enough of the extremities you were talking about earlier, where teams occupy and really dictate how the teams inside or even on the edge of the city move. We saw that with Ace left. We saw the multiple teams trying to take that. I mean, that position was so good, but it's just nigh impossible to hold when you have teams like Germany and Korea and even the Philippines looking at that dip.
Yeah, and I think you got to give someone credit to Ace left as well, like the way he played that, knowing that
Jangan nge-tracking mobil,
and he was running to exactly where he had just gone off as well, knowing that the Lions weren't going to double down. And he just was insane with a 10 trip.
Well, and the car swap at the end to get Guman was so good.
Xlef, look, he's repairing something. He's got a repair kit. I wonder if it's some gear, whether it's a vehicle.
Cuman gitu-gitu aja sih tuh perangnya Bang Bul. Ya ampun, donanya bagus sekali. Ditampung lah ini Vietnam nih.
Nah itulah, iyo ditampung, kena tampung balik.
Limp in here. Tanvu will be the front man for the team. As you can see, he's trying to
dalam hati aduh. Antrap.
Tereng. Ya ampun.
And we won't do any more in case we get in trouble on the broadcast.
Masuk trick, nice.
As the nades and mollies go, this is Vietnam pushing in now towards Indonesia. And
Bikin nih kalau menang nih.
flood being cleared by USA has done Vietnam such a favor as well.
Yeah, it really did. That was a backstab waiting.
Kalau menang sih GG Indo sih.
And the rest of Thailand in a beautiful position.
Ada heal orang
All
tuh.
these teams trying to get to the edge.
Yes.
Phase 6 will be closing somewhat soon, but
Mau gimana lagi guys ya?
so clean the awareness. Himas is gonna just get rid of Indonesia when he finds Trick.
Himas and XLEF, two of the best players that we've ever had, are just putting on a show today and over the course of the weekend. Poland still alive, 2 points for them.
Deprot mau ke sana salah, ke sini salah.
MG.
It's the best position they've had in the
Semananya.
last couple days, so good for them. They have 3 members alive. They do have something to play just in front of them on the edge. That building is still in, so they will have to deal with Argentina and the solo of Norway, but they do have a path in, which is the most important thing with 3.
Yeah, but look at Argentina's position in the circle at the other side of the crossroads. They can gatekeep Poland really effectively. Poland need a knock on, like they're fighting with James, but it's Emmy or Capitan.
Oh!
Matchers is kind of nasty with
That's
it.
a second just beautiful money headshot he's gotten here.
I love a bolty shot. Oh, that nade. Is it a smoke? It's a
I think
smoke.
it's a smoke. Yeah, self-thrown smoke.
Yeah. Sometimes you see the color and you're like, oh no, this could be really bad. But Tentrip going to get back on his feet as Aches left. Will be forced to move now by the blue as well. Maybe he's just going to stay in there and med and try to limit into the placement points. Tentrip goes down to the blue once more. And I think for Philippines, you can't really get that res now, can you? Maybe there's a chance. It was a BZ, I guess, that got him, right?
No, they're in the blue. It's hurting too much. Masters will find the nade, and so Philippines will fall. A little bit of revenge there for Poland finally onto the team.
Thailand tuh masih full loh.
Long enough, right?
Konsisten,
Took long
anjing.
enough. I love Germany's position. Like Germany, if anything, Germany needs to make sure that they don't get too busy, right? Sometimes you can get bored in a position like this when you see everything else happening and you're just not involved.
Well, again, it's just their playstyle right now, and so far in this lobby is really not giving them a lot of credence to points, right? They have good position, but they haven't been able to kill much or even steal much.
Vietnam kept in by that circle as Thailand now hold the center of the zone, but they'll expect a lot of traffic to come their way pretty soon. I think once the fight between Argentina and Poland starts happening.
Tadi kalau Flood dapat emas saja beda cerita ya. Kemungkinan.
His team, or at least get a little, he's going to make that move now. There's no point risking it with so many players left alive. Argentina, James with a C4 play here. Is James going to send this towards Argentina, or does he go somewhere else?
What? He just planted it on the car that he was next to. I mean, oh, he's using it for Poland.
Didn't need it. Didn't need it in the end, but Norway pick up another point onto Pufa and Poland. Well, they are now down and out as the team that are in second last pick up a point off the team. Do you hear the crowd as they saw XF just get into the circle? They got so excited about that Godspeed.
And that's a good spot for him as well. It's going to be impossible for anyone to see. Now, he is just outside of the circle, but that building, he's got so much space to work with. Meanwhile, Emmy is going to get the double onto James, and he will go down, so Norway is eliminated, but a nice salvage from him for his team. Norway struggled in the beginning of this one, and he was at least able to get them in the points.
XLEF now prone inside the poly tunnel. He'll be able to catch anybody that moves this way. I think this is just good for him. Stay alive, stay in the fight. Argentina, USA, Vietnam, all on the southeastern side of the circle now. USA have done a great job, having lost players earlier, avoiding trouble inside of Hosan, but they've got to make their next step inside the circle. Do they go towards Argentina? Do they go towards Vietnam? But Vietnam, look at where they're looking. Those players' eyes are solely locked on the edge of the blue and any potential threat coming from inside the city.
And I'm trying to see the terrain that Germany is working with on the outside here, and how much they're actually going to have to move as Alo sets up with the Panzer It's just him and Purdy. They've been able to move and navigate throughout the city fairly unscathed as a duo. So you can see the three members of Argentina and Capitan are also in this very position. The spray from Himas still 3 strong, 9 kills for the team of Vietnam, but they are currently not even in position to get punished by anyone else in the lobby. I mean, they're just going to crew, unless Thailand pushes and takes more space, which I don't think they will because there's no need for that risk. Vietnam's probably just going to get right underneath them.
Yeah, Thailand are just happy with what they have right now. And one thing about Himas shooting that window, that gives Argentina a good idea of where USA are as well, because they hear that glass break, so you now know where the other team is. Argentina, they look like they're on the move now. They're trying to consider their next step, and Elo, he lets the first one go. Much like when you see cars rotate past, he's waiting for the last player. He wants to get the final one that moves in, and this could be so clever from Elo if he pulls it off.
USA are the furthest ones out of the circle. They have to move forward into that nade on Capitan. If he can get a second one and a knock, that's an opportunity. He is going to get out of the way. So it's going to have to be the hard way here. Oh, there we go. Elo will find one, but they need to cross the street. Time is running out. Blue is starting to push them.
Big thing is,
and Tanvu steals it.
Of course, Vietnam steal that point away. Kurt now with the S12 shotgun. Elo will fall with a nade from Capitan. Kurt now with the shotgun, wipes out Argentina. It's another point for USA.
But he's not in. I don't think there's no time for the res.
It's going to be tight. No,
I don't think there's time. There's just not enough time, and Kurt realizes it.
Yeah, so he's going to get whatever he can off of Elo. He'll get whatever med kits, whatever utility. He's going for it. He's going for it. Oh, he gets him.
Oh,
he gets
my
him.
goodness, that was so tight.
Oh, he's going. The wall's just outside the circle, though. They still need to take another step, and it looks like Vietnam are ready to take advantage.
But they need smokes. They're not in. That's not in the circle.
Oh, this is tight. Vietnam as well. They're still... Vietnam are in the circle here as well. They're in such a good position for another salvage game. The X-Left from China will get that kill. This man, he is just loving life. And Fluky gets both with the nades.
Yeah, they had full vision of exactly what USA was trying to do. Even though the knock came out from X-Left, it didn't matter, but X-Left with a P90, hold on a second, he finds and flushes Fluky.
5 kills and a P90. He is still not done yet. Vietnam, they're going to close the gap. Now all that happening has opened up the opportunity for them to get closer and closer to Thailand. Thailand
Gila, poinnya 120 Bang Bul.
Utility they have this way to hold back the push, but Tanvu is still alive. Germany.
Kasih aja nggak sih? Pialanya ke Vietnam nggak sih?
But, I mean, Germany has to move into the circle as well because it's Thailand that actually has control of center dot, but I don't know for how much longer. As you can see, Vietnam is starting to push, and they are right on the they're on the doorstep as he's going to come through.
Wah, dimajuin. Anak astaga. Main. Agak main semua.
Vietnam, 1 player alive. China, X-Left's reign of terror will be ended by Himas, who finds another kill. 14 for Vietnam. He's the last player standing. Another knock and another one. He is
Ini gila Bang Bul.
And they're looking to put not just Vietnam, but
terlalu toxic ini.
This is disgusting in a 1 versus 2 now.
Tapi mati sih harusnya. Naik nih hilnya.
Some time for Germany to push up, but he switches the angle. There is no way he's going to win this game. As he doesn't, Germany will put it up.
Ya, ente.
Wow, what an effort for Himas. Germany get the win. But even look at Germany. They're disappointed because they got the 10 placement points, but they got nowhere near as many kills as they would have hoped when they took that position outside the city. But if you're trying to make a case for who is the best player in the world, Himas and X-Left both really good tape on that game.
Toxic banget itu bomnya. Apa ya tembakannya?
Germany, that angle that he took as well on the right side of that tank, water tank, whatever it was so dangerous. But the problem still remains, even though it was Germany who claimed that game. Vietnam just got too many points.
They're insane. They're actually insane. Like Hemas running up, like Kiss.
Tahu orangnya kemana ini?
And then Hemas just runs up behind him. And the fact that as soon as he got that kill, he didn't stop. He was like, I know Germany are there.
He immediately switched on to Germany. Exactly. It was
like, honestly, this has been an incredible first half of PNC for Vietnam. The story is not done. There's still so much that can change. But as of right now, through 9 maps, they have been phenomenal. And it's, yes, you look at last year, the argument was they had too many fraggers, not enough passiveness in their team. They make the change. My God, do they look like they're on another level.
It's also what's really astounding here as we look through these highlights is that this is arguably one of the craziest lobbies we've had. I mean, every single team is stacked. There is no quote-unquote weak link, right? And it's just the domination that they're still exhibiting is something else.
Think about the players for Vietnam that aren't here. Think about Glories. Like, it's insane. And then, you know, you talk about stacked lobbies, or second place team Korea. You could make another roster of 4 players from Korea who could perform just as good. Like, they're so stacked. Again, we're getting away from it, like the fact that Germany played a brilliant game. It all kind of stemmed from that rotate they took, really, you know, what was it, phase 2, phase 3, where they went all the way from the east side of the circle to the northwest through that western side. But look at this, the spray transfer was perfect from Hemas. And he knew that there was no angle on him, so he confirmed out those extra kills as well.
The fact, again, just the wherewithal to know that he needs to clean up those 2 kills, right? It's just, he's not just, he's a very cerebral player, and that's what makes him so dangerous. On top of the fragging ability that he has, he's very intelligent in how he approaches those frags, how he approaches those fights, those angles. Man, look at him, he's just eating it up. Just an absolute stud and a monster.
You know those little, like, little pentagram signs that you get, or, you know, the, like, 5's yeah, it's the right word, where it, like, has awareness, fragging ability, you know.
You're talking about the Venn diagram.
Yeah.
Not the pentagram.
That's another team, but they've maxed out. He's maxed out all the stats.
He's maxed out everywhere, for sure. For sure.
Oh, they're so good. But let's have a look at our top 4. Vietnam, of course, will get the most points. No surprise there. 16 kills. 23 nades.
And again, though, big congratulations for Germany. They held their space in the north so impressively, but their playstyle is just not conducive for getting a lot of kills. And if they really want to start catching up, they need to have higher kill games where they're still maintaining the same level of control and they're getting at least 2nd or 1st place, because this is a massive hill to climb now towards the top 3 teams.
If anything as well, I'd say Korea are starting to look over their shoulder at China, who've been closing that gap. Let's look at our man of the match, though, and it's going to be Mika with 2 kills. And yes, we're going to give it to the team that wins. But again, Germany, from a macro standpoint, played a brilliant game.
Yes, they did. I'm not going to disagree with that. But again, with how crazy this lobby is and how stacked the top already is when we look at the leaderboard, you know, getting 12, 13 points here or there, unless they're getting it every game, I mean, they need to have more kills throughout the day. It's just, that's just how it is. And that's just not Germany, by the way. That's every team that wants to try to break into that top 5.
Yeah, and it's going to be so hard as we look at our match leaderboard. See how many points were garnered in that game. And it was a 22-point game for Vietnam in 2nd place. Germany got 14, China with 14 of their own as well. And then you look at, like, I hate to bring it up, but our reigning champions just have not had the start to today that they would have liked.
I believe the first game, I think they had like 5 or 6 kills. They were kind of getting in the mix there, but yeah, they have been thwarted, especially when we look at the last position that they had on the north side in that graveyard where we saw so many teams go. There really wasn't many options, and so it was kind of rough for them to get anything else off that game.
Yeah, Vietnam now on 130 points at the halfway point. Like, they're not going to replicate the first 9 maps, but if they did, they would get 260 points over those games. Korea now just 2 points ahead of China. Thailand starting to close that gap as well as they get to 70. Denmark with another okay game for them has them on 65. Argentina still ahead of USA, and Germany rounding out our top 8. UK though, still nice to see them climbing the leaderboard, but for Poland and Norway, who were opposite sides of the scale in survival series, right? One team dominant, got into the top 3. The other team last-ditch entry. they've just really not got going.
No, they haven't, but at least for Poland in that last game, they got out of that entanglement they had with the Philippines, and they were able to get to an end game with 3 players. So that at least is a bright spot.
Yep.
Hoping they can continue that moving forward, because they absolutely need to.
Yeah. So last night on the bus on the way home, Shrimsy had said, you know what? It's not too bad. We're 2 games off the top spot, 2 wins off top spot, 3 before the 6th game. They're about 4, they're about 5 now. It's insane.
The gap is just getting wider and wider, but USA did manage to kind of salvage that game, right? We saw it was Kurt and Alo at the end, but even then, not a lot, but a couple of their kills got stolen anyways.
I think for Denmark though, like, they're in a really good position too. Like, their opportunity to break into the top.
Udah beda 50 poin le, kasih ke Vietnam aja sih. Ya gitulah. Tetap try hard lah.
I'm actually so happy because I talked about it yesterday.
Coba aja guys, streamnya DKD kabul ini. Kemana entah? Dari tadi dia jadi ngobrol, kemana orangnya? Coba aja guys, streamnya.
But how good have they been since that point? Like, Ketter as an upcoming player inside of Europe,
a lot of talent,
so much potential.
A lot of talent for sure. I mean, we've even seen it from players that aren't even in this stage, right? Who didn't make it. There's a lot of talent up and coming in PUBG, and that's we need that. We need that fresh injection of players, of younger players coming in and learning the game, learning from the experienced players, and then becoming
Tadi
the
Vietnam mainnya keren, ya memang keren bang. 1 lawan 4 itu tadi lo.
Tadi Cina juga keren.
Tada.
I
Vietnam bro, Vietnam juara bro.
Look like maybe Argentina, the faces are a little bit more storied, you know, they've been around for a long time. But Argentina have had to put on a good showing here as well over the course of the week.
Yeah, and they got that win early at Miramar, so that was a good boost for them, but they really need to build on top of that. And one thing with Argentina
Hop, hop.
that I'd love
Semangat,
to see
semangat,
is they are
semangat.
starting to get more and
Semangat TDD kakak.
looks like even though it has been somewhat of a
Sorot lah
struggle, they're
TDD
still
kakak
finding
bang.
that confidence to get those
Kameramen.
kills and push out of their compound and be more proactive.
Koncet yang kameramen.
64 players have got through passport control. They're on the plane and we are changing our destination.
Gila.
It is Rondo.
Rame kali bang. Crowdnya bang.
This is a map that plays so different to the rest. It's got its own intricacies. It's got the EMP zone. It's got those monoliths, those spires that teams like to play on top of. And not to mention, probably my favorite vehicle in the game right now, the Pika Bus.
Yeah, Pika Bus is awesome. But the one thing to note about this plane is it's very southern, so I'd actually love to see a Tin Long Garden ending. Like, just the terrain all the way down to the south is so good and conducive for just playing on foot and pushing teams. So I would really love to see that. As long as we just don't go to Jadena City, I'll be happy.
The thing is, right, Tin Long, some designers, map designers and developers made an absolutely beautiful part of the map. Like, it's so scenic down there.
We never see it. We never see it.
Astaga le.
Oh, what is this? Hold on, there is 3 teams in Jadena City right now.
When is there ever one team in Jadena
Lihat
City?
poinnya bang Bol.
Right, anyways, we're going to get stuck into the action here.
130.
Godspeed. James running towards 10 triple. Looks like he doesn't have a goal.
Kasihlah pialanya udah bang Bol. Apalagi bang Bol.
Oh, yeah, James. Point on the board there. Now you look at it right.
Meran kah?
It looks like
Indo
Philippines
mana
went
nih?
for like a Jadena City
Opong
split.
tun.
And Norway were like, yeah, we can't get to our main drop. We're going to go to our alt drop. But I can't remember the last
Pong
time
tun.
if I've ever seen a first kill of a game on
Zonanya
Rondo
di tengah
being
gini bang Bol.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And if you're Poland, you're looking at the kill feed like, yes, you know.
Malah zona babi juga ini mah.
USA or Australia, you're probably going, yes, 10 trips not here
Tapi masih enak sih Indo buat main rotasi.
Rotasi, iya rotasinya masih enak
What I
bang.
love about that is we've had a kill and the players met it up and looted, and Germany are still parachuting from the plane drop.
Nice and slow is the best way to describe their play style, but it tends to work for them. So
they want to be the PNC 2025 champions. I think that's a tough ask, but inside the top 8 as things stand, a good performance here can put them right up alongside Thailand and China if they can secure a win. I think this is map yesterday's where we started to see some of the good play from Argentina really start to come in. They've got another good circle. I think this is the sort of circle that suits them better. They didn't get direct center, but they can loot and move into positions. Lil Ghost has extended up from China from test track to take his position in the center of the circle as well. Shrimsy with the same mindset. So a couple of individual players with the same kind of mindset. Let's extend away from the team, secure a compound near the middle of the circle, allow the rest of the team to loot, and then join me a little later.
Yep, and you can see that's kind of what Little Ghost did as well, even though China was already well positioned in test track. You can see, though, that Australia is getting dangerously close to the team of China. Meanwhile, it's going to be Hyman hiding from Calbs, trying to maybe get a little something cheeky off this rotation out of Jadeda.
He's heard something. The only reason he's here is he feels like Philippines are going to go for that tag or try to take on the fight. Because let's be real, Philippines are another team that's been really good at using the recall system. So it's a good idea, a good situation of understanding your enemy, understanding your opponents. But Calbs has gone for an extremely wide wrap, and that could be a problem for him and if he isn't aware. And I think that Calbs is being really clever about how he's playing this.
He is, but the problem is Norway knows exactly what he's doing. Hyman heard his vehicle, so they know he's there. And even though he is trying to be sneaky, the element of surprise really isn't on it. I mean, you can tell he's not even worried about Jadena behind him.
Yeah, he's keeping an eye on the other side of the bridge to make sure, or just to double check if anyone from Norway had already left that position. Are there any vehicles there? But that's kind of the main talking point that we have. Other things worth noting, I suppose, at this point is how close Germany are to Denmark, as we just get that brought up on your screen by Zhao Tin as they look to move in.
Dah ada yang
I think
dimi-dimi.
that Denmark should be aware. Both teams dropped off the plane at the same time. You'll see Germany rotating this way. And if you look right here, I think that's Doffy is getting so close to Mika.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're just going to run into each other here. Dolphy, I'm not sure if they've seen each other quite yet. And this fight is just taking right outside the circle. So realistically, if Denmark wanted to, if Germany wanted to, they could take the time to fight this. And there really isn't another team near enough to them to actually punish this. So this could just straight up be a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Calb's rotating back this way again. He's done a lot of scouting work, a lot of good work for his team. And Hyman has not given up his ghost either. He has a job, but he scouted the bridge.
I love this. It looks like the Philippines have actually tried to counter camp Norway on this bridge, because of the information Calbs was able to get.
I think that's great. It's really a good idea to counter that bridge. But look what Norway are doing. They're thinking that's a possibility.
So they're going north.
They're going north. It's these little
layers.
It's chess.
Yeah.
It is chess. But the thing is, it's not one team against another. It is 16 teams on the same board. And it can just be crazy. But all these little decisions is going to impact everybody else. The fact that this has taken so long gives like Chinese Taipei, Savior, the chance to move. The fact that this fight here by Zhao Tin with Germany and Denmark has gone on for so long, it might give Indonesia the opportunity to get into the circle a little bit quicker than them. Korea could take some spots that maybe Denmark might want to play. Everything is having an impact on, every player has an impact on every other player, and there's no game like it.
That's why we love it. Especially at this level, watching these teams make those decisions, navigate the difficulties, and just the variables, because that's really what PUBG is about. It's about managing the variables. Sometimes you can't. That's just the way the game is, but other times we see some truly incredible plays. You can see it looks like Australia is starting to really chase down China, and looking down, Norway still is in Jadena City, at least James is.
Yeah, Calbs has got the idea that they're still going to hold for that recall system, right? And that's why Hyman is still here. He's like, I want to make sure that they have no chance of getting it. Hyman has gone down to the low ground, and that might cause some problems.
Kau lagi makan ya?
They're so close. They have no clue.
Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah kita makan.
Makan bang, makan.
Kenapa lu balik kerja nih? Sempat
mandi dulu bang.
sedikit ya?
Makan, bisa mandi.
Oh my.
Iyo.
Sempat nonton sedikit tadi aku, yang aku tengok Himas sampai kelas Jerman, lepas tu ada yang tadi Indonesia ada orang comeback hidup di apa di Mountain Weibo tuh. Bukan di Mountain, di Cumacera dong hidup berapa 3 orang. Terus aku nonton sedikit. Korea sayang nomor 2.
Gila, poinnya udah lumayan jauh tuh bang.
Dorang mau kerja, harus ada chicken. At least hari ini kena ada chicken untuk kejar. Kalau tidak chicken susah. Sebab kalau bisa
Korea
konsisten, oke, dorang memang susah mau kejar. Dorang kena kejar hari ini juga, kasih dekat sedikit poin. At least.
Korea udah beda 50 poin sudah sama Vietnam.
Bisa. Aku yakin Korea bisa ngejar kalau benar-benar mau ngejar. 15 kill tuh untuk orang tuh tutup mata. 15 kill chicken 25. 15 kill chicken tutup mata. Selesai. Orang bisa. Korea ini dia mana ya? Orang punya apa? Orang punya power nih lain. Beda.
All that for nothing.
You say nothing, but I mean, look at this.
Aduh ya Allah, masih mau.
I bet they think I'm truly gone.
Balik lagi loh dia.
Every player's like trying to big brain the other one.
And this is all for 10 trip, by the way.
Yeah. The battle for 10 trip. That tag. It's like Saving Private Ryan.
Hashtag battle for 10 trip. I mean, that's literally what this is. Norway refuses to give up. And you know what? 10 trip is a damn good player to keep off the field because he is a menace.
And Norway have nothing to lose here either in 14th
They really don't.
place. Like,
yeah, I mean, well, also with the circle being the way it is, they have an easy path in on the east if they get rid of Philippines. So this is fine, and get more points. Why not?
And the longer this goes on, the more space that actually will be opened as teams move closer to the center of the circle. Now, as we see, the blue zones got involved. Norway are pinging out where they think these players are. Calbs has got. And see, Ntans doesn't want to shoot until he's guaranteed the knock.
Yes, which is wise.
And that knock.
Udah nanda-nanda itu.
Somebody. There you go. There's the hit. He needed the second shot. I think he fired at the right time because Calbs went
Kabut nih ya.
Kabul dari Meran nih, muternya.
Probably unseen.
Yeah. So what's going on elsewhere?
Yo,
What's
iki.
happening on everywhere else inside of Rondo?
Not much, honestly. All these teams have just managed to find themselves a good position in the circle, and everyone is just waiting. I mean, that's pretty much the game. And with a map like Rondo, generally every circle is
Dua orang pakai glider.
land, right? You're not going to have too many areas that's
Bukan.
Indo sama UK. Iyo. Tadi si Depor pakai.
Hari ini X-Lab mainnya lain macam. Perform.
Kemasukan apa lah dia doang.
Iya.
Kemasukan ini tadi.
Semalam tidur. Ini hari bangun benar dia.
Kemasukan apa Bang Bul? Koyo tadi itu Bang Bul.
Iyo.
But due to the fact the recall system's there, Australia's done that a few times over today.
Yeah.
And I think UK, Vard with the eye in the sky, he's decided, you know what?
Lagi masuk angin UK.
I think you're better to fall back. And Vard's going to scout out the circle. And that's going to shift heavy to the south. And that's really good news for Philippines.
That's incredible for Philippines. All right, that's good for Philippines, but that's incredible for USA and for Thailand. They are in prime real estate position. Calbs, of course, will get up 10 trip. And you know what? I love the fact that Philippines just weren't going to give up. They're going to get that fourth player, or they're going to fight a team and die for it.
Yeah, and look, he's worth it. Like 10 trip to me has been
worth it.
He's the
Benar-benar
player
Himas
PNC
kan.
for me.
Ya, punya mulai Mas.
The stocks are on the up. Denmark are hunting down China now. Zhao Wu and Little Ghost are in the same Datsy. They're going to hit a tree. That'll hit them and move on. And I think Denmark, they hopped out for the fight. China are going to move on. They'll continue to go north. And there's no harm with Denmark chasing because they're still so close to center.
Yeah.
And I think that even though you didn't get a knock, just by putting that pressure on the China and forcing them away, it's a good move.
It is, and China also just getting away from that fight also find themselves in a strong position here currently in this split. The only real threat is going to be the split above at Brazil, but they don't have to move for a while either.
Chinese Taipei, they're rotating into the north. They'll intersect Korea and Australia, going past test track as things stand. Salute spots them out, but even as good as Salute is, that's a tough one.
Come on,
Vard. Yeah, he's going for it.
A little aerial battle, if you will.
Flight of the Valkyrie should be playing now. We had Benny Hill earlier. Now we should get.
Jangan bilang dikejar sama Fart ini. Lucu tuh kalau dikejar betulan.
Or I say the EMP zone. Ixlef will find sparking in the distance.
That's a lot.
Masih dapat ketinggiannya dia, Bang. Masih aman harusnya tuh.
The sparking should be able to get picked up. That shouldn't be a problem for him. Little Ghost though is going to take some time to get a spray out towards Chinese Taipei, and they're. I mean, I would be surprised if he hit any of those. That is a crazy distance to try to hit something. Gustav as well will find a small amount of damage, but nothing crazy. I say that, but Ixlef will find Malrush, and the flush will come from Zhao Wu.
Yeah, Savior looks like he's going to jump out too. It looks like they're going to lock into this fight with Denmark as Gustav will start tossing his nades across the road.
Seringkali orang perang di sini. Celekuan ini.
Leo is looking to wrap up onto the high ground on the other side. All these nades are going to
Posisi enak soalnya.
go into the valley that
Menurut
Denmark are
mereka.
in. So even if you go long,
Iya sih. Cuman ya itu Bang, dapat high ground-nya ini nih. Yang tepatnya Leo ini enak nih.
Oh, the snade though, the snade could be
Rata
absolutely
Denmark nih.
huge. It bounces fortunately for Denmark, but it's Savior now with a separate angle and a molly. This is so much pressure for
Iya.
Denmark to deal with, and they're getting picked apart.
Gustav down and out now. Daffy
Bisa
and
dua.
Ketter.
Datang China. Datang China terpati. Si lapar. X-Lab. Oh tuh X-Lab. Udah lapar.
Going to take the brunt of the shrapnel. That nade could be a little bit better. The vehicle explodes and
Ya.
Jawe eventually gets it done. And
Udah rata.
Denmark deleted.
Ini rata lagi.
Masuk. Saya lapar. Saya butuh makanan.
The problem is
Kedengeran harusnya sudah
Chinese
stepnya.
Taipei didn't
Dengar.
they didn't
Terus
incur
langsung
any losses
ini
at
orang
all.
elot.
None of them knocked, but they might get punished here for going for the loot.
The terrain works for China as they push towards Chinese Taipei. Good nade thrown on in. Could do a ton of damage. Ming will find the knock on the Savior. And now it's all
Ya,
for China.
ketemu lagi
Another
sama
nade will be
Vietnam,
tossed as
Wak.
he tries to read a player.
Indo.
Going for the res. Fluky was in the sky and he's just
Aduh, tempat Poland tuh enak loh.
I was gonna say
Circle
Fluky
mereka kanan
generally will
sih.
flex out from Thailand and try to get involved in these third parties to pick some points, but he just happened to knock himself. I don't know what happened there, but China now
Rata dah ini
steam
Taipei.
ahead is gonna push forward. Leo will find one to try to stop them.
Kan?
Mau diancelap Ming ya.
Ya ampun, X-Lab ini. Dua orang anak ini lapar. Nah ini. Oh, trek.
Main kah Indo sama Vietnam?
Main.
Op, nice trick.
Knock 2. Knock 2. Hidup lagi Delwina. Putanfunya masih ke knock 2.
Ketahuan cuy.
He's just better.
It's not fair.
He's just better. It is what it is.
It's honestly, it's not fair. He's literally got plot armor, he's got level 7 gear, he's just insane. Himas is going to move in, he'll get the res on the Tanvu, Trick will do the same on the Setsuna, but Delwyn, he'll start to get the
Cuma 2 orang bang, duanya lagi udah
duluan.
Orang TD sama ini. Bang
This is a
Cimoy.
crazy rotation from Korea, as this is completely blind. There's no way they could have known that any of this space was open. That's why they currently are out in the open area.
I don't like this position.
I don't like it either. I mean, they can get protected by USA depending on what UK does here, but
Udah mulai berani mainnya nggak
at
masalah
least they
bang.
made it into the circle for now.
Yeah, UK will rock up onto these silos here, and that's bad news bears for, I think, Korea if they get that angle. But for now, Korea will just look to set up. Maybe they just wait.
Looking at the position, though, there really isn't anyone that can punish Korea, so this is low-key genius.
Depends on if Norway can get to the ridge line to the north of them, and then they've got a great line of sight in towards Korea. Yeah, Korea, I think they've made the right decision.
They realize that the West is way better. That ridge, I agree 100% with them and with you.
Yeah, so I think they heard UK fully. Maybe they wanted to check that out, but they heard UK, the shots from USA fall back, and that cuts off Norway from that position now too. So in reality, not only have you got there first, you've given Norway less of an opportunity for a rotate into the zone.
Yeah, this is wonderful decision-making from Korea. They will find themselves now in one of the stronger positions currently.
Yeah, Himas just doing Himas things. He get the knock and flush onto Setsuna, as that's point 132 now for Vietnam. They have sustained 1 knock as a player is down, but that shouldn't be
Delwinnya belum di reserve tuh.
Norway just a couple of seconds to...
Oh, 80!
I was going to say they were too late to the party, but that knock all of a sudden gives them a chance, and... Oh no, Korea have got a Panzer. Korea have got the perfect answer if Norway try to full send it in.
Oh, and what a shift.
Look at Heyman. Heyman got raining and Guman. And USA are helping out Korea.
That is craziness. Norway fighting tooth and nail, and USA just coming in and ruining things for them.
I like the aggression from
Mana tuh
Norway.
bang?
Korea now sole the
Timmu bang
only
Dan.
real player standing. Contends will pick up kill
Timmu
number
tuh
3. You can hear
turu
the Norwegian fans.
Korea.
Like that.
Oh, besar.
Day 2 turu dia.
Last day, besar. Kayak gitu tuh. Nanti malam aku telepon salut.
Will move into the circle now as they get pretty close.
Malam
to
aku.
where
Hello,
Seoul
salut.
is playing.
Santai aja
Tapi
kau.
Ice Lab lagi ini bang, lagi menyala bang.
Besok tidur dia. Malam nih lagi minum dah, mabuk.
Minum sake ya.
Perasaan mukanya baik-baik semua dah bang.
Besok pening lu dia. Kena anggur dulu nih malam.
Dah rata bang.
Korea terlampau awal ngambil tengahnya. Korea nggak pandai main tengah, pasti mati. Dia harus main tepi, coy. Main tengah mati dia.
It is big for Vietnam. Someone needs to stop Vietnam, man. They are just running away with this. They are unstoppable. Gonna need to get like a bounty on their heads at this point.
Mantap kali.
Kingston di depan apa? Bot gitu.
Kingston nggak ada baunya Bang Don.
Itu di streamingnya Twitch, Kingston tukar pergi bot Kingston.
Ya ampun, masa kalah sama Ten Trip dia.
Ini anak ini lagi perform sumpah. Gerak duduknya sumpah parah.
Kemarin MK-nya sih bang, menggigit.
Embot tuh.
Draft King-nya kenapa ke belakang, nggak ke depan deh? Ngeblank kah?
Biasalah, abis ngeratain satu squad.
Mana ada?
Orang killnya 0 juga.
Satu squadnya juga tidak.
Just to get wiped by Norway. Vietnam, there comes Salolze back into the fray. He'll be able to land and hopefully get some loot for himself.
Waduh,
Philippines as well.
Cina bagus tuh posisinya bang. Dicelekuan dia.
Malam ini salut aku suruh orang bawa si Sen bawa pergi mabuk. Ada si Sen tadi kan di live.
Ya ada.
Delwin kena itu sama trik. Nice. Vietnam ngelebar ke kiri. Loh. Ya ampun. Depan Thailand, belakang Brazil. Kasihan Filipina.
Apa sih Alji buat semalam ngomong ke abang? We don't think about win, we think about having fun only.
Bang. Iya bang, makanya dia nabrak men ya bang. Yang kemarin loh. Udah steady. Oh no. Sekarang kali bang.
Satu lagi.
Walah, bukan TD.
Sama Thailand. Ya biasalah. Gila TD lagi naik, lagi menyala juga ini Bang Bul. Dari tadi Bang Bul. Ngeflicknya kena toss.
16 first aid bapak ya.
Ya ini Vietnam mati dong ini. China sih ini. Yang chicken. Bukan.
So Vietnam will fall outside of the points. And now the door has been opened. Can China get themselves another 10, 15 points to close that gap? Well, 10 points would be great for them from this point now. Thailand wrapping in. Here's the push on to Alo. Kiss will step on in and Kiss will shut him down. Thailand will deal with the first player. Kurt, he'll reposition. Need at the ready. This is what Kurt is oh so good at. Bounces it off the wall. It should be good. It's great from Kurt. He fell. But is someone going to take advantage?
Trimsy.
Trying the side. Deals a little bit of damage onto Jacob. But a follow-up need will be thrown. Jacob uses the smoke to disappear off into the distance. And while all this is going on, Kiss is getting that res. Yeah, this would be a disaster for USA to fall. They've been in this position for so long. They've held it, but they weren't able to get any kills out of it. You stated it was rough, and look at this. Poland now fighting back. Kickstart. Kickstart knocks C4. He C4'd him. He got Jacob. He took himself down, but he might have just opened up an opportunity. Itzy with the MG3 firing towards Poland as they want to get involved. Cappy will fall. Norway eliminated 5
kills from Poland. So much better from the
Pri
Poles over the
MG3
last
itu.
map.
They are really
Dapat
coming alive,
MG3-nya,
but it's
dia pakai
just
barrel
down to
kan.
Shrimzy. He
Ganti
has
senjata dia.
the Panzer, the Molly is out the front. He's gonna
Boom.
get one, but it's not done yet. His work is not over. As he's still low, Jacob, as well as Kiss, still stand.
Yeah, he's gonna step into the smoke. Blue zone needs to try.
Oh, the
hold
double!
Back the push.
Double blue zone!
It's gonna be really, really good, but Kiss is wrapping around the edge. There's a shield protecting
Dia
Shrimzy.
pakai
That is all
shield.
Kiss needs to know to work out where Shrimzy is.
Aman
Smoke in
harusnya.
position. Kiss will just bide his time and wait, but a good the stun actually helps out Shrimzy a little bit, but Kiss will get the kill. And down fall the USA.
Let's go, Jacob.
Thailand,
Let's go, Kiss.
They jump into third. I think they have now
Kickstart,
leapfrogged over Korea
kickstart
as
itu
well.
yang apa ngeblur bawa tipu sempat di mobil langgar mati diri sendiri nggak ada kena orang langsung.
At least from second to fourth, as Germany now relatively quiet.
Kurang
but still
belajar
managed
emang
to get
Kickstart
5
ini.
kills controlling the south side of the circle. Great job for them. We said we wanted to see more kills out of their edge control, and so far this game they've delivered.
Yeah, and back-to-back
Ini
wins for
sudah
them if they can get it would be
penting.
huge. And honestly, this is even better because they're holding zone control. Chris and Zeraf are staying in the circle. Brax and Mika are watching.
Jangan minta banyak, Poland aja chicken.
I think Poland are making the right choice. Maybe play the edge of the circle a little bit longer.
Even wrap north.
Yeah, and like Sparking's still
Sisa
alive.
3 game kan? 6 nggak?
Dua.
This blue is hurting.
Dua.
Samira marah. Wrangle.
Nah, di situ Korea harus buat sesuatu. Kalau nggak buat sesuatu, itu udah pasti lah itu.
Vietnam.
Kiss and Jacob now inching closer and closer.
Tapi nggak tahu juga sih bang, besok masih ada main.
Susah mau tengok nih. Kalau kau tengok the whole past year, this year, Vietnam competition, consistent orang tu 100%. Dalam 10 turnamen tu, mungkin nggak konsisten satu aja. Begitu persennya, pengiraannya.
Will pick up that kill. Poland down to 2 players left alive, but Cappy not done yet, firing towards China as they will dip back into cover. 2 players up, but do Thailand have the utility? It looks like they don't after that fight with USA.
No.
1 nade could be all it would take to deal with China.
And you can see the position here of Germany. Brex holding far anchor, and then the other 3 members pushing up towards the team of Poland in order to wipe them out and get a few more kills on the board until they start to turn their focus onto Thailand and China.
Germany looked like they might have gotten some level 3 gear as well. Sparking, you can see the damage he has taken as he sprints directly behind Thailand. And you know this guy as much as I do. If he sees a Thai player, he will die in the blue to get that kill. He will, he couldn't poof a spotting him out. Another point for Poland as they climb that leaderboard even more. With Thailand with a 2, China with a 2, Poland with a 2, and Germany with 4. But look at how far Chris
Germany
had
has to be careful. Yeah, I was going to say, if they eat a knock here, and there it is, it's Chris will go down, and so their man advantage is just down to 3 instead of 4.
And you look at the angle that Thailand have, why was Chris extended so far? He had 0 cover.
I mean, he just wanted to get some utility onto the feet of Poland, but yeah, it definitely came back to bite him as they're all going to retreat. Now you can see Germany very careful now. They do not want to lose another player and throw this game.
Yeah, 3 is a lot. It's a lot more difficult to win a game with a 3 than it is with a 4. You can see Kiss using that shield, but Thailand need to move pretty soon. The circle is closing in on their position.
I will say, though, the good news for them is that the other teams are not in, and their path in is not easy. So Germany's still in the driver's seat. We'll see if they can execute properly here, as China is just looking for a way in, but there really isn't one.
It's just rocks. The only cover is really rocks inside a circle like this, and Germany have great angles on all of them. Cappy, no kills yet, but begging for Jacob to peek this way. Mika, don't take too much ground. You know, you don't need to get too aggressive at this point. You saw what happened a little earlier. Smoke is now going to bloom as Brax. Yeah, this rock. I think it's a good move for Brax. Go. Jacob turns his attention over, and Jacob is going to get a knock on to Cappy as Poland will suffer a lock at the edge of the circle.
Exliff now. Until you can see that he's looking for that angle, but time is running out. The blue is closing in. This is phase 7. It is, you can see it chunking. Jacob will go down. Kiss will follow.
Yeah, Mika finds that kill. It's a 3v1v2 now. Poland desperately trying to get that res onto Cappy, and China closing the gap. Looks like he's picked him up. He's going to carry him to the rock, but time is an issue, and he's going to fall. Jacob gets the shots, and Pufa 1 HP as Thailand with one player up will manage to get a kill secured, or sorry, with one, a kill from beyond the grave, I should say. But this should be Germany's game.
Yeah, and to Germany's credit, they're really making it difficult for the other teams. They're taking a good position. Zerath will find Pufa. He will go down, and now it's just a 3-on-2. Germany versus China. Oh, but a knock from him.
No, let's go, slip.
Start things.
That's the worst thing you could have done. Don't give China a knock. And the way Germany are playing, they're all isolated. You're giving another 1v1. You're giving XLeft another chance to get a knock. And this time it's on to Zerath. Nade, this could be brilliant. This could be so good. It bounces, Mika almost falling. But China looking to bring this game back from the brink. Mika delivering 24 damage of his own here, Godspeed. But this is 50-50.
There's no support here for Mika. He's got to do the solo. You can see that angle's cut off from his teammate of Zerath, and XLeft is just working this angle.
But look at the circle. Nobody apart from XLeft and Mika are in it. There's nowhere to play for these teams once that next circle pops. So Lil Ghost is going to try to crawl his way all the way around the edge of the circle. Zerath isn't even looking this direction. He's focused on XLeft's position. He's dropped his backpack. He's dropped whatever he doesn't need to make him as low profile as possible. I'm getting flashbacks to day one PUBG.
Yeah, the snake in the grass strategy, and he's making his way. I mean, Little Ghost might find a spot to play.
Oh,
no! With a massive double and another headshot.
No.
China looks set for victory. Germany snatching defeat from the hands of victory, but China's XLeft is so damn good. Little Ghost, backpack gone, but still looking to put Germany into one. The nade is thrown, but it's a little bit short. Mika needs a knock. Desperation plays now for the Germans as they try to get the win. XLeft forces Mika to eat another round of 5 of 5 of 6. But China, so good.
Kelas.
Close that gap to Vietnam.
What the heck? Nanti fight ko namin Ice Lip. Aku ambil Ice Lip, Imas sama Sol. Aduh, satunya kickstart aku ambil. Bodohnya kickstart ada function.
No matter how many players you have, no matter how good a position you're in, if someone like XLeft is given just an inch, he is going to take it more.
And it started with them losing Chris. It started with that, then they had 3, then XLeft isolated another angle, then the pressure was on, then Little Ghost was able to prone, and they lost track of him, so it was all down to XLeft to really make the play, and of course, the second that he was given anything, just barely a pixel of a head, he ripped off Mika's top, and he was able to close out the game. What a player.
And that's some of the better aggression we've seen from China. That whole game, they didn't back off of a single fight. They brought the fight to Chinese Taipei with a third party. They did it successfully. They brought the fight to Thailand. They held their, I think just staying alive in that fight with Thailand was so vital to their survival in that game. Like Thailand not having a nade because of the fight with the USA is another reason why Thailand were able to get that victory. Like it goes to show everything that happens is going to help somebody and hinder someone else.
Yeah, it's the butterfly effect, right? These dominoes fall, and then they just shape the way that the game is. I mean, you look at how long USA had control of that compound, and then it was just one fight that went kind of awkward with Thailand that caused them to just go down, and they unfortunately didn't even get a lot of kills out of that.
Kamu tengok definisi IGL yang jago. Sama lah, dia IGL, dia juga no flag.
Look at the kickstart C4. There's a great C4, right?
It was. He could have gotten so much more. The problem is he hit that building. He had to reposition. But he was out of time. And then, Kiss just with 1 HP getting it on Shrimzy. But that was the game. That knock from XLeft was 100% what was China's path to victory.
And XLeft was just keeping all the attention on him as well. Gila. To make that move. Like, even when he's not getting knocks, enabling his teammates, helping everybody get the win. But that's a big win for China as we move forward. So I think we'll have a look at the, you know, we're going to have to see how many points teams got off of the back of that one, particularly the top 4 teams. But big game for China. But massive shout out to Poland as well. Like these last 2 games have been a lot better.
This is exactly what we've needed to see from Poland. They were able to kind of right the ship somewhat, and mainly because they just didn't have to deal with the Philippines, which has been such a thorn in their side. And you can see all the Chinese fans, and again, it's just so cool to see fans from so many different countries actually coming out to support their teams.
Yeah, and I think most of the fans that have traveled this way have seen their team win a map as well, apart from, I think, the poor Norwegians on the grand final stage. But there's a lot to go. But let's have a look at those top 4 teams from that matchup. And China, 20 points. Germany, disappointed they didn't get the win, but it's 14 more points.
It was still good points, especially after their win last game. I mean, this is definitely the trajectory that they want to be on, as they are, again, set for 14 points back-to-back. You can see Thailand finding 10 points, and then Poland finding at least 6 and some placements as well.
Yeah, look, as I said, Marsalek said to me last night, can't get any worse. It was a bad start, but they've doubled their point tally over the last 2 maps with 2 more games to play. So, you know, the more placement points they get up, even if you're not going to win the event, if you get into the top 8, the money ramps up big time. And this is what it's about for some of these players at this point now.
Especially with the crowdfunding, right? Because the base prize pool was 500,000, but at this point, I'm pretty sure crowdfunding is over 800, maybe even over 900,000.
Yeah, we're getting close to that million mark as we look at our man of the match. Could have very easily, alongside Himas, got man of the match in other matches today, but 5 kills for Eggslip. But the big one for me, look how efficient he was. 700 damage, 5 kills. His efficiency was so good.
Again, and he is the reason that they won. He was able to just open that fight up, even though we thought Germany had, I mean, they did have the majority of control on that south side. So yeah, just super impressive. 20 points for China, my goodness. Germany, but impressively again, will find that 14. And then you have Thailand with 14 of their own, and Poland, you know, getting double digits with 11. That's a great, again, not a start because they started last game and now they're building upon that.
Yeah, well, they got 12 points, I think, was it total yesterday? So, you know, 11 points in 1 map's good. Brazil picking up some more points as they look to overtake Argentina, which I know was a goal of theirs. But let's look at the total leaderboard. Vietnam, 132 points. China, 33 points behind. Thailand overtake Korea, who are now in a bit, I don't want to say free fall,
but they did get 0 points in the last game and not many in the game before that. But the important thing here as well is that Vietnam didn't get many points in that game. I think they only got 2. So if the other teams can manage to kind of slow them down further in these last 2 games, that really does open the door for like the top 5 to start to, I'd say the top 4 to break in.
Yeah, and there's still 8 games to go, 2 more games to go today. We're going to jump into a quick commercial break, and when we come back, it'll be Orangel. They get involved as they're at the wall for the 2nd time. But Mika with the M249, how many times have we seen this in the past? Really shredding Denmark apart. They fall. The overlords of what's going on, and if they can spot out Adam, like, Philippines hold the key into the circle for both of these sides. Look at the 3 players stacked up now. Adam is going to get knocked by Tentrip, and this could not be going better for Team UK. They're trying to steal the kills away. Tentrip with another one. Vex gets the last one, and Canada fall. They assumed that this position was clear. Trick was there. Elsewhere though, Turkey, they're going to run into Chinese Taipei as a quick triple knock will come through. Savior, who we heard from at the start of the game, he's holding the MJ3 and that weapon.
No, not like this. Don't do Cappy like this. Don't do him like this. Oh, what a shot, trick. No, not like this, Poland. Come on, man.
Lemon will get himself flushed. Chinese Taipei fall.
Another reposition, switching between sites, wants to find the best one for this moment. Red dot seems good to me. And over, AT headshot found. AT has to prone down, needs some help from Intens. Intens right behind him there. Oh, he goes for it, he's got it! Baby! Woohoo! The double kill!
To sit is to progress. Sit is.
스펙스 BMX 팀 유소년 선수 김한결이라고 합니다. 어릴 때부터 자전거 타는 걸 진짜 좋아해서 지금은 본격적으로 선수 생활을 하고 있어요. 처음 경기장에서 BMX 레이싱 선수들의 경기를 보고 와 진짜 멋있다라는 생각이 들어서 본격적으로 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 스포츠는 나 자신과의 싸움인 것 같아요. 어제보다 발전하기 위해 계속 도전하게 되는 것이 스포츠인 것 같아요. 내가 과연 유망주인가? 책임감 있게 행동해야겠다라는 생각도 들어요. 가장 큰 원동력은 더 잘하고 싶다는 욕심인 것 같아요. 저를 계속 도전하게 만들어요. 저에게 스포츠는 도전이에요. 넘어져도 다시 일어서면 된다는 것. 실패가 아닌 새로운 시작이 기다리고 있어요.
Yang apa tuh kreatifnya?
Straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk. And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. Listen to the real funk.
혹시 모델업킹 좀...
Original, straight from the underground.
And PNC 2025 has just got 2 maps left on day number 2 of 3. And I said today was moving day. Well, one thing is for certain, Vietnam have not moved from their spot. They have just been picking up points after point after point. But Godspeed China, they are having themselves a very tidy day.
They really are, but you could argue that Vietnam is just moving more and more into the stratosphere with how many points they've been able to get. But China, as you said, is on the hunt. They've had some fantastic back-to-back games now, able to get so much, a lot of which has been off the back of Ice left, man.
Like, you think about the salvage game that he had the game before on Tego. He picked up a ton of points for his team, and in the last map, he just obliterated Germany at that point. And I think that going forward, China have a real chance of catching Vietnam, because there's still so much game, so much to play.
Only if Vietnam slows down. That's really what that's kind of been now the narrative of today is when, if ever, is Vietnam going to slow down, so some of these other teams who are actually in the chase are able to catch them.
Yeah, and speaking of teams in the chase, Thailand have entered the fray now as they seem to have finally gotten their feet beneath them. And we are getting ready to jump into a Rangel for game number 11, game 5 of the day. And we'll see who can take the first chicken dinner on what is essentially the most storied map inside of PUBG. First question to you. Australia, Philippines, USA backed off the hot drop earlier. Do Australia do the same?
Australia is in a big slump right now. They're at a big struggle, so I just don't think it's wise to hot drop. But I mean, maybe they feel more confident in today. I'm not sure.
We'll see. Pachinki is able to be dropped on from the flight path that we have. Very southern, going from the east to the west, just below Milta, finishing just north of Quarry. As we look at China on the plane. Thailand dropping nice and early, heading towards Novo for that potential Millie Island circle. Here's the thing, you drop a Novo, you're like 90% sure you're going to find an E-pickup, so even if the zone does go really far away from you, you've got opportunities to get out of there.
Yeah, but for those teams that don't find an E-pickup, right, that's going to be a long rotation depending on where the circle is. And again, with a lot of it kind of being more southern, we'll see how that plays out. You can see multiple teams still opting to go for Sosnovka. It's going to be... Looks like actually Poland and Korea.
Yeah, Poland.
And Hot Drop is live. We're here.
Yeah, we'll jump on into the action. I think it's one each, right, so far in this Hot Drop. But I'm going to put an asterisk beside it because it's one each in the Hot Drop. But if you remember correctly, Vietnam third-partied and ruined the Philippines' chance of winning it the first time around.
Yeah, so then in that case, I guess it's just 1-0. If you want to really push that, sure. Whatever you
Main
want.
lagi kah ini?
I just want to make things dramatic, right? You know, add a little
West Coast.
Hari-hari perang.
Big circle, bad circle for I think Thailand, unless they can get that E-pickup. But Tentrip, the menace, is ready and waiting, and he hits a headshot on the Tig, almost getting that knock. But Tig, he's down to 1 HP. Tig's got a Panzer though, and the Panzer does hit a little bit harder if Tig can get it in the right angle.
1 HP, no heals. Again, they just dropped in loot. This is the first building Tig has touched, and CJ is gonna find Monty on the roof. He was going for the high ground. He had the same idea. CJ was there first. Elginbot's taking some damage, and it's gonna be another knock, though. Luke 12 will go down in Australia. They just can't find their footing.
Australia might see players go down, but the viewers at home could see their G-Coin stocks go up if they enter the code BRILLIANT on the PUBG Esports website. One of my favorite phrases is brilliant. I like to say that's brilliant for people from time to time, but Calbs with a Panzer of his own as Tig will look this way. Oh,
the trade!
Yeah, you get a Panzer, you get a Panzer, but all in all, it's still net up for the Philippines. Australia now with 2 players down, Philippines with 1, but look at the angle Flood has with the M249 of CJ. Crests the wrong side of that roof, he's in trouble.
Especially if CJ didn't see him. Now, this will be yet again a recovery game here for Flood. He is seen, and he doesn't get the knock. That would have been huge, or at least an opportunity.
Yeah, now Tentrip's going to hunt him down, and Flood does get the knock on Calbs, and Tentrip gets it done. He gets the kill. A little team ace for the Philippines. 1 kill each.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
Still, I think that might make things interesting tomorrow. Do Australia even hot drop in the next map?
Tigel tong.
Somewhere else we have alt drops. It's fine. We still want to make a lot of money at this event. and we're not going to get as much as we can sitting in 13th place.
No, not at all. And that's the thing. There's still so much money. Even if you don't win, there's still so much money to play for, and every single placement matters. So, yeah, we'll have to reevaluate. I mean, we're coming back to Wrangle in a game, so we'll see if that's the decision that they make, because the last 2 losses to the Philippines has been decisive, to say the least.
And it all comes down, a lot of these hot drops come down to the first knock and just getting some space for yourself in the early stages. Philippines, what I like about that too, 4 minutes have elapsed and they've dealt with Australia already. So they're not really too far out of sync when it comes to rotating out of Pachinki now either, so they've given themselves the opportunity.
That's a very good point. They spent almost no time at all of that hot drop.
So with that, you look at rotation opportunities, right? So if you've got the map stream open at home, !map, if you do have a secondary device, you'll see that Argentina, they're going to rotate all the way up to north. The flight path that we had has basically told them they can have South George for free. They're not taking any risks going down by Boatyard. It's really smart decision to make for them. And they'll get tons of space as they go that way. The teams on the opposite side, though, of the circle, Germany, Indonesia, they're in no rush. Like, you're that far away from the circle. What you want to do here is let some other teams get in and then free up some space at the edge. But I suppose the big point to point out, you're as talented, you're as talented, but
that's okay, let's not lie.
I looked at his name on the screen, but the big point I wanted to make was, look how much water is in the circle.
Well, not only how much water is in the circle, that is a big point to make, but how free the north is because of the plane, because most of these teams also realized the circle, the water, the shift around phase 4. They've opted to go more south. You can see Chinese Taipei currently have Corey. You can see that USA actually landed in and around Hospital. They ended up going to this position on the west coast very early. So these teams that need to rotate in are going to have a free rotation in the north side. As we can see, barely getting out of there is going to be Gustav.
Yeah, and now Kurt's going to attempt to get the knock on the other side. Kick sprinting on the other side of the mountain to find Gustav, who will stop for a moment and pop a first aid. But this is big for both of these teams. Denmark, they want to get back ahead of Germany. They want to get closer and closer to Korea and the top 3. So you don't want to lose a player early. And the problem is, if you lose Gustav here, or if you lose, this is a very tough spot to lose a player, because it's really hard to get that blue chip if you want to a little later on in the game. Now, Beamy is going to make his way towards the beach, but look at the pinch. Kurt's going to take the high ground. Kickstart's going to take the low. If they time this right, this should be a free kill onto Gustav.
Yep, and it looks like, hold on. Yeah, it is. But Beamy will find the trade on the kick. And that's going to put pressure now on USA. You can see that Beamy isn't really in a position to flush, but now the rest of Denmark actually it's just not worth.
Yeah, USA, they'll get the res here. And I think that, as I was saying earlier, you're not really going to get a chance at this blue chip, because for now USA aren't going anywhere. So if you get us later, Beamy, he's got the SKS, he's got Kurt in his sights, another 1 or 2 headshots. No, it's just so hard. It is so hard to get a knock with the SKS from that range. You got to be so accurate, because I think
you got to find the rhythm, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it's with the bullet drop, it's pretty significant. Plus, I mean, he's got a suppressor on there. He doesn't have a comp or a flash hider, so recoil is going to be a little wonky. Yep. It's going to be tough, even for a player like Beamy.
Yeah, Thailand are going to go for the E pickup here as well. A big factor with that is they don't know if anybody's going to be holding the bridge. Korea were there a little while earlier. Right. There's the potential of that. Now, we know Korea have left, but Thailand just can't take that risk. So the E pickup is how they're going to get into the circle. Now, realistically, because of the flight path, they're going to go to the very end of this as well. They're going to maybe look to go towards Hospital, maybe towards North George, and work their way into the circle from there. Interestingly enough, way to the north of where Korea is playing, a lot of teams had the same read that we did, with it being a very southern flights path, with the fact nobody's really going to extend up to North George. They're all going to the north, and they're going to cross those George bridges into the zone.
And this is a wise rotation from all the teams, because, again, there was just that much space available. They knew with the plane path that it was probably going to be fairly empty up top. And so, yeah, we saw multiple teams, Argentina, Norway, Germany. You can see UK now trailing Germany as well in that rotation. Everyone's opted to go north, and Philippines, they didn't need to. They're actually still in Pachinki, by the way.
This is the strange thing, right? Because you want Pachinki because of the mobility it provides you. You're so close to every circle. At least the club level, the team level, you drop Pachinki, you're out of there within 3-4 minutes. Philippines are still there, like you pointed out. It's a long time to stay there as Marcel. You know what? Upside Poland and the upside Poland logo in Indonesia, they're going to fight. I think Poland are starting to get into rhythm and have some fun.
I think they are. I think they're finally starting to find their footing again. Like Marcelik said yesterday, it really can't get any worse, and it's gotten a lot better towards the end of the day. As we can see, Thailand now, they are pick-upping in, flying in now. And most of this is still free to the north, so if they really need to, they can just go for a safe drop towards that shark fin in the northwest of what is South George. And
wah, Philippines sa Australia.
You can see the vehicles have been picked up. It's always good if you get off the drop to pick up some way to move later on in the circle. But North George is completely free. And you might even be able to get a kill on the jury spot round. But James up on top of Everest. He's going to catch out Vard. Nade now pulled. Let's see if it's going to land far enough. Should be able to get that flush onto Vard and Vex. Trying to get some cover on the other side of things, but James will throw another nade. James is all by himself, by the way. Like the rest of Norway are a little further away, so this is a really good hold.
It's a good hold, but how long is he going to stay is the question. Because if he gets knocked here, that's it. James is gone. Yeah, and he's going to back off, wisely so. He gets his one, and he's out. Great play from James.
I'm looking for UK to see if there's any, you know, they can. If you look at Everest, there is, just by the ice cream shacks, a recall system inside the circle, so if they want to bring him back, they can.
Ya Allah, di situ kosong, Cuk.
Itu
rumah dinas awak.
Moving into the zone. But look at this bunch on the south side of the circle. USA, Chinese Taipei, Korea, you've got Denmark, all pushing up. And that could lead to a bit of a problem when it comes to rotates, but I like the fact that USA are moving really quickly off the back of that shift.
And most importantly, for this entire lobby, the first phase shift did not do something crazy with water. It immediately went to land, so this is arguably one of the better shifts for people to actually know where they need to end up after as they go into the next phase.
Kick still on top of the hill, might just catch out Korea as they begin to rotate around the beach. This is exactly where we saw Gustav fall a little bit earlier, and Kick's going to hide and wait. I think Korea are going to scout this position first, and Kick, you've got to make a decision. And his decision is he called fight. He's called in the USA. They're taking on Korea, and that's more like the Kick that we're used to seeing.
Such a good position to go for the surprise attack, and they do indeed land the first knock on a human, but they should be able to get him up with smokes. Unless the push from Kurt comes through.
Yeah, Kurt's going to spot the smokes, and this is where Kurt makes his money. He's got the nade at the ready. Throws it up inside the smoke. He could get two for the price of one here. He does get Gumin, because Raining fell off it. I think if I'm Gumin, I'm like, right, this is USA. There's probably going to be nades thrown her away pretty quickly. So Seoul will now need to work with Raining and Salute to win this fight. Raining's going to go pick up Salute, and I think Korea are just going to back off.
Yeah, that's the important thing, is Korea can still get the chip and just back off if they need to. This is not a great fight. The problem is Denmark is actually pulling up behind Korea now.
This is such a good read from Denmark. Beanie realizing exactly the teams that they're fighting to. The vehicle's only a couple more shots away from explosion, so Korea might be forced to clown Carrot here over in this situation as well, as Doff. They're cutting off all. Doffy has moved over to hold the push if they go directly towards the east. Beamy and Keter are holding the south. This is bad news for Korea, and it does look like the UK did get Vard back in, so they'll have 4 players back up and ready.
Yep, and he's going to go loot his own body and probably get all the same loot he had. So really no harm, no foul, just a point for Norway as far as that situation is concerned. Savior now. Opportunity here to do some damage to Indonesia, but it doesn't look like he's gonna get Savior will. He'll find TD.
Yeah, that's a big knock for Chinese Taipei as they look to catch Norway, but Keter gets the kill onto Seoul. It's going from bad to worse. The tires on the Dacia have been popped. Seoul's car's further away. This is really not good for Korea, and for Denmark. Winning this match, a couple more kills, which is a long ways into the future. They could usurp Korea's 4th position. Beamy from the blue, still rocking the SKS. And USA, well, they've kind of decided with Denmark getting that one, they're going to move now. There's no point wasting any more, spending any more time trying to get 1 or 2 more points when they can go secure somewhere like where that next recall system that Kurt's going to, and put themselves in a good position for the late game.
Yep, and they're going to stop a lot of teams that are coming in with chips trying to get those reses as well. Again, I just really love the res. It's added so many different layers and options for teams. And it's been my favorite addition this patch. Oh, but what is that? A Gatka proper shift? Okay, let's go.
And look who are in the middle of it. Vietnam with a 2-2 split in North Gatka and South. I question though,
how high is their confidence? Will they keep that split?
It's not. Look at the pressure they're coming under, right? You've Norway, Philippines firing this way. They're going to fully collapse on the Gatka, and I think that...
And they should.
And I think even if they weren't in first place, I think that's still the exact same move they would do.
You can see BB is still actually watching this. And it's got to be frustrating. You know that the Korean fans are not happy with him.
Yeah, and well, there's some Korean fans that are. Remember, he's got a little fan
club.
club.
He does have a fan club here, which was very funny to see, but they probably aren't very happy with him.
Yeah. Oh, well, Kickstart's still here. Shrimsy is as well. They know that Kurt secured a position inside the circle for a little bit later. Poland are going to rotate through the red zone. Here's hoping that it's not going to be for the worst for them. But Team UK will look to take advantage of
kami
this
kot-kot yung masok piano yung bigay mo.
Goes on by Marsalek, taking a lot of damage. That information, you can tell that the UK know they hit Marsalek, and that's why they're not hitting the last player in the party. That's why they're focusing on the front car.
You think so? And Shrimsy will find Salut's toesies. As he will get the knock and the flush. So now it is just down to raining.
And I think Denmark are gone.
Yeah, they
should be gone. I'd imagine they're going to go all the way around here and maybe rotate back in towards Chopsticks. USA will watch their rotating. Oh, the bad news gets worse for Raining.
There's no, yeah, that's the thing, is like he has their chips, but I'm pretty sure all of their vehicles got battered. I mean, tires gone, both of the front and rear. That's going to be tough, and they're
hari kedua ni hari bukan untuk Korea. Tengok lah dapat kecap lagi satu game. Dia just perlu satu game sini untuk dapatkan 100 poin biar dari jauh game.
Leo got the better of them last time, and it's Leo again who gets the initiating knock. Beamy providing some support for the USA, but Kurt is done, and the rest of USA will back off the fight. Leo just seems to be activated anytime it's USA that's locked into his sights. Another kill for him. Kurt's going to fall. I don't think they're going to get that recall. I think they're going to have to play as a 3. And it looks like they're going to fight on this hill line. So Savior, he's going to hear them pulling up just to the north of that position. But Leo being down now with the blue closing in and a red zone is definitely bad news.
This could be bad news for both teams. You can see that USA took that dip on that dirt road. It's going to be United Kingdom getting damage onto Germany. Micah's going to fall. That's going to be a flush going their way. Nobar has been knocked. That should be an easy pickup for them. It's all going to come down to what this red zone really does.
Yeah, I think Denmark are the only team we've really seen suffer from it earlier, and that was on day 1 of survival stage. Circle shifts north, keeping Gatka again. Look at Poland. They took North Gatka after that one, and they're now in a brilliant position for the circle. And it's far too early to make a send for the little dirt path, the little gap below Gatka North. It's a little too early to go for the little dip as well by the dirt road. So at this point, teams are going to play on the edge until the herd thins out a little bit.
I mean, you can see that it's Chris has that dip right next to the crossroads. That is it's too early. That dip is so susceptible to nades and utility. I can't imagine they stay alive there too long.
But where are the other options, right?
They don't really have many. I mean, you can play the crevices here just to the north underneath UK and go for the fight there at Everest. But yeah, the options are not great. You can see Leo, they just get we used to call them tempo reds for free. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good position for them to get. I think USA beaten to the punch in that one, and now they're moving in a vector towards China. But back up on top of Everest, Kiss gets the knock on Defex. That's the second time to fall. Now Michael is closing the gap, but he's taking damage. Fluky has stayed below to watch, and T-Bone might be about to get an off angle. You can just see Fluky lining up Michael, but T-Bone is there. Come on, T-Bone, you gotta hit those. He was dead to rights, and now Kiss has got Michael exactly where he wants him, and it just goes to show in the matter of a couple of seconds, Team UK are going to suffer, and the missed opportunity from T-Bone has led to Thailand picking up a couple more points, and now they are on the brink of breaching 90.
Hell of a play, though, from Thailand to just push straight up and take that fight. The angles were good.
Entiendo.
They were able to just dismantle UK, or what was left of them. Now Argentina is going to try their hand. Is the mortar from Little Ghost.
Cina kok bisa rank 2 bang poin nggak begitu, oke. Lagi menyala anak-anaknya.
The exact same mortar strike again, and he should find a little bit of success. It does so much splash damage, but not enough. Germany will get a couple players back up. This is not good for Germany though. USA, they're going to crash on in, and this is so bad now. Little Ghost got a bunch of the kills. Alo got one of his own, but USA now, they're going to rush to get Shrimsy back on his feet. Back on top of Everest though, Argentina here, Godspeed. They're getting pushed by Thailand as well.
I also want to point out it was
turun balik Korea.
actually that got
Gimana mau turun nih?
kill onto I believe Shrimsy, as we see Seoul coming back down. Korea has 3 members coming down with no loot. I mean, they're about to just feed points.
Salut awal betul turun. Coba main di langit dulu.
As there's one down, Yumen's going to fall, Salut's going to fall. China are the team that are taking advantage of this situation.
That's terrible for Korea because China is the one that just surpassed them.
I know, and it might just get worse now as Xlef will look to find
Masih di langit
another
divisi
one on his tally. Readings dealt with, but this is not good for Korea as what's been a disappointing day 2 here on home territory. Where does Saul go? Do you just land on Everest and try to find a little Cragmire and hide? Do you try to...
yeah, he's going to go Everest. That's his best option. He can see it. There's a fight. There's smokes there. There's probably a crate that he's going to be able to loot. He sees the vehicles. Says, no, sir, you are denied clearance to land.
And the Chinese fans loved that one. Just above us.
Thailand
up to 9 kills now. They have just moved up through the gears as the day has progressed. Chinese Taipei, they have got to move. One thing to point out that we didn't even speak about the shift yet. Poland now with North Gatka and a great spot. Vietnam with the tiniest little sliver of Gatka that they can play. But this zone should not go to them after this point. But they're the team once it's dealt with that can move up to that ridge line below North Gatka.
They're going to move last because they can see everything in front of them. That ridge is juicy to play, but it has to be played when everything else is out and they are just ripping up.
Ya Allah, nabrak pula. Siapa itu yang nyetir?
Now Leo and Maurush will push towards Vietnam. It looks like Ketter from Denmark has pushed in as well. Oh, did he C4? Has Ketter C4'd that position, by the way? It's worth keeping an eye.
Oh, grenade.
Wow.
Hello, let's go.
Let's go, Alo. China deleted in Vietnam. Now gifted the opportunity to really increase the gap.
Okay, Vietnam nampaknya nih udah bawa juara nih.
Alo still in that position. Cappy deals with Beamy. And Alo, look at the amount of bodies he has as well.
I mean, that's a lot of utility. That's a lot of smokes. That's a lot of nades.
Denmark
Mollies, whatever he needs. On top of that, there's so much cover he can dance around. If you're a team crashing, you're not exactly sure where he is, then that causes confusion. And look at him go. 8C low on the right side. But with 3 members, it's going to be too much. A beautiful nade lands from Intense.
No, what did Brazil do? They're not too far away. They third party this fight as Tanvu will get another kill as Chinese Taipei are eliminated. BL with the M24 peeking this way. Norway with a downed player looking to just hold back Brazil long enough to get the res as Thailand have an angle from up on high. And Fluky will get that knock. And this is all conspiring to let Norway get the res. And at some point now, Vietnam will take this position. And then Philippines and Vietnam will probably fight it out and around that section. But look at Philippines. They have a 2-2 split with 2 players to the north of the circle, 2 players to the south, and this shift.
Poland dapat circle anjir.
So honestly, for Vietnam, that is probably the best shift they could have gotten.
Yeah, but Thailand here, they are really making it difficult for Brazil to do what they want to do, which is clear out that dip on Norway and then get ready to peek over this ridge.
Jadi Tating Gaming.
So Rossinen and Fluky are just ruining this game for Brazil, and Highman is going to find Santastico with a bolt.
At this point, you start thinking about
ya Allah, bertiga di situ Bang Non.
Iya, udah ada tempat sudah bol. Itu dia yang ada tempat buat bisa. Gimana lagi?
Smoke as Vietnam get closer. There we go. That vehicle's going to blow. Get out of there, Brazil. Get out of there. The vehicle flips. Santa is down, but James is actually just sparking. No!
Oh! The cover came down and flattened Sparking.
Oh, It's going so wrong for Brazil, but this is oh so right for Norway.
It's still recoverable,
Philippines na
though.
kill ko din.
It looks terrible, but it is still very much recoverable.
Nice,
Now
Philippines.
Cabs will step over and get rid
Good
of
job.
Rosidit, so Thailand will fall. As you can see, James now trying to be the one player that holds off the Philippines for Norway.
Yeah, Philippines in 10th place, looking to hunt down Brazil.
dikejar
Their
ba?
flesh wound has been dealt with. They're back up to full 4 as Algin bots.
Mau kemana kau babi gituin ya deh.
Wah, dikejar ba?
Not really working to their advantage. Himon will try to fall back towards Intens now. And that
Ini kencang kali nggak mau mati nih kan dari tadi.
Here comes the rest of Norway. No, Himon's in position. But I still think with four players up, Brazil still have the advantage.
Exactly, but that's the thing. Brazil now don't have to deal with the high ground of Rosidit and Thailand shooting, so they have more room to work. And you can see it, Norway stuck here. Really at the mercy of these two teams, where you can see it's Calves. He's literally driving.
Orang gila Filipina ini. Orang gila.
Oh, I love it. It's such a brave play. Himon takes damage from Himas's nade as Vietnam get within throwable distance now. There's another double set of nades from Vietnam. It's going to be thrown this way. Might even be
Vietnam ni dapat sapu ni. Bul. Kau tengok posisi orang ni enak ni. Vietnam lagi ni Bul. Kalau tengok posisi ni yang di rumah tu Poland tu bakal mati itu. Kau tengok knock lagi kena links. Ini 12-13 kill ada ni Bul. Kau dapat semua.
The thing is, Vietnam are not going to push over that ridge line, so unless they have throwables, Norway should get back. This is what you would call an opportunity for Brazil to push.
Apa yang dibuat tadi Filipina? Ya ampun Tuhan, benar-benar dia ngomong gakus malam having fun only. Benar-benar dia buat macam main public. Gak dipeduli.
Iya ya. Orang gila.
Imagine tapi dia orang ada tulis di bendera ya, bendera Filipina dia bilang.
Poland still alive in the late game, but now Brazil have to make a decision. Do you go to Norway or do you go to Vietnam? The smart money's Norway.
Yes, but at the same time, Sololzi is such a factor in what all of Brazil does. He is single-handedly holding them down in that dip. So
Ketahui ni
even
Bul
if they
semalam
wanted to
Bul,
go to Norway,
abang lagi nonton kan.
as long as he's still
Lepas tu
watching that
abang
angle,
tekan
they're
apa?
kinda stuck,
Full
which
screen.
is crazy. And then you
Lepas
have
tu
the
kan
Philippines that have to
kadang-kadang
make
kalau
a
ada di
move down.
streaming
It's
keluar
just
yang
10 Trip and his
pencet
teammate CJ.
pencet apa I kan.
But they're not in the
Ku
circle
pencet Bul.
either, and that's Poland's job to make
Ku
sure
kira
that
aku
they get those
observer.
points.
More drops coming
Ku
in
kira
here
aku
to
observer.
provide
Kan
even more
udah kebiasaan
cover
buka
for
lobby.
Norway.
Ku
And
pencet
you
di
gotta
streaming
clearly
kan kenapa
see
nggak
what
bisa
can
lihat kan?
happen
Bodoh.
wherever you go in the Norway. Brazil
Ku pencet I.
looking for that
Nggak bisa
knock
lihat.
that makes
Aku
the
lihat ya
push
ada
in
karena
towards
POB
Norway
airdrop kan.
even
Ku pencet I itu.
easier at this point. Tanvu, who's given that guy a links by the
Ini
way?
rata nih
He
Brazil
doesn't
nih.
need- He's good
Bentar ku tunggu
enough
nih.
as it is without giving him a danger weapon like that. And here comes the Brazil push, and they've got needs to spare.
The issue is for Poland is they're really not getting. Oh, Sparking will hit Iman with a nade, find that knock. They're starting to push up now. Philippines with angles looking for this, but Intens with a P90. That is so dangerous. It doesn't matter if it's a 1-on-4. If they don't push correctly, he's gonna melt them 1-by-1, even 2-by-2. That thing is disgusting. Up close, the nades come out. Damage is going out. He's gonna find the heal, but it's gonna be BL.
Yeah, the level 3 gear is like an extra life, but the BZ ain't going to help as Intense uses that jammer pack to stay a little while longer. It'll beep on empty, the P90's at the ready, but
Mati.
BL takes the ground, and Philippines now will start thinking about pushing this way. But the thing is, for Philippines, for Brazil, the big help is
dapat dari
Poland
Tanvu.
and Vietnam, we're holding
Nah,
them out.
kod 3.000 G-coin.
The issue though is that Poland hasn't been able to get any kills. They were in the best position, but they really weren't able to flex out, and so because of that, all these
Mati
kills have
Vietnam,
gone to the wayside.
mati Poland
to
nih.
either
Seketok
Vietnam,
Poland
Brazil,
keluar
or
di depan
even
nih.
the Philippines before they
Seketok
went down.
berdepan sama depan si Poland.
To finish things off.
Depan ini circle yang yang
If it donuts,
VP
still
yang
keeps
PGC.
a little bit of that ridge line in the
Ibiza,
road. Place
Korea,
you
ingat
think
kau?
about the dump truck that's just by the edge. That's a
tengah
good
tu, ah.
position. You just see it in front of you
Ah,
right now.
circle PGC itu hari itu.
That's a good
Tolak
position
tu.
to go to. The circle
Rumah
is
rumah
going
bakal
to
nggak dapat
shift,
circle.
and it is it's exactly
Lepas
what
nih,
we thought.
di depan dia
The
tukar.
donut, so that truck now being in is bad news for Poland.
And what are Poland going to do? Now, they do have a ridge that somewhat hides them from where Vietnam currently is, but yeah, the dump truck is going to be an issue. They need to smoke it off. If they can smoke off that angle, they can start to move in But then the issue is Brazil. Brazil's on the opposite side of that with a wrap, and Vietnam doesn't really have a way to punish them right now.
The last team to fight's probably going to win this game.
Agreed.
So whichever fight kicks off first, Vietnam want to force Poland towards Brazil. Brazil want to force Vietnam towards Poland. It is literally a game of chance now, and somebody's got to make the first move. Now, I'll say this, if I'm Brazil, you're technically in the best position to avoid the fight because we know that Vietnam shouldn't have any throwable utility. They wasted it all a little while earlier. And Brazil are the same. Poland are the only team that should have anything, really, when you think about it.
Oh, BL just fully recovers.
Yeah, look, 3 nades for Pufa.
Yeah, they don't have... Vietnam doesn't have much. You can see that Brazil recovered that 3 armor and helmet, so they're going to be very healthy, as well as that P90. You can see it on BL. You can see the deployable cover coming out now for the side of Poland, and this is going to allow them to sneak further and further into the center of the circle, because Vietnam's sightlines otherwise would just be much too strong. The fact that they were able to find that many deployable covers is very fortunate for the team of Poland.
Yeah, look at the amount of, as you said, it's movement to ground, but it also creates gaps that Brazil could potentially exploit.
Masih ada lu.
Masih ada lagi.
Will throw
Oke,
another
tambah
one
lagi.
down in this position. Himas taking over towards Brazil. Salolzi will just keep that UAS
Tanfu menyala, Wak.
They still have the
Tanfu punya
ability
situ.
to full on crash.
Kau tengok aja kill tu. MVP ya tahun ini. Champion lagi.
MVP dia bang. Iya MVP dia pasti.
MVP champion lagi. Dia benar-benar udah cut Imas. Nah,
itulah kau. You can see Vietnam now starting to move up. And they have to move first. That's the thing. Poland doesn't. They have Magsters on basically what is that center dot. As long as
Terkacau nih gara-gara Poland yang drop top nih kalau awal. Aduh. Nah, itu. Mana Tanbo? Mana links po? Masih tidur dulu tuh.
Yeah, Vietnam are using their last bit of utility now. Here comes the airstrike. Nade after nade after nade. They're going to do damage.
Aduh, Tanbo pula kena dulu.
Will strike first blood. They're fighting Poland now. They're on multiple fronts, but the smoke will create a fog of war. Pufa drops low. BL will confirm out that kill. He is holding back Vietnam.
Dia pula yang kena
That is
dulu.
his job. He gets the knock on to Pufa's post.
Aduh, dia luinnya. Aduh. Sudah melarikan, tidak boleh ke depan dulu nih. Semua pasti yang perang sana dulu.
Kata dong Vietnam.
Ada yang masih pegang panjer.
And Santa's got a Panzer. Brazil are going to go for the rest, but Posa drops the nade on him. Capri wraps around, but the Panzer's been wasted. Poland now, numbers in their favor. As they said, it couldn't be worse than yesterday. It hasn't been BL though. He will find the knock on the Mars, like you said. The level 3 here will be telling, but what a spray that is from Pufa.
Poland ini banyak betul cover play tadi itu.
Versus 3 here, Godspeed. And Poland though, the Blues right on their back.
They have to be careful about the Blues. Sparking is still up as well.
Mana P90 Wak.
Going for the peak. And they are flash. He's getting the
absen lah.
Oh, menang Brazil. Buta lagi, buta. Gelap masa depanmu deh.
Gelap masa depanmu.
Gelap masa depanmu deh. Tapi hormat kau ya sama Brazil. Let's go Sparky. Ini Brazil nih boleh hidup gara-gara PH tolong. Kalau PH nggak nge-push Thailand, mati orang. Sebab Thailand nge-tank daripada bukit tadi. Itu jadi yang benar-benar tolong orang nih, PH.
Habis itu PH-nya cukur-cukur ke depan anjing.
Cukur-cukur ke depan. Cukur-cukur. Dia bilang, ayo drive by, ayo gas, putang kita mau.
The fact that they were taking the fight, they
were
against both Poland and Vietnam. That was insane, and it did come off the back of BL being smart, having that repair kit. Fortunately, getting the armor,
kena aja sendiri bah.
P90 out of the hands from one of the many crates that was there. They traded multiple hands. That was insane. But
Bayot. Nah, kan tuh Bayot tuh.
Kau tahu tuh bola apa Bayot bol?
Kenapa?
Bayot itu Pondan.
Hah?
Pondan itu yang ini, yang lelaki kayak perempuan.
Oh.
Anci.
Bayot
Bencong. Oh itu deh. Ngapain Cina kayak gitu? Pasti marah itu pasti.
Woi, dia hampas X-Lab.
Pasti bang, pasti marah kayak gitu bang.
Salut tadi kayak gitu juga. Ngempas beda ya Salut tadi.
Ya, ngepush 3 orang, dikasih net. Ya ampun.
Masalah dia, compound Poland ini nggak ada satu tim pun mau nge-push tuh orang. Oh, udah gelap masa depan. Apa? Bilang si budak itu takbir dulu, Bang. Takbir dulu, Bang.
They had 130 points. They only got 2 points the next game. They bounced back really strong. The way the teams that won titles do.
Yeah, and man, you could see the relief on their face, but it's not over. Sparking is still all business. He wants that. I talk to him pretty much every day we've been here. He wants this bad. They all want it bad, and the amazing thing is he's been an MVP at EWC. He's been a leader for this team now for Brazil multiple years. He's learned so much playing in the Americas on a team like Liquid, and so it's showing how much experience that team has. Plus you have up-and-comers like BL, Santastico, so it's just such a solid team.
Yeah, it's still when you consider how many games we've been through, the pool of teams that have won maps is still relatively small, right?
Yeah, it is.
Cayay.
A situation like that, top 4 teams though, 20 points for Brazil. Poland though,
Walah rebahan bentar.
has been so much better for them.
Yeah, phenomenal work. They have really turned things around. They've righted the ship, and if they can do that now, coming into this last game as well, I think they're going to be poised to really fight for a top spot on the leaderboard come tomorrow.
Well, you know, we spoke to it. Getting into the top 8 is where the money starts to ramp up.
Yeah.
And second place here, a good point game in the game before. I think they got a 3rd place. They just need to keep showing up like that, and they're suddenly in the mix. Because of how good the top teams have been, it means getting into the top 8 is not maybe as hard as it could be as we look at our man of the match, BL. And I'm so happy for him because Santa, he gets a lot of the credit on Rock. Sparking's incredible. Post has done it, but I've always said BL is one of the really good anchor players in the game. And for him to show up like that with the P90 in the end game is so good for him.
BL Malcarbo. Yes, he is a great player, and I love that he's also getting some shine. But something we didn't really talk about was Thailand, man. Thailand in that last game was on fire coming out from the north. They were able to do quite a bit of work. I think they got 10 kills that game. They were harassing Brazil. And so you can see now with the leaderboards, 20 points for them, 13 for Poland. Yet another great game down the bag for them. And then Thailand with 12. Yeah, so they did manage to get 10 kills after all.
Who sat them down though? Who was the team that knocked them out of the lobby?
I don't know, you tell me.
Philippines.
It was the Philippines.
They have been a nightmare. 10 points for them in this game as well. They won the hot drop. They backfilled fights successfully. I'm impressed. They've come in. Really, really good part for them. Vietnam, 11 more points. Good game for Norway, picking up 8 of their own. But for Australia, they have a decision to make on the next Erangel. Are they going to hot drop with the Philippines, or do they just give up the ghost? It's 2-1. And we'll look at the final leaderboard though. Let's see who is on top now as things stand.
Shocker, Vietnam, but China with 103 points. Thailand is caught up in 3rd with 96 points. They are now only 7 behind 2nd. And Korea, yet again, just struggled. That was their 2nd 0-point game in a row.
Yeah, and you think about it, Brazil are right behind them, and you pointed it out at the time. Who was the biggest benefactor of China? Or sorry, of Korea bringing back the players? It was China. They got 3 of those kills. So that was 3 more points for China as they close the gap at the top.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting, we say close, the problem is Vietnam just is not slowing down. Even in that last game, I mean, they are absolutely relentless. And the thing that is most impressive to me about Vietnam isn't necessarily their killing potential with, like, you know, Himas and that roster. It's their positioning. It's not just kills, it's not just dumb luck. Their positioning, their decision-making, their splits, their ability to punish other teams around them is just second to none in this event so far.
Well, you find yourself in a good position in the late game once or twice, it's a chance. But when you do it over and over and over again, it's not chance anymore. It's just the great decision-making. And that all ties back to a discussion you and I had. I would say we had it about a year ago when we were doing a quick conversation. It was like, these players know who's dropping where, who's going to be where after like 5 or 10 minutes. and you can map out your game just with that knowledge alone.
Yeah. Well, Gibson, it is time for our final game of the day, Game 6, match number 12, as we head into a wrangle one more time to close out the day. And we'll have to see, is Australia going to go back to Pachinki? At this point, I don't want to see it anymore.
It's a long drop at this point with the flight path that we have. It's really southern, really focused on that Millie Island. It's my last map of PNC. I'd love a military island to kill things off. But where are Australia?
I just want to see Australia have a good game, man. That roster's so strong. I want to see Tick succeed, especially if he's IGLing.
Okay. Last game of the day. Let's go.
Even like the likes of Luke and Flood, like
Korea. Tolong Korea. Jangan kejauhan. Kalau mau ngejar besok. Totally besok back to back.
There's that. So maybe if I think if we could get a team
I love how you. Chat can't see it, but you thumbed your suspenders as soon as you said that.
You know, maybe we could convince them to defect to Ireland. We could get a team Ireland. Maybe I could play.
Maybe you could play.
If I've done a terrible job of casting and they decide I'm not allowed to cast, Team Ireland.
There's a future for you at
Di
PNC.
fight lagi loh Bang Pochinkinya Bang.
So from what I can tell,
gila.
Will you guys leave the Pochinki? We don't care, bro. What we know lose, just gonna go and on them.
You have to win this fight.
I wonder if they're just looking at the league.
Ngeri.
What are we going to gain?
Aku minta lagi jadi buat minta jersey nggak ada ekstra, minta bendera sama Sain. Philippines punya flag.
Look at all the teams. We have 3 teams have gambled on USA are one of them.
Yep.
You've got.
They haven't landed Millie Base, I think, this entire time.
We have a hot drop in Primo.
Oh my God, we do. Denmark and Vietnam. Okay.
No, lawan lagi.
Here we go, back and forth trade. Luke will get Calbs after Tiggleton falls. CJ now.
Lo.
Chase him. You know, both players had the
Kayak
reload.
gitu. Ngepus ah.
Oh, that's awful timing. Tanbu picks up a point and to beat me way back on the
Lah itu Tanfu nge-kill itu.
But Tig is down. Australia's Luke is really low as well. Monty, he's trying to get a knock onto Algin bots and he takes just a little bit of damage, but not quite enough as it needed to be.
I like this though. I feel like Australia is just they've had it. They're over it. They just want to get this fight done and dusted. They want to get it over with, and they're pushing the pace this time, much more than they did last time. Flood is gonna find the flush. Tig still knocked. A possibility to get him up, maybe.
Why are Argentina and China fighting over here as well?
I have no clue, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
it's a very awkward spot for them to be fighting.
This is what happens when the circle does this on a flight path like that. Like it really makes it. You'll see a lot of fights that you're not usually see.
Angle too.
Oh,
clever.
Are dominating this hot drop at this point. The only time Australia won was when there was a third party from Vietnam. And I'm also going to add, I think when you look at the mentality of the hot drop here, Philippines take the more aggressive spot. They try to hold in Australia.
Apa itu Bang?
Drop as a 4.
Itu namanya.
But that's a good knock from Luke.
Itu namanya.
That's going to slow things down a bit for the Philippines. Again, it doesn't really matter if Australia or the Philippines are down to 1 member. There is a res station and they can recover.
Toggleton kenapa jadi adik-adik ya?
Is Chinese Taipei. I can tell that they're kind of sniffing something out here and they might want to get involved. In fact, Savior is just on the cusp of this fight looking for that third party.
Ini Denmark nih kenapa kayak gini nih perang tiba-tiba nih?
The sneaky player that he can be. He's got the M24 and I'm pretty sure he's
No.
Gandian sekarang.
Yeah, this is an
Mau ngejar ini Bang, Korea Bang.
La ilaha illallah. Benar-benarlah ini kalian kan. Korea. Ya tahu butuh poin, nggak kayak gini. Kalah lagi nih. Ada Kaljin bot, dapat menentang plat. Itu dia.
Ya ampun.
Dia
kok bisa ada Chinese Taipei pula itu ngekill.
Even this fight that's going on with
Chinese Taipei datang.
No,
it's so efficient
or even damaged. It's crazy frustrating if you're watching as the other teams because they just seem nigh unstoppable, immortal at this point.
Chinese Taipei looks like Leo's gotten into the
Nih
real
ikut.
thick of it as well.
Astagfirullah.
Still that battle going on. Flood's still alive. Running backwards now towards the 12. And it's the wrong
Ya
decision. He's going to get caught
ampun.
by
Kasian
Leo.
kali
But how was he
Australia.
to know
Kasiannya
that Leo would be put in
Australia.
that angle? And
Jadi
Australia
kepala
for
semua.
the third time lose on
Ya,
Pachinki.
kayak gitu main. Kalau nggak mau ngelepas, kalau main ego nggak mau kalah, memang kayak gitu.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, Gibson. It doesn't matter at this point. They're just losing.
Ya ibaratnya who's better lah gitu.
Iya, nggak mikir siapa nih, nggak mau kalah, tapi udah kalah sama Filipina banyak kali.
Which is, I think, the lowest they've been, I think, ever at a PNC.
Who's better? Better is result, not the way you win the compound. You win the compound doesn't mean you win the tournament. If you are better, you win the tournament. Nah,
They're one of the
don't be
few
ego.
teams at this PNC that don't have teammates on a team.
That's true.
When you think about all the other teams are going to
Tuh
have
dia.
natural chemistry, natural
Ego ya
cohesion,
dikurangin
even if they're
deh.
splintered. This is 4 players from 4
Kau
different
ini mainnya
rosters.
bukan
It's going to be really
karena
difficult.
kau menang dia, kau menang tournament itu. Kau kena
Yeah.
menang
Yeah,
poinnya,
it was a bad day, but
keseluruhan.
at least to climb the leaderboard. I don't suspect.
Oh my god.
Gustav, what a shot!
Brutal.
No. That player is isolated. You're not able to cross because you're being held by Delwyn. So, as desperate as Gustav
If you
would be,
better El Oreo, Mak. Digituin kau sama Edo. Bang Don.
Edo ya nggak better. Kayak gitu aja dia tuh.
Parah kali kau, Bang.
Nggak awak ya, Dok. Awak lepas tangan. Mau kau tunggu langsung kesini Discord awak.
Sama video aja nggak lepas dia. One on one kayak mana tuh?
Kemuco.
Kemuco semalam aku ancelap Bang De. Ku ancelap dah.
Lo nggak ngajak aku dia main, Bang.
Bang Don number 1.
Gitu dong. Nanti kirim aja voice-nya.
Martin on screen.
What a good-looking man he is. All right, moving back here.
Nomor rekening masih yang lama Bang Don, waka-waka.
Oke, nanti dikirim. Buat beli gudang garam.
Mana gudang garam lagi, Bang, rokoknya, Bang. Lato-lato itu, Bang.
Lato-lato, waduh.
Iya. Nama rokoknya lato-lato.
Itu rokokku, Bang De.
Oh iya kah?
Iya,
maaf.
Something that I think that a lot of players might not realize and is worth thinking. You might go, oh well, how come a lot of players aren't picking up?
Nah, ini
Well, if you pick up
Vietnam ini baru benar.
it's a beacon.
We win the fight
As long
and
as that
we win
blue
the
chip's not
tournament.
destroyed, the player who owns it knows exactly where it is,
right?
And you'll know where that team has moved to. If I was going to do it, I'd pick up the blue chip and just put it in the middle of an open field that people have eyes on. Just drop it off when you're driving past.
Oh, you want that? Here, come get it.
Yeah. Don't bring it to your compound and let everybody know exactly where you are.
Dicari
So
bah Aljin
Aljin Bot's now the last member of the Philippines. And again, he's going to wait this out. As we've seen, the Philippines will stay in blue for as long as they have to, as long as they can get a res off.
Yeah, and you can see in the little mini map what they're clearing. They're saying these buildings are clear, so they're highlighting. Look, to see the 2 ping. That's the building now. They're like, these are the last 2 buildings we need to check.
Stok lato-lato banyak dia. Walah Mas De, Mas De.
Working it out, they're clearing it room by room.
Sinilah Mas De.
The important thing is Aljin Bots has got a barrel and a shotgun.
Edo udah sombong sekarang dia.
Iya, Edo pun nggak mau dia kesini. Emang susah.
It's fire, a second delay, fire.
Sombong semua kawan awak.
Push it in a way where you don't give him the opportunity.
Mas Dimas nggak kesini. Bro Edo nggak kesini. Sulit emang.
We'll see if that's what they decide to do. Meanwhile, in the rest of the circle, everyone has pretty much said it. This is what happens when we have a Yas circle. Oh, it looks like Aljin Bots has been found. He's going to try to
Awak
jump
nunggu
on the roof.
Anissa belanja katanya.
Oh, maybe not. He's actually just going to hold this angle. That's a cheeky little angle.
Lagi di amplas
Oh
ya.
iya. Malam minggu pula. Malam minggu belanja ya.
I thought the
Iyo.
timing was going to work against them for a second, but you'd assume, look, all the members now of Chinese Taipei, they're holding these different angles.
Lagi dia amplas nunggu Anissa belanja gabut anjing. Oma.
Oma siapa nih? Oh.
Bosnya Filipin.
The coach here of the Philippines, she's watching on, and you know, I think she's actually going, this is inevitable.
Wait.
There's no way. Oh my God, maybe there is a way he could win this.
Hold on, Gibson. Don't
Lah.
count Algin
Apa ya?
Yeah, bye.
No, you were right to cut him out. That
Yeah.
That nade was perfection from Mao.
Good for Chinese Taipei. Now they're in bottom spot. They were, I think, 3 points
Masih
away
jadi
from
pejuang dia man. Sorry lah ya,
2 points away now. They could get out of bottom spot. That's a race to keep an eye on.
Nah, Korea, kau udah punya circle Korea. Kalau nggak kau hargai, nggak tahu lah. Circle bakal habis tempat kamu, tempat di China.
But Korea and China have got great positions, and Poland they're going to rotate back. But a circle shift like this, look at him. Look how many recall systems are in the circle.
There's a crazy amount, which means these are more than enough opportunities for teams
Waduh.
lost players or even lost.
Lah kok Mbak Vina kesini juga? Sit. Tuh istrinya Mas Dimas kesini. Aduh ampun. Ampun Mbak. Ampun aku, Bang Dik.
Nggak bisa komen aku, Bang.
Tolong saya Bang Dik. Tolong Ibu.
Nggak ikut-ikut aku Bang Bul.
Sit. Awak langsung off cam aja lah, Sit.
Maybe not actually. You can see UK have taken over Volcano, and it's actually Germany that have come to play, but not in the way they would have wanted. Wait a second, Mika gets the trade. He's almost good for 2 there.
Hah?
Oh, kepencet alt tab, kepencet alt tab. Yakin aku.
Malah bengong dia.
Bye.
Untung aja kawannya ini ngeratain. Oh,
woi,
alah.
kepencet alt tab itu yakin aku sih.
Ya ampun. Indo keculik 1. Shotnya. Di mana gitu keculiknya?
Ada. Di balik papan.
I'm surprised.
I'm also surprised because they only had 1 member left, and keeping track of the kill feed, I feel like both Argentina and Norway could have known that.
Yeah, and now with that, Capitan is looking this way, but again, it's just a little too late. I think if USA are taking Boatyard, they have to have a recall. But look at Vietnam. Look at Vietnam.
Kita sama ngapain itu guling taruh kepala.
I think he wants to rotate towards the north.
Panas.
Oh, di draft, boy.
Oh no,
Capek.
this is bad. This is very bad for USA. You can see Delwin
Di draft by sama ini Bang, Argentina.
Woi.
Delwin, I don't think
Ya ampun. Juara udah kasih pialanya udah.
Kasih aja, nggak usah main. Mereka China bisa chicken last game ini.
That was not what they wanted whatsoever. Shrimzy, he's going to rotate back this way. I think he's just going to get out of there. He's going to join Curtin, maybe go to the north side of the circle.
Tahunnya Vietnam ini.
Find another point, and Indonesia are going to bring back their fallen comrade.
Si Cuma apa tuh ini pas final dari tukang revive, pas qualifying tukang bunuh. Kenapa tukang posisi? Ini tadi qualifying tukang bunuh dia paling banyak kill. Pas ini udah final, asal ada teman kenok dia yang nge-revive sampai luar circle.
Vietnam 1, Korea 2, Cina 3. Jawa kapan, Dok?
And they rotated what, a minute later?
They did, but I mean, you did use the res point, right? So that beacon does go up, which means that a team could come and
Pekalongan 4.
To expect Vietnam there is not something I think anyone would do.
Di grup Korea.
Here's the issue:
jangan
is the
jadi
water,
bodoh
right?
sombong.
This circle is so precarious
Dengar
because you do have that amazing forest position just to the west of where Argentina is. There's so many dips that they can play there, but outside of that, this is a very open and barren circle.
Yeah, and look, you think about the rotates, USA and will go in for Diaz over the north side of the lake past Nolene. And I think Thailand are probably...
Cheater number 1, baik kali ceritamu Tompel. Time out dulu go, baik kali ceritamu.
Germany though, they're going to get some teammates back inside the fight. And Korea, they'll just send it inside of Garden now as well, as they get a really good...
Lo. Gak respect banget itu, Rosit.
I was going to say Thailand actually just... huge positional advantage coming off, or just coming into that. Very fortunate. They're going to eat a knock on Rosidid. I think they should be able to recover that, and now they're in a great position.
Mati dia
As
di
long as they
langit.
can get Rossiden
Mati dia,
back,
bro.
they'll be in a good position, but it doesn't look like Indonesia is going to let that happen. You can see Setsuna flying in, acting as a scout. Smoke's now coming in, and they desperately want to save him.
Yeah, he's getting so close to getting down. Nades being thrown by Trick just to repel the potential res. Fluky, he's running up. Fluky's going for the res. Jacob is going to provide some cover now as things stand. So for Thailand, it's not the first place to work. I also like this decision. Get him in the car. Because look where that nade landed.
Yeah.
It landed exactly where he would have been had he stuck the res.
Well, and this is also an opportunity here, looking at the north side for USA. Come in behind, maybe get a knock or two while they're trying to recover, or at least play the other side of that water, of the bridge, until they can find a knock. The problem is, once that ridge on the north side is out, USA really have nothing to play up there.
Well, you'll see a lot of teams get good points from playing just below that bridge as well, and playing on using that position. It can take you up and towards fighting Korea.
Puska?
The only real team you need to worry about is
Udah
Thailand
kasih.
if they come down to the
enggak.
riverbank
Gak usah grup
in that
memang.
situation. So it's something for USA to think. But I think Vietnam, they might also think something similar.
Yeah, Vietnam would be able to easily cut that off if USA decide to use that. So the decision for USA comes pretty soon here. Do you cross early, or do you just try to play the side that you're given?
Dofi for Denmark still alive. I'm not quite sure if he was able to get those around.
Ada di kena red zone ni. Ada di kena red zone.
And inside the fight as James will look towards Leo. Chinese Taipei, as we said, looking to catch Australia now. 3 kills on this game.
Mati dong James ya.
Maybe James could be the one for Mao Rush to target. But if you follow him too long, he's leading you into a trap inside of Alamo, inside this spot. And I think Norway, James, maybe move the US a little further, keep those tires entirely safe so you can leave a little bit later. I think that's, yeah, and 10's going to do the same. Keep the tires safe. Give yourself an exit strategy.
Circle is going to post, and yeah, that's
Dua sekarang.
expected here.
Sol, kau nampak tuh Ming lari. Aduh, Brazil isi dulu. Harus perangi pukulan lah.
You're going to have to deal with Vietnam, and you're going to have to deal with a lot more once you actually try to get into the circle, because Brazil has just pulled up underneath Korea as well.
Yeah, Brazil will lock in J compound, which I think is what Korea might have had their eyes on. Just to the north of them, you've got China in a fantastic position.
Oh, jeeps.
Oh, man, he's still great. He's still so good. Xavier gonna crash, and Tens fires towards Leo.
Dah, kenapa dia keluar? Hah?
Kenapa dia keluar kayak gitu?
Delwyn, Vietnam getting the knock. Vietnam are crashing Korea here in Garden.
Ay, Vietnam lawan Korea. Hey, Gyubin!
Can they really be the heroes? Can they truly stop Vietnam's just domination of this lobby? It doesn't look like it.
Wah.
Salute will go down.
Benar, Korea ini hari menurutku punya hari.
Vietnam are like a tidal wave going through this lobby.
Unstoppable share Vietnam ini, sumpah unstoppable.
Malningan lah dia berkali-kali. Sama siapa, Mbak? Shit. Nggak ada.
I can even think they sustained was the bolt they shot way back in Primo as raining falls to Tanbu. He'll clean that one up.
Not Korea
and
deh.
it is all down to Seoul. And USA have used this gunfight to cross the bridge.
Yeah, that's actually perfect. It's just crazy because
Dia chip
Vietnam
di
just
Pan
can't
Gaming.
make a mistake.
Coachnya.
Like it's crazy to watch.
Satu season sama aku tuh, first tournament.
They're just
Look.
James, look at that. James with a C4.
C4.
He'll get himself a knock. Mao Rush will clean that one up, and Norway will be hoping they can get him back on his feet sooner rather than later. USA will go for
Udah 6
send
kill.
Kurt off for a reposition.
Pede banget.
They just know.
It's just crazy. I mean, I'm sure they heard the vehicle, but they're just ready for everything. Nothing works against this team.
Yeah, the nades are going to get tossed up. Tanbu will chase the nade around the corner.
Tanbunya kan OP banget.
With phenomenal cover, is able to keep his teammate on his feet. Now Shrimsy will fall at the hands of
Kali tiganya tuh Imas.
Bisa ada Korea di situ.
This could be an opportunity for Seoul.
Ya ampun.
But look at that nade from Kick.
It literally takes a village just to deal with this team. Vietnam down to 2 members, but of course it's Delwyn and Himas.
Yeah, it's not done yet. Seoul holding the potential retreat from Himas. The blue zone will see the end of Shrimsy as Kick will pop a first aid, but it's not just the blue zone nade, it's the actual blue zone that USA need to start worrying about as well. Phase 4, Seoul looking to hold back any retreat as Norway do go down thanks to a multiple of Chinese Taipei and Germany. Germany. And Seoul does get the knock, and the crowd love that one.
Boy.
But Delwyn is just nasty as he wipes them out.
That was, I need to take a shower. That was a gross angle to take and to win that gunfight. And he's now going to drag him ass out, and of course he's going to get the res, because why wouldn't he?
It's just
unbelievable.
Yo Indo yo.
Germany though, they have a great position in the
Orang harus mutar kalau tahu bukit itu kosong, rotasi kalau bukit akan kehilangan satu lah pas rotation.
Take the top of Vesuvius because it is basically free for them. You know, some people like to call it volcano. I sometimes call it Vesuvius, but they want to take this spot.
Gak ada healing
Look
Mas.
at how much space there is, and China at some point will look to extend out there.
You know, you say that, Gibson, but after watching them take all the space in that game on Tego and kind of throwing it, I don't know. I hope they're able to do what they're supposed to. But we'll see. It's going to be now. Birdie in USA.
Lo.
He just runs straight in.
Neruntul.
Player shot in the back by Delwyn.
Ya ampun.
We'll find kickstart. And save Vietnam because they needed it.
If there's any positives to take for that, at least China got one of the kills and not.
Ayo Cimoy, bukit Cimoy. Aku yakin kau tahu nih Cimoy pusing.
I'm running out of superlatives to say about Vietnam at this point. I mean,
bukit Cimoy bisa tuh.
They're just them.
I could use mine. I'm not here tomorrow. You're the one that's got to save some for tomorrow.
I don't have many left as we see Argentina now trying to hold back Indonesia. This is happening just on the northeast edge. As you can see, Argentina actually got in front here. That's pretty impressive. And what a nade that's going to land from Rebo. Trick will go down.
Yeah, Rebo's really good. Correct. Chris gets the angle as well. The vehicle
Ku kira dorong tahu bukit itu kosong. Mungkin nggak ada info kali. Aku mengharapkan si Cimoy tahu aja bukit itu bisa dimasuk. Ternyata main mereka di sini. Nggak masalah, nggak masalah.
With the blue zone. He's got a couple of bandages, but he will fall. Vietnam.
It doesn't even matter though. They still had 9 kills. That's 9 points.
No placements though.
Oh, come on.
Diancel apa sama Thailand.
Crashing on to Argentina, Godspeed.
Yeah, they are crashing down indeed. Not forced position was great for the time being, but now they need to get onto Argentina's case, and the onus is on Argentina to win this fight. They need Thailand really being the aggressor. Putting a lot of pressure on them. Meanwhile, it's going to be Poland.
Satu, oke, nggak masalah.
Trying to find some picks off here or there. I believe they did get a knock at the very least, Gibson.
Ya, ente Indo.
Indonesia have now been
Indo.
Thailand and Argentina can fully focus on each other. Is it down on the outside? Jacob will try to hold it back, but for Poland, they're now playing for the late game. Back off this fight, take control of the forest. Argentina, they want to get a res of their own on the Draft King. And China's Zhao Wu, he's just looking to do some damage, but they have essentially not had to do anything. So this game, and they're probably going to get a good shift this time around because why wouldn't they? And they do. And this is
Kasih aku link ini mana boleh? Shopee kata TikTok.
TikTok. Ini kau pakai dan. Betul bagus nih.
Kasih aku link.
Pakai pagi.
China really in the driver's seat here.
Pagi tu campur sama apa?
So many players ahead of them to the north that they could potentially take down or
yang
help take
siap
down.
suruh aku beli kreatif.
Argentina's Emmy is going
Tidak ada
around.
apa-apa efek tuh. Kau minum air ya benar.
But he keeps just getting
Sekali beli yang ada ini Don.
You gotta commit to something.
Bagus Don.
Yeah, Germany putting shots in, China the same.
Bagus betul bagus.
Coba aku siap aku yang link yang ada anu.
Tapi yang inilah yang kau beli.
Boleh. Kasih aku link aku boleh.
Tengok tuh, aku sudah kurus sudah. Nah, colanya udah nampak. Kau pun boleh tuh Don. Buka sedikit kamera tengok.
Apa tuh?
Tengok rupa kau sekarang. Senyum sedikit. Nah, pipi kau masih boleh tuh. Oke juga kau sekarang dari dulu tengok gua.
Ya.
Cuma bisa itu.
Ngajak aku tebal.
But there's nowhere to go. I mean,
the
reward is a run of doom essentially.
Yeah, Germany will regroup
as
well.
Simmer facecam lu kecil banget. Terus suruh gimana satu layar gitu facecamnya. Dulu mana mau babi.
Dikasih besar, kasih besar.
Mary attempt from Poland to get to that dip, give themselves something to play.
They're just going to go past the dip. Let's just go.
Udah gila. Datangi singa dia. Yang betul lah kalau pelan.
Yeah, but for how long?
Datangi singa kau.
Selamat tinggal bos. Nampaknya China Chicken. Let's go. China Chicken. Orang bakal dekat sama Vietnam.
Si jauh juga poin tu kan.
Masih jauh.
You can take that. As Germany now with an opportunity once again, a lot of space. In fact, they have the majority of space in the circle.
Ini mic siapa nih? Oh alah, micnya Bang Art. Woi, ada kipasmu Bang Art.
Sorry.
Ubuk.
Rumahku nada ikut. Kita dah, aku setting dulu.
Nvidia podcast kasih pasang.
Not only the kills but also the knocks.
Indo mas, yo ngono kui.
He's that absolute information hub for his team.
Hari ketiga nggak perform bahaya si Indo.
He's in the blue. He's just matting it out to see if maybe he can outlive some team. He doesn't want to gift any points away. We're at that point now where you're starting to think about denials and positions in the leaderboard. Germany not too far behind. So just stay there, maybe outlive somebody. Maybe Dofi could fall and you get that extra place point, because let's not forget Denmark's still in the circle. He didn't get to bring his teammates back. But I don't think Brazil have any idea that Dofi is there. China have gotten a massive shift, but Dofi could ruin Brazil's game.
Yeah, he absolutely could. Even if he gets one or two, that's a huge loss. As you can see, Germany now starting to flex, and I think they suspect that their south is about to get encroached upon. And look at, just look at the angles here for China and for Aches left. So much control now has been shifted over towards them because of this, and now Germany finds itself on the back foot.
Yeah, Brazil are trying to create some cover for themselves as they want to.
Tengok, Neymarnya kan pakai muzzle break semua.
Ada masih bunyi anginnya kah?
Tidak.
We'll try to get they go past Dofi.
I think did China see Dofi?
Yang sudah dana?
I think so. No, they
Okay.
didn't.
They just saw BL though, that's for sure. They get that knock onto BL. Looking at his position, I think he should be able to crawl into cover to get the res, but
Sudah.
7.
Little goes.
Little goes with the mortar.
How good is his aim? How good could this be?
He put it at 190. I'd say it's about 204 is probably perfection.
Well, it is going to be
actually
sent.
Maybe 240.
Yeah, sent into the sky. We can see the arc going up of your Brazil.
Whoa! Yang Lily Ghost.
204 was right on
Dia
the money.
motor yang kena.
And look, Doffy's trying to throw in some nades as well because he wants to get involved. He got one. He got an extra point. Sparking gets the kill though, and he's going to rush for that res. But look at Germany. Germany don't want to take on China heads on. They want to take on Brazil. Zerath gets that knock. China though, realizing that that's the case, they're expanding out now too because they don't want the blue to take out any of their precious points. Nades being thrown back.
China sudah habis kau.
Left standing now for
China
Brazil.
Chicken.
I think Germany's done the right thing.
Ya, China Chicken.
Has to feed this information.
Masuk China. Bersih-bersih aja udah.
Bersih aja sudah. Ngejarlah dia. Oke lah.
Members of China bearing down on your position. There's not much you're going to be able to do at all. They're going to trade back and forth.
Itu dia.
Oh, itu dah.
Back to back China. Let's go.
China will claim the last game of the
Back to back lah. Dua Chicken. Nampaknya China. Ini hari dia punya day. Korea ni hari. Fucked up. Poin sedikit di hari dong angkat. Berapa poin dong hari?
Has so much on the line. Again, Germany, good game for them. Keep it in the hunt, keeping in the position to really push for a top 4 finish. Korea struggling, but China, you see the signs.
Dorang kena buat kejutan besok. Dorang buat dulu. Nomor 2 Chicken.
Really to kind of catch Vietnam. The problem once again for the lobby and for China though is that Vietnam still got 9 kills. They still got 9 points. And for everyone else, man, it's been a struggle. We saw at the beginning of that game, Australia once again just happened to fall to the Philippines. But what I really loved about that was Chinese Taipei recognizing the opportunity, coming in and getting those frags and cleaning up the fight.
Yeah, as we take a look at the highlights from this matchup, this was the fight where I don't think they'd even sustained the knock to this point. They'd gotten so many kills. That's just nasty from Gustav. But Delwyn does what Delwyn does best. Germany cleaned up UK at this battle. Germany wouldn't have gone anywhere near the top four had Norway pushed them whenever they had the opportunity, or Argentina, but they fell off.
Sudah dapat tarian nih, kenapa banyak sangat tarian nih?
Honestly, this was just where Vietnam
Ice
flexed on
Ice
Korea. Like, they just knew every
Tak
move Korea were going to make before they made it.
Yeah, I mean, and just again, the angles that we saw, like Delwin and Himhouse taking this fight, like Seoul as well, you know, to his credit, was fighting back as a solo domestic, but that shot was just so clean from Delwin, and then even then they were able to take out the United States as well. And just everyone else, that was a nice shot from Zhao Wu in order to clean up USA, but yeah, it just took literally half the lobby to take down Vietnam.
Yeah, and we've seen Argentina as they fell. Poland though, massive credit again.
Bulu rata kanan, shit. Ah!
Which is way more than they were able to get on day one. And then all of this stemmed from that little ghost mortar that got the double knock on to Brazil.
Just absolute perfection. 204 meters was the magic number, and you can see them excited, you can see them hyped. But also, you know, Brazil making it into the final three. It's another solid game coming out from them. And Germany just all day has been consistent.
Yeah, getting into the placement points, but like you said, they're getting into the placements, but they're not getting big kill tallies, which is why they're not in the top four.
Because their priority is controlling space. It's less so about flexing to get kills and really controlling space, and you can see that they're not willing to take any unnecessary risks. And even though they've found a lot of consistency, that is hurting them in the kill department.
Yeah, it really, really is. But I will say, as we kind of close out day two, that China, they've done really well, but Vietnam again, those first 3-4 maps, they were absolutely phenomenal. I was going to use like 7 different superlatives there just to really make it tough for you tomorrow, but I'm not going to. But let's have a look at our top 4 from that game. China should be up there in the top spot. Germany in second, but there's that Vietnam. 9 kills, and the efficiency again, 990 damage. That means they're not wasting ammo in long-range fights. It means when they get a knock, they're cleaning it up almost instantly.
Well, it's because their fights don't last long to begin with, even at distance, which is crazy. But also shout out to Argentina, who had a really good day for themselves. I mean, they got that win. That's going to be a good boost going into day 3, right? Because again, we've talked about it. Yes, currently Vietnam is dominating it in first place, but there's still so much money to play for within that top 8, and all these teams are on the cusp of that.
Yeah, remember 500,000 base prize pool being boosted up by the crowdfunding, which you can do in game by supporting it by buying your favorite team's helmets. Man of the match, X left, 1 kill.
716 damage though.
Yep. I would have given it to Little Ghost personally for that.
The mortar? That's fair. That's fair.
You got to give Xlef some love as well, right? He is one of the best players in the world. People will make a case. There are people who will argue that he is the best.
X-Left, I don't think so. Personally, I think I would put Himmas above him. Yeah, I would put Himmas above X-Left. But he's in the top 5. I mean, that is for sure.
And let's take a look at the overall leaderboard, the match leaderboard, sorry, I should say, as we see those 18 points for China. They waited for the points came to them. 16 for Germany, which will rocket them even further up the leaderboard. 9 for Vietnam. And I'm going to give credit, right? Denmark, 5 kills when you lose 3 players at the very start and you're on the opposite side of the circle to the zone. That's a nice little lift.
It is, but again, Korea, 1 point. They have really struggled in these last 3 games. And you know what? All the teams did say they were gunning for Korea, but they should really shift focus to Vietnam.
I'm trying to get my notes here to see how many points Korea had going into today, to see just how many points they did manage to find. I know it's been one of the worst days for Korea, I think, in PNC, relative PNC history. They got a couple, 1 or 2 good games, but they had a couple of 1-point games, they had a 0-point game. And here is your overall leaderboard as things stand. 152 points is what Vietnam are sitting on after 2 days.
I mean, that is staggering. That is truly a staggering. It's essentially 75, 76 points a day. I mean, what team has found that consistency in this event ever?
Yeah, it's just not been the way that we would like it to be, but any final thing else you'd like to say before we wrap up?
Sure, yeah, I'd love to hear what the players have to say, as we do have an interview with Bella on the stage.
it's Bella, and I'm standing here with Team China's Lift. Team China is here. There, we saw it and heard it loud and clear, and you played spectacularly today. How satisfied are you with today's game? 팀 차이나의 Lift 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 어제 기운을 이어받아 오늘도 무섭게 팀 차이나가 해냈는데요. 오늘 Lift 선수가 대활약을 해줬습니다. 오늘 경기 얼마나 만족스러운지 한번 들어볼까요? Oh, hey guys, wait, we have a new microphone, yay! We actually get to hear what Lift has to say. Yay! Okay.
就其实还是挺开心的嘛，毕竟就是我们今天打的还是要比昨天好的嘛，但是也不能完全开心，因为越南队他分拿的太高了嘛。
일단 굉장히 기쁘고요. 그리고 어제보다 훨씬 저희가 더 잘하고 있는 것 같고, 하지만 이렇게 방심할 순 없어요. 왜냐면 베트남 팀도 굉장히 잘하고 있기 때문에.
I am happy, and I think we actually played even better than our first day, but it's always important to stay humble and keep our eyes on the prize because, of course, Team Vietnam is playing super fiercely. And speaking of Vietnam, of course, we have some new members on that team. They are looking fiercer than ever. And I wanted to ask you, what does the Lift think of Tan Vu from Team Vietnam? 또 팀 중국에서 대활약해주는 Lift가 선수가 있다면 팀 베트남에게도 새로운 선수들이 합류하면서 강력한 모습을 보여주고 있는데 Lift 선수가 느끼기에는 탄부 선수는 좀 어떻게 생각하는지 듣고 싶어요.
那你对越南的摊布选手有一个什么样的评价呢？
就我感觉就是在他带领之下，越南整体
这两
天的表现就有点夺冠级别的吧。但是就是我们明天也不会就是认输吧，感觉是可以追一下的3个队。
템부 선수의 리더를 굉장히 잘하고 있는 것 같고, 그리고 뭔가 우승하는 느낌은 들긴 하는데, 하지만 저희도 지지 않고 내일 끝까지 최선을 다할 예정입니다.
Tan Vu is a great player. I think he reads the game well, and I think they might have that winning energy. But hey, Team China is also having that momentum as well, so we will take that. All right. Well, Lift, 6 matches left. You still have your shot at the trophy. How confident are you, and what do you want to say to the fans that have been screaming your name here at the venue? 이제 단 6경기만 남은 PNC 2025인데 팀 차이나 우승 가능하거든요. 얼마나 자신 있는지, 그리고 현장에서 목이 쉬어라 Lift 선수를 외쳐주고 있는 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
那我们还剩下最后6场的比赛嘛，那你对夺冠有多大的信心？然后想对你的粉丝讲一些什么呢？
我其实就是保持这个状态的话，我是觉得还是可以再追一下了。然后也是谢谢大家来观看我们的比赛。然后我相信明天的比赛也会更加的精彩吧，请持续关注我们，谢谢。
지금 이 컨디션으로 계속하면 저희는 우승할 자신이 있고요. 그리고 저희를 항상 응원해주는 팬들 너무 감사드리고 내일 끝까지 봐주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I think if we keep up what we've been doing today, we are going to take that trophy home. And please, for all the fans that are sending your love, make sure to stay until our last match. All right, thank you, Lift. 짜요. 감사합니다. All right, I'll let you go. Go rest up and well, we are going to meet Team Vietnam's up-and-coming star, PGC champion as well, Team Vietnam's Tan Vu, and our translator, Daisy. Hello, Tan Vu. Good to see you.
Hello.
Hello. 안녕하세요. Well, 2 days in, and you already surpassed last year's champions score. What is happening? Why are you guys so good?
Abis ini awak lanjut lagi.
작년 챔피언 점수를
Awak mau mode kerja? Si kerja. Let's go.
Sau 2 ngày thi đấu thì team mình đã vượt qua số điểm của nhà vô địch.
See you nanti, Le. Bye.
Thì không biết là